Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. The Prince and Princess of Wales break their silence on the latest revelations from the Epstein files. Tech giants attend a landmark social media trial over addiction claims. And the Seattle Seahawks win this year's Super Bowl as Puerto Rican star Bad Bunny performs a historic halftime show entirely in Spanish. The Prince and Princess of Wales have said they are deeply concerned by the continuing revelations regarding Andrew Mountbatten Windsor in the Epstein files, but say their thoughts remain focused on the victims. The update was made by a Kensington Palace spokesperson ahead of the Prince of Wales' trip to Saudi Arabia this week. It comes as Ghislaine Maxwell is set to be questioned by US Congress as part of an expanding probe into Jeffrey Epstein's network. For more on this, I'm joined by British royal commentator Richard Fitzwilliams. Richard, thank you so much for joining me on the show today. So one thing I found interesting, King Charles visited Lancashire today. Prince William has landed in Saudi Arabia. We know he's in the country for 3 days. It seems to be business as usual for the royal family.
One has to bear in mind royal dowries are planned months often in advance. That hasn't been easy with the King and the Princess of Wales battling cancer. The Princess is fortunately in remission and the King's health is improving, we understand. But nonetheless, the importance, for example, of a state visit or a visit, this is very significant to Saudi Arabia, for example. With Prince William, he's done somewhat of a diplomat. Remember his 2018 visit to Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories, or indeed last year to the reopening of Notre Dame, where he met with President Trump, and then that led to a second state visit. I mean, this is most important, and especially the Saudi Arabian visit, where he'll meet Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and also they'll be commemorating almost a centenary of relations between the two countries with investment, trade, sustainability, and also goodwill.
And the royal family's motto is never complain, never explain. The Prince and Princess of Wales have released a statement regarding Andrew and his links to Epstein. In the ever-changing media landscape, how important is transparency from the royal family?
Well, clearly the never explain, never complain, that was identified most particularly with Queen Elizabeth, whose 7 decades on the throne were truly remarkable. But, of course, changes in styles, changes in attitudes and so forth. It clearly to be seen to be as transparent as possible, it is certainly beneficial, especially in today's world, where, of course, communications have changed so drastically. But the statement that the Prince and Princess of Wales put out, I mean, the reason this is so important is it continues the royal families, I mean, the press release from the King and Queen, for example, which emphasizes the importance of the sympathy with the victims of the deceased paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. The fact the King's brother has faced a large number of accusations, all of which he has denied, and he's not been found guilty of anything. But the facts are that in the eye of the British public, his support is down 6 to 6%, and the accusations, some of them backed up with recent evidence, are very, very unpleasant and undesirable. One of the problems with the palace and the way royals respond to, for example, something like this, the difficulty is that they don't know what's coming out because the Epstein Epstein files which have come out of Congress. Some are still redacted, some are yet to come, and it's impossible. I mean, for example, there are numerous security considerations, and the police are currently, they're assessing whether or not, when he was Special Representative for British Trade, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, who was then Prince Andrew, when he leaked sensitive information to paedophile Epstein.
The plot does seem to thicken every time we do get some new revelations from the Epstein files. But Richard, in your opinion, should King Charles make a statement and apologise to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein?
You're absolutely right that our thoughts and the emphasis must be with the victims, but there would be a problem. Firstly, the king is the fountain of justice, and if he were to make a statement and apologize, basically, I mean, this is quite possible. Police investigations might, for example, lead to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, as he is now, going on trial. Now, that would prejudice the result of any trial if the head of the judicial system had made an apology. The other problem would be it would open the royal family up to reparations. There are over 1,000, according to reports, victims or survivors, as they call themselves, of Epstein. And the third difficulty is that it would link the royal family forever with one of the most ghastly and obscene rings that have ever, it would appear, existed. A difficulty is also from a security point of view. There are numerous reports that Epstein may have been a Russian spy, and also Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's had connections with individuals who've been assumed to be or considered by the state to be Chinese spies, undesirable individuals from Tunisia and Libya and so forth. It's a ghastly tale, and also, of course, one with considerable political ramifications, as you note, in the recent week.
Yeah, absolutely. Political ramifications, and we're seeing the fallout of that right now when it comes to Keir Starmer's cabinet over in the UK. But you just actually touched on this for me. Police are assessing right now new claims that Andrew sent confidential reports to Epstein. How damaging are these further revelations for the royal family and for Andrew himself? Because you said it's absolutely ghastly. Many people would agree. Can the royal family stick together and survive this?
The royal family go back over 1,000 years, and I am sure that they will survive it. But what unquestionably, it's, as I say, very, very difficult to respond when you don't know what the next horror might well be. But certainly the fact that, well, there's a threatened civil case in the United States that may be launched against Andrew, who paid £12 million to settle a civil suit without, this was from Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who's tragically committed suicide last year. The facts were she accused him of sexual abuse. There are also reports, Thames Valley Police are looking into an accusation that Epstein flew in a woman to be with Andrew at Royal Lodge. And we also don't know what else is coming and what has been redacted too, and what may subsequently appear. So it's very difficult for the royal family, and also at a period when they are doing so much positive work, and also a trip, for example, like Prince William in Saudi Arabia, you would expect that to get maximum publicity. It's subsumed under a mountain of sleaze politically, which has affected Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer and the disgraced former ambassador to the United States. But the most important British diplomatic post that there is, Peter Mandelson, and also, as I say, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's moved out of his house, which was Royal Lodge in Windsor, to Sandringham, but he may well find that all of this, including the accusations against his ex-wife, Sarah Ferguson, who you showed in that clip. I mean, there's little doubt that she is the height of entitlement and greed from everything we've been learning.
And a little bit earlier, I did see King Charles went to Lancashire, and there was actually quite an outpouring of support when he went around to meet and greet the people who were waiting to, of course, get a glimpse of King Charles. But what do the British public think of all of this right now?
I think that firstly we're at a very difficult point politically where the two major parties have minimal support. The royal family's support is something around 60%, which is much less than in Queen Elizabeth's time, which it was well over 70, but nonetheless considerable. Republican support remains small. But support for Prince Andrew, the public have never believed the fact that he claimed a photograph of him with Virginia Giuffre, which has been substantiated by, apparently, a document written by Ghislaine Maxwell, Maxwell's madam, who ran a lot of his, or appears to have run a lot of his sleazy business. And that image has haunted him. He also, in 2019, the public were absolutely, they couldn't believe. Andrew gave an interview for Newsnight at BBC at Buckingham Palace and made some extraordinary claims. A lot of what he said was clearly lies. It couldn't be proven to be at that time. But email after email has proved a great deal of what he said and of what his ex-wife Sarah Ferguson has claimed simply isn't true. So where things move on legally is a huge question mark. The public, I think, absolutely appalled by it all. And it gets worse and worse.
Yeah, you are right. That Newsnight interview that Andrew did, as you say, it was an extraordinary time. But Richard Fitzwilliams, it was brilliant to have your analysis. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We can now go to Paul Sinclair, political aide to former UK Prime Minister Gordon Brown in number 10. Paul, brilliant to have you on the show, obviously speaking about Epstein a little bit earlier to your interview and links to Andrew. But let's focus a little bit in on Keir Starmer, because he's lost his 2 aides in just 24 hours. The Scottish Labour leader is calling for him to quit. The Prime Minister says he's not going to resign. But can he continue in the job?
He is in a very difficult position, and I won't deny that. But at the same time, I think Anna Sarwar, who's a dear friend of mine, who's the Scottish Labour leader, who's called for him to quit, was possibly misadvised in doing so, because there are a couple of problems here. One, it's very difficult to see who would replace who would replace Keir Starmer as the leader. And the other problem is that at the moment, what question is answered by replacing Starmer? And I don't think there is one. I don't think there is somebody else who's out there who could possibly do it. I think he has got enormous problems. I mean, what has happened with Peter Mandelson has been disgusting. I worked with Peter Mandelson. I know Peter Mandelson, but nobody knew the extent to which he would of his malfeasance. So therefore, I don't think if there was an easy answer in that basically let's just change the leader, I think we would do that. But I don't think there is an easy answer.
It's quite interesting, isn't it? There's no easy answer, but Andy Burnham couldn't run in the by-election. Maybe Keir Starmer stopped that because he knew something that we don't know. But, Paul, my big question is, lots of people are coming out today. Yes, Anna Sarwar's come out. He says, you know, it's a hard decision for him. Starmer was a great friend, but things are just not going quite to plan, which is quite clear to see. We've also heard from Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the Conservative Party, talking about Labour in a psychodrama. But my big question to you is Starmer's right-hand man, who is, of course, Morgan McSweeney, just the scapegoat right now in the appointment of Peter Mandelson as the US ambassador. Because let's be honest, between you and me, the final decision would have been with the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, and this was a bad judgment from him. And he seems to not always make the right decision.
It was a bad judgment by him, but one of the things I would say, since we're just speaking privately between you and me, having been an advisor number 10 to more than one Prime Minister, one of the things I think has been disappointing in Britain in the last couple of years is we've had the rise of the super advisor. And the super advisor is, Dominic Cummings under Boris Johnson and Morgan McSweeney, who have done more to promote themselves than necessarily their cause. Now, the fact of the matter is, yes, of course, Peter Mandelson was a mistake. And I do believe it is correct that Morgan McSweeney has gone. But as somebody who is an advisor and was very proud to be an advisor, you have to get a team together that supports the principle. Now, you can question whether Keir Starmer is good enough to be Prime Minister. But I tell you what, he is good enough to be supported. And I don't think he's been supported well enough by the people who are prepared to take the shilling to do that job.
So I guess the argument is he hasn't been supported because he hasn't always made the right decisions. There's been so many U-turns since Keir Starmer entered number 10, and that's something that a lot of people are saying. It's clear there's been cracks in this party from the very beginning, 18 months in. Don't forget we also had Sue Gray. Now we have Morgan McSweeney. So, he's not doing well when it comes to AIDS, let's put it that way. But another question I wanted to put to you is, you mentioned this to me, Paul, that you actually knew Peter Mandelson. Of course, he was appointed US ambassador. At the time, he was a controversial appointment. But what kind of guy was he like to work for or to know?
He was a very bad appointment. Peter Mandelson is a man who falls in love with influence and money very easily, and that is what has been his downfall. At the same time, he has an intellect that is certainly worth having on board. But when you come to the point, and we talk about the thing that you touched about Keir Starmer not being very well served by the people. You're a wonderful presenter, if I may say so, but you're there because of a great number of wonderful people behind you in a production team. Now, the problem that Keir Starmer has is he doesn't have quite the right production team. And I think if he did have a better production team, he would appear to be a better Prime Minister.
I just want to say, you're absolutely right, Paul. I have the best production team. And if Keir Starmer had my production team, he might still be running the country. But that's not the story right now when it comes to him. But, Paul, my big question really to you is, what does Keir Starmer need to say to MPs tonight to make it clear he has a steady hand at the helm of a ship? Because from the outside, many people might say it feels like that is just not the case.
Here's what he needs to do. And I remember it when I worked for Gordon Brown, who I think was an absolutely brilliant Prime Minister in very difficult circumstances. And it is to stop playing the political game, to stop kind of looking at the odds and just do the right thing. I think what people need to know in the Labour Party and what people need to know in the country is they need to be reminded of what the Labour Party is about what its values are. And it is not actually about supporting a leader, come or go. It's about supporting the values. And that's what he needs to do. People don't like Keir Starmer. I don't think Keir Starmer will particularly ever be likeable. But we can like what he stands for if he explains it.
So Starmer's been in power for 18 months. We've seen a number of U-turns from his Labour government. And now we're seeing these resignations. Is the Prime Minister fatally wounded? And are they just bandaging him up to survive the next election and by-election that's set to come?
I have said this on more than one occasion, that there are a finite number of times in which Number 10 can reinvent itself. And I do think he might have run out of those times. But I have to say, and I go back to what is better next. We need to get back to, it needs to be not just a politics of personalities. It needs to be a politics of principle. It needs to be a politics of policy, of what we want to achieve. Now, if you are saying to me, do I think that Keir Starmer will lead the Labour Party into the next election? Hand on heart, no, I don't believe so. Do I believe he still has a part to serve? Yes, I do. And I think he can do it by setting out. I mean, he's got the most appalling job and the most wonderful job on earth, and that is to be the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. What he now needs to do is not work or in terms of how do I eke out more time, is how he spends the time. Because if he spends the time well, the time will extend.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens in the Gordon and Denton by-election that's upcoming at the end of this month. But I just want to move on to one final thought from you, if I can, Paul. What should Mandelson do now? What's his next step as all these revelations come out about him?
Prepare for jail.
OK. So Mandelson should prepare for jail, and do you think that as the more revelations come up from the Epstein files, that's where he's going to end up?
I suspect so. I think the one thing, Peter Mandelson has done many good things for the Labour Party, but the best thing he can do now is just us draw a line under him. I think what he's done, people are comparing it to tragedies of the past. He's basically on the same level in my mind to Kim Philby, although at least Kim Philby, the spy, believed in something. It's time that he moved on, and it's time that British politics moved on from Peter Mandelson.
Paul Sinclair, it's been brilliant to have you on. I've really enjoyed your analysis. Thank you for your time.
Lovely to speak to you.
The arguments in a landmark social media trial have started today when some of the world's biggest companies are being accused of making products that are intentionally addictive and harmful to young people. Meta co-founder and chief executive Mark Zuckerberg, along with the bosses of Instagram and YouTube, are expected to be called as witnesses during the trial. For more on this, I'm joined by Rebecca Hudson, editor-in-chief of the News Movement. Rebecca, great to have you on the show with me today. So social media is on trial in LA. Over the years, people have tried to sue the owners of Facebook, YouTube, TikTok and Snapchat, but they've all failed, most of them. It's been very difficult. What makes this court case different?
Yeah, I mean, this is truly exceptional, kind of what's happening over in LA at the moment. So like you say, lots of families, campaign groups, individuals have tried to take these huge social media platforms to court before, for creating harmful content, for the impact that it has on kind of our real world lives. But today we're seeing the beginning of this landmark trial, which is really different because firstly, it's going to appear in front of a jury. None of these platforms ever been subject to trial by jury. And we're going to hear from 1,500 plaintiffs, which is kind of staggering when you think about the volume of cases that really entails. And the idea being that this is going to set, these are kind of called bellwether trials, which will set legal precedent for other court cases that could follow a sort of a similar theme. And what's interesting here is that today they're not being accused of harmful content. They're being accused of creating environments and platforms that are addictive and deliberately harmful to young people. So Previously, these platforms have been kind of hauled into courtrooms for publishing damaging content, for not moderating content effectively. But today it's actually looking at how these platforms operate. So things that you and I are really used to, so the infinite scroll, being able to like, being able to comment, all those behaviors that keep us on the platforms, that is what's on trial today.
And for the first time, as you did just say to me, Rebecca, social media companies are on trial. They will be facing trial by jury. So what will the big companies' main defense argument actually be?
So previously, when they've been sort of taken to court, they've been able to hide under a kind of subsection of the Communications Act in the US, which is typically where these cases are heard, which protects parties from publishing content, as part of, the freedom of speech amendment, and, the ability for these platforms to publish what they want. So that's kind of how it's sort of historically kind of operated. But in this instance, they might have to now change how they operate. So potentially change their functionality, pay a fine, and also, this sets a legal precedent for other cases to be brought against them. And the typical defences we hear, are that they go to great efforts to keep their user bases safe, that there's no correlation between the platforms that they run and the consequences in the real world. But all of those are going to be put to test, today and over the coming weeks. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see kind of how the jury responds to those arguments when they are faced with 1,500 plaintiffs, all talking about how these platforms have negatively impacted the lives of young people.
And if the jurors decide the tech companies are harmful and addictive by design, will this change the way that we live online? You mentioned the scrolling earlier. We can just scroll for hours and hours and hours, and there seems to be no cutoff point. What changes could possibly come?
Yeah, I think that's why this is so landmark, is that this could literally change how you and I use Instagram. It could change how you and I use TikTok. It might be that they have to regulate how long people use the platforms for. It might be that certain things are removed, so we can't comment on strangers' posts. It might be that likes and dislikes and all that kind of functionality and iconography is removed. Anything that could be claimed, has an impact on how people feel and is harmful and is addictive. So this could be hugely significant for sort of how technology operates. And of course, if they make the changes in California, the likelihood is that they'd be rolled out for users across the world. So although this is happening in LA, the whole world should be watching, because the consequences of this trial could impact us all.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've also seen the likes of social media bans in Australia for under 16s, which has been something that other countries are also considering as people think about protecting children online. It's becoming a big talking point. But Rebecca, what happens right now if the social media companies lose? How much do they have to pay out? And what reputational damage could this possibly have?
Yeah, so we're talking about kind of an uncapped payout depending on what these platforms are found guilty of. But you can imagine if it is proven that there is a correlation between people committing real life harm to themselves, taking their own lives, ending up with sort of disorders, eating disorders, etc. You can imagine that would be sort of hugely significant in terms of compensation, and likely looking at it being a percentage of the profits of these companies. So, you and I both know how much they rake in from advertising, from data, from all that stuff. We're talking about potentially billions of dollars being paid out. And reputationally, like you say, we've got countries around the world, discussing whether we should be banning social media for under 16s. You talk about Australia, in the UK, where I am today. It's a very live topic of conversation. And you can imagine other countries following suit. So reputationally, I think this court case is already a bit of a nightmare for these brands, because it's got us all talking once again about how these platforms operate and whether they have our best interests at heart.
Yeah, Rebecca Hudson, great conversation. Thank you. As you say, hot topic at the moment. Great to have you on.
Thank you.
Now, in Japan, messages of congratulations from around the world have been pouring in for Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi and her governing coalition following a big win in the country's general election. The landslide victory paves the way for her proactive fiscal policy and overhaul of Japan's defense capabilities aimed at countering China's military assertiveness. Chris Gilbert reports.
It was a stunning result for Japan's governing coalition, riding on the back of Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi's sky-high popularity ratings. The win caps a remarkable turnaround for Takaichi's Liberal Democratic Party, following consecutive drubbings in national elections over the past 2 years. US President Donald Trump took to the platform X to congratulate Japan's leader, wishing her a success in passing her conservative, peace-through-strength agenda. US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent also hailed the win.
And boy, has she had a big victory today. She's going to have 2/3 majority in the upper house. President Trump endorsed her last week. She is a great ally, great relationship with the president. And when Japan is strong, the U.S. is strong in Asia.
Japanese stocks rose at the start of the week following Takaichi's win. Her proactive fiscal policy, emphasizing large-scale strategic investment, lifted investors' moods. The margin of victory gives the governing coalition a strong mandate to push through its policies.
The opposition parties have lost a large number of seats, so in that sense, it may make it easier for things to move forward. But at the same time, if an atmosphere emerges in which people feel they can't voice opposing opinions, then I think carelessness and arrogance will start to crop up. I sincerely hope the administration avoids this kind of situation.
Takaichi also plans to accelerate defense spending and expand Japan's missile and drone programs. She's taking a tough line against China as well as North Korea in what she sees as the threat they pose to stability in the Asia-Pacific. Observers are watching closely to see whether Japan's leader revises the country's pacifist constitution that's been in place since the end of World War II. Doing so will likely raise tensions with Beijing, and how Takaichi manages her relationship with China may define her foreign policy and Japan's defense posture for years to come. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. A Hong Kong court has sentenced pro-democracy media mogul Jimmy Lai to 20 years in prison for national security crimes. Lai was found guilty in December of 2 counts of conspiracy to collude with foreign forces and for publishing seditious materials. The 78-year-old has denied all the charges against him. Venezuela's Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado says armed men have kidnapped a prominent opposition politician, Juan Paulo Juniper, just hours after his release by authorities. The public prosecutor's office confirmed that Juniper was taken into custody for violating the conditions of his release. Thousands of people have gathered across Australia to protest against Israeli President Isaac Herzog's visit. Protesters say Herzog is complicit in civilian deaths in Gaza, a claim he denies. One rally in Sydney at the Bondi Attack Memorial turned violent as police hit protesters with pepper spray and arrested at least 15 people. The Seattle Seahawks have beaten the New England Patriots to win this year's Super Bowl. Jason Myers kicked 5 field goals for the Seahawks, which was a Super Bowl record. And Puerto Rican superstar Bad Bunny gave a historic halftime show by performing the entire set in Spanish. President Trump described it as one of the worst ever. Let's get the latest with a showbiz reporter at the Daily Mail, Stephanie Tetchy. Bad Bunny. I know, we've got lots to talk about today. Let's go into Bad Bunny. Super Bowl halftime show. It's causing controversy. Trump was definitely not impressed. Why?
Well, you know what, in my personal opinion, Leigh Ann, Bad Bunny was far from bad on stage yesterday, but it's clearly evident there is no love lost between Bad Bunny and Donald Trump. From the time that Bad Bunny was announced as the headliner for the Super Bowl, there drew a lot of criticism, especially from Donald Trump, who said he would not be watching the show, but clearly curiosity got the best of him last night as he did tune in. And he said, as you said, it was absolutely terrible. He said this was an affront to America. It didn't represent the standards of creativity, excellency that America is supposed to show. He ripped it apart, including with the dances. He said the dancing was terrible. And then the icing on the cake from Donald Trump about his performance, Bad Bunny's performance, was that it was all in Spanish. He said, I didn't understand what he was saying. I don't think this is a thought that has been kind of supported by lots of people, both critics and fans alike. I think those 13 minutes of Bad Bunny's performance has gone down a storm. It's made history, and it's come at a time where America is divided but needs some unity. And for some people, this Super Bowl performance did it.
I must say, Stephanie, Bad Bunny's entire show, as you just said, was in Spanish. I watched it, didn't understand a word, but doesn't mean you can't enjoy it. Let's be honest with each other. I don't speak any Spanish. But despite Donald Trump's intense criticism, as he said he wasn't going to watch it, clearly tuned in, many celebrities have actually praised his performance. Who was saying what and coming out in his defense?
Oh, there has been so many stars, even beforehand, Leigh Ann, that were just so honoured and in support of Bad Bunny's performance. One of them was J-Lo, who says that she was left emotional by the performance. Of course, Bad Bunny joined her at her performance back in 2020, and she said it's been an honour to see that new people are going to get to know him. A fellow person who's also taken to the stage at the Super Bowl is Katy Perry, and she said, you know, he's shown what the real American dream looks like. And then also his fellow Latino star Ricky Martin says that, you know, he knew that the pressure would be on Bad Bunny to deliver. And he says, you know, there's always that problem of staying true to your heritage, what she feels that Bad Bunny done with this performance. So online, on social media, everyone has given Bad Bunny the thumbs up. He truly did make history last night.
I must say, I didn't know who Bad Bunny was until pretty much the Super Bowl performance. I'm not really in the rap category anymore, I must say. Old school, yes. New school, no. But let's talk about the average Super Bowl, Stephanie. Halftime show pulls in around 127 million viewers. How many people tuned in to get a watch of Bad Bunny? Because let's be honest, Turning Points USA held their very own show with Kid Rock because they weren't happy about Bad Bunny being chosen to do that halftime show.
I was quite surprised about that. Actually, that Turning Point went that step further to make sure that there was going to be an alternative to Bad Bunny's show. So they managed to draw in 6 million viewers to watch Kid Rock's performance for Turning Point, which obviously is the organisation that was dedicated to Charlie, founded by Charlie Kirk. But for Bad Bunny's performance, at the moment, the tallies are still coming in, but he's surpassed well over 100 million viewers last night. Last year, when Kendrick Lamar was performing, it was 133 million. So I can imagine by tomorrow, by the figures that come out, it will well surpass that. This was one of the most controversial and talked about performances that we've had in a while for Super Bowl. So as well, some people can watch it back on YouTube. So I think he's probably done really well when it comes to hits, both streaming and watching it in traditional TV.
And Lady Gaga made a surprise appearance, but many of Bad Bunny's fans are criticising the rapper for not featuring a Latin performer. Why didn't Cardi B sing? Maybe I would have chosen Shakira. Not sure.
Yeah, I would have gone for Shakira too, totally. I would have liked to see her on stage because she is unapologetically Latino. But I do think that the criticism is a bit blown over proportion because you did have Cardi B there. He was in the crowd in the performance on stage. We had Pedro Pascal. We had Jessica Alba. So the Latino turnout was strong. Cardi B has previously been offered to perform at the Super Bowl and she declined it. She says she hasn't had enough hits in her career. She doesn't feel ready to do do that. So I can imagine if they did give Cardi B the chance to do it, she probably would have said no. And Lady Gaga is a very big name, and also she done a Latino version of her track "Die Before My Smile." So I think the Latino flavor was there. And I think from start to finish, in the whole 13 minutes of this performance, you cannot deny that it was quintessentially Latino.
And I'm out of time. I'm not allowed to ask you this question, but I'm going to. Just a quick thought. Was the wedding during the halftime show real? I wanted to know that. Do you think that those two people really got married?
Leigh Ann, it was so real. Can you imagine getting married at the Super Bowl? But one thing which is going to drive a lot of people crazy, they're not revealing the names of the pair who got married. So that's why a lot of people thought it was fake. But apparently they are dear friends of Bad Bunny, and he invited them to get married on one of his biggest moments of his career.
Absolutely fabulous. I like the wedding part. Stephanie Tecci, as always, thank you so much. A reminder of our top stories. The Prince and Princess of Wales break their silence on the latest revelations from the Epstein files. Tech giants attend a landmark social media trial over addiction claims. And the Seattle Seahawks win this year's Super Bowl as Puerto Rican star Bad Bunny performs a historic halftime show entirely in Spanish. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Now, King Abdulaziz International Airport is a major international airport serving the cities of Jeddah and Mecca, and the airport has been reporting some unprecedented traffic milestones since the start of 2026. In January, the airport saw its busiest ever operational week, and on the 17th of January, its busiest ever day. 195,300 travellers passed through the airport's terminal on that day alone. Well, for the month as a whole, the airport handled 29,200 flights and 5.45 million passengers. That is up 7.3% versus January of last year. Well, Flyadeal is a Saudi Arabian low-cost airline headquartered there at Jeddah's King Abdulaziz International. Well, also happens to be the fastest growing airline in the Middle East. We're joined now by the Flyadeal CEO, Stephen Greenway. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, Stephen.
Thanks for having me, Tom.
Your airline isn't quite 10 years old, is it? And yet you carried more than 10 million passengers last year. That's a first. 10.7 million to be precise. And just looking at those January numbers that I was just talking about in the introduction there, I mean, it does look, doesn't it, like 2026 is off to a flying start.
Absolutely. We just turned 8 years old back in September of last year, so we should be 10 in 2027. But in terms of January, yeah, I'd like to think we actually contributed to some of that. So our capacity for January was up 37% year on year, which is huge. You know, we're not a small airline. We're not a huge airline, but we're not a small one either. We've had 44 aircraft. Our 45th arrives on Monday next week. Just to give you a comparison, that was 300,000 extra seats year on year, just for the month of January alone that we were flying that we didn't fly last year. So it is booming. And Jeddah it's interesting. It's the second airport, of Riyadh's the primary airport, but it's actually bigger than Riyadh. And a lot of it has to do with traffic mix. We have a lot of pilgrims coming into Jeddah, and that boosts the numbers up over Riyadh.
Okay, so huge numbers of passengers, notably at Jeddah, as we were saying there. You're managing very well on the OTP, 92%, so almost all of your planes are leaving and arriving on time. In fact, I think you're the world's most punctual airline. But can the airport facilities really manage that volume of passengers?
Absolutely. So in terms of, we really speak of Jeddah and Riyadh, and there are constraints. I mean, the government admits as much. They're building new runways, so we're getting a third runway in Riyadh as an example. We're also doing some terminal moves this month in February because I've just opened up Terminal 2 after a refurbishment. So Riyadh has got a pathway to be able to lift capacity, and Jeddah is very much the same. They're shutting down the North Terminal and renovating that, and also expanding other facilities as well. So they are investing, and we do desperately need that because there are going to be constraints over the next couple of years without that investment. So we're looking forward to, hopefully, no constraints over the next couple of years.
Okay, so that's the infrastructure. Let's talk about the people. Have you got enough people? And what's your preferred recruitment mix? Are you mostly local? Are you more international? How does that work?
About 60% local. The foreigners, most of them are either our captains or our cabin crew. All of our first officers are Saudi, and there's a Saudization program that is linked to 2030. And we have deep recruitment pools within the kingdom. So we have a cadet pilot program for our first officers. We've already trained 50 in the last year. We're doing another 100 this year. So that is a great supply of first officers for our growth. And we also have a lot of departments and a lot of team members who are Saudi. We have the finance team and the HR team. They're all Saudi. So we really do have good local talent, great universities, and there are schemes and subsidies and scholarships that the government participates in to be able to train people up, either a technical vocation or pilot or what have you.
Okay, so you've got that cadet training program in Saudi Arabia. I mean, that does suggest, doesn't it, and everyone talks about a shortage of pilots in the open market. Is that something you're struggling with? Is it difficult to recruit pilots?
It's real for the rest of the world. It's not for me. I get asked quite a lot, and we don't have a shortage at all. So as I said, we have quite a good pipeline of first officers coming in who are have a commercial pilot's license. They need to be type rated onto our aircraft. We have a program with the Ministry of Education to do that in Spain. So that's really supplying that through. And it's also, Saudi Arabia has now become very, very attractive to live in. So when we do require foreigners, particularly for our captains, we don't have a problem or a challenge to be able to bring them into the kingdom.
Okay, talk us about the training that you offer your people. What sort of training, refresher courses do you offer people over and above what is mandated by the industry?
For pilots and cabin crew? Or?
All throughout the flyer deal.
Well, for pilots and cabin crew, we have a partnership with Prince Sultan Academy, and that's actually owned by the Saudia Group. So this is where the group comes into play. Saudia Group is actually 9 companies. One of them is the training company, Prince Sultan Academy. And we work with them in terms of training a lot of our people, particularly our cabin crew and pilots. We also work with Airbus. We actually train some of our crew here in Dubai, and we also train our crew in terms of our first officers overseas in Spain to get their type rating as well. In terms of our own personnel, in terms of head office and so forth, there are many schemes that we can participate in terms of government schemes that actually improve and enhance their capabilities in terms of skills training.
And you've got a program, haven't you, I read, that is to train cabin crew to become officially registered tour guides. What's the rationale there?
Well, it's a partnership with Saudia Tourism, and anyone who's been on the ground in the kingdom will tell you how proud the Saudis are, and they want to shift the narrative in terms of the country. They want people to come and visit Saudi Arabia and see with their own eyes how beautiful the country is, how dynamic the country is. And then that partnership was structured with Saudi Tourism that we thought our best advocates are our cabin crew. And we've trained up some of our Saudi cabin crew as an initial batch of 10 to be able to impart knowledge. So if someone's travelling to Alula, as an example, on one of our aircraft, they can give recommendations and tips in terms of what they should do on the ground.
Okay, you're in a challenging industry. We've already talked about the difficulty of finding pilots, although you're saying that's not a particular challenge for Flyer Deal.
No.
One of the other big problems for airlines is finding aeroplanes. And there are a lot of reports circulating about some pretty major orders in the pipeline in Saudi Arabia, not necessarily Flyer Deal ones, but at the moment, you've got 44 aircraft, I think, at the moment.
Yes,
is that
that's
right?
Yeah.
What's on order, and what are your plans to grow the fleet?
So I think the Kingdom has something like 600 or so aircraft on order over the next 4 to 5 years. Now, part of that is our order book. We have 44 aircraft at the moment. 45th arrives in a couple of days. And we have an expansion plan over the next 3 to 4 years that gets us to just shy of 100 aircraft, actually 98. And that is a mix of short haul in terms of our 320s and 321s, and also now long haul in terms of our A330s, which will allow us to do give us true global reach, I suppose. So in a very, very short amount of time, we're going to be more than doubling in size, but also capability in terms of being able to stretch our network further.
Okay. Talk us about the diversity of your fleet. You've erred on the side of A320s up until now.
Yes.
10 A330s on order. What's the ideal mix? I mean, wouldn't it have been better to just stay with A320s?
Yeah, absolutely. But you've got the A320s, which just punt. We punt around the GCC and so forth, and they're fantastic aircraft, and they fly domestically. 321s are coming on board, through 240 seats, a little bit longer range. They can get us down to India and Pakistan really, really economically, and our unit cost decreases by about 18%. The 330s is one of those decisions we had to make. Do we want to make our business complex, or do we really want to be able to stretch our capability? And that came about because in its singularity, the Kingdom is quite different from many other operating markets. Number one is we have a lot of labour traffic coming into the Kingdom, people who build buildings, clean the streets, etc., from all around the world. That's a huge, high volume but low yield market, which is perfectly suited for us. The second is religious traffic. I hinted on that in terms of Jeddah. But you've got 2 billion Muslims around the world, and obviously we're at the centre point of the Muslim religion in terms of Mecca, and bringing those individuals into the country so they can have a pilgrimage. So again, another core target market that's quite specific to Saudi Arabia, and therefore that tilted us in terms of making that decision. It does bring in a little bit of complexity into the business, for sure, I accept, in terms of having a second aircraft type. But the volumes are so large, we can't ignore it. If we didn't do it, someone else would.
Right, a lot of airlines facing order delays. I mean, has that impacted you, and is that part of the rationale behind diversifying the fleet?
No, I mean, if we would go with another supplier, I suppose. We're with Airbus. We have doubled down on Airbus with the Airbus 330 that we've ordered as well. We did have issues last year. We had 4 of our aircraft actually quite delayed, missing seats, missing engines, and so forth, and delayed production. The last 4 aircraft in the second half of the year actually were delivered on time, so I have to acknowledge that. I actually sat with Airbus here in Dubai only recently, past 2 days ago, and it looks like our order book is holding firm at this moment in time. But anything can happen. It is very... The supply chain is very, very constrained at this moment in time, and I suppose all you need to do is have the wind blow a little bit, and all of a sudden you've got a delay. However, our orders for this year, the 45th aircraft, which I've spoken about, is on time. But I also have to put a footline in that and a caveat. When I say on time, it's already on the back of a number of delays already. And unfortunately, we had our 321s delayed, which were meant to be starting to deliver this year. We have 39 on the order book. Unfortunately, they're not coming until 2027 now. So that was a bit of a difficult pill to swallow.
OK, let's talk about destinations for a moment.
Yeah.
43 destinations as things currently stand. They all seem to be short, medium haul.
Yep.
For now, and you've got 5 new destinations in Pakistan that you're serving. Syria is a market that's opened up for you in the last year or so. Where are you going to focus next?
I love opening up new markets. Syria is an interesting one for me. We're into Damascus from both Jeddah and Riyadh, and we hope, if we get security clearance in literally the next 2 weeks, we can open up Aleppo, which is the second largest city in Syria. So with the civil war now done, or out of the way, hopefully, the country is now back opening up, and there's a lot of Syrians in the kingdom. There's 2 million Syrians living and working in the kingdom, so there's this huge opportunity in terms of market share. Our backyard, we still don't fly to a lot of places in the GCC. Bahrain, Doha is an example. So there's some easy ones there that we'll focus on over the next couple of years. You mentioned Pakistan, 5 cities in the past year alone. We've just celebrated our first anniversary there. And we've also been speaking about India for this year. So we want to open up India probably in the second half of the year. So that's our immediate term. And then we want to push as far as Malaysia, Indonesia, and Bangladesh and so forth with our new A330s next year. So we really are stretching the model.
OK, and any plan to sort of take it long haul?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Malaysia.
That is long haul, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's 12 hours. 12 hour sectors from Jeddah, so it's long haul. So our typical sectors are 2 hours, so we really are stretching the model over the next 48 months.
OK. Now, your product is an all economy cabin.
Yes.
How are you going to diversify the product? Will you diversify the product offering?
So on the 320s and 321s, no. We have 186 seats on our 320s and 240 on the 321 when they arrive next year. High density, but it brings our costs down, keeps our unit costs low, and allows us to be able to deliver a cheap fare to consumers. And that's what we're all about. With the 330, because it's just a bigger plane, we're able to do more things. We will have a small premium cabin on board, and we will have different seating products down the back as well that people can choose from. Just simply because the plane's much larger, you can offer different seating types and so forth on the aircraft.
OK, what do you think is better for Flyadeal? Is it thickening up the route with additional services on existing destinations, or boosting frequency on those, or adding new destinations? What do you err towards?
All of the above. We've got such a big order book that we can do both. So if you have a look at, say, Jeddah Riyadh, we have 25 flights a day each way on Jeddah Riyadh. And we will continue adding flights. I wouldn't be surprised in the next 12 months we'll be up to 30. So literally more than one flight every hour of the day. And our competitors are doing the same. So we always look first and foremost as where we can thicken up, where we can double up, triple up, etc., because you want that network depth. That said, though, there's a limit to that, obviously, in terms of saturation, and we look for new routes, and most of our new routes are coming from international. So those 321s that I spoke of for next year and so forth, they really allow us to do very economical flying to the subcontinent, as an example. We can get up to southeastern Europe. For example, it's only 4 hours away from Jeddah. So there's a lot of options on the table. But first and foremost, absolutely right, we want to really go deep on the routes that we currently have. But even then, you've got to be careful of saturation. And we also want to expand internationally. Our international footprint is only about 25% of our total capacity at the moment. We want to get it to 50% in the next 2 to 3 years.
Now, you are partners with Al Fursan, which is, of course, the mileage program of your sister carrier, Saudia. But why do you think in the past, traditionally, low-cost carriers have tended to keep away from offering their passengers loyalty programs? I'm a loyalty freak. I love the whole theory of loyalty, and started a loyalty program in Hong Kong and sold it to Cathay Pacific many years ago. But for me, I don't have an answer to that. I actually think LCCs should have a loyalty program because, I mean, the revenue that you can generate off the sale of points, the ecosystem you can build, the stickiness to your brand that you can construct. In this instance, though, we didn't need to. We actually had a loyalty program that was very, very strong in the kingdom in terms of Al Fursan, which is part of the Saudia group, you know, millions of members. So we automatically tapped into that. I'll give you one number as an example. From June of last year alone, we have had 30,000 people redeem on Flyadeal. So people with their points redeeming on us, purchasing tickets with their points and flying on us. At 30,000 out of nothing, you know. So that in itself, you know, I think underscores the importance of the program to us. And also, I'm just a big believer of loyalty programs because they're very different from frequent flyer programs. You want to have a loyalty program that is a lifestyle program where, yes, travel is the cornerstone of the product, but you can do many, many other things with your points and your loyalty membership and so forth. And that's what Al Fursan does. OK, and you've signed up with Amadeus. That's your first agreement with a GDS, a global distribution system. I mean, you are veering away a little bit, aren't you, here, from the classic LCC business model?
We are long-haul, loyalty, GDS, absolutely, but it's absolute necessity. If we want to distribute our product internationally effectively, particularly in markets where we have very little market presence, to be honest, like Europe, at this moment in time, we need to put our product on more shelves. We can't just rely on direct sales. We just simply cannot. We don't have the scale of a Ryanair in Europe. But equally, we're tapping up new markets. So the GDS allows us to get into corporate travel. And that's really, really key, like Amex corporate travel and so forth. So we're opening up new market segments to us that are highly profitable and allowing people to travel. We also have now, we're only the second carrier to do it in the kingdom, a link with Expro, and that is the government travel portal. And so now government employees in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia can now travel us, whereas they only had one choice previously, which was Saudi. So we're giving the government a low-cost option for their employees to be able to travel around the countryside, and also people who are hospitalised, and they may need to go, say, do chemotherapy at a hospital in Riyadh, but they live in Jeddah. We move them around cost-effectively for the nation. So that is another customer segment that we now have that we didn't have only 12 months ago. It does change the model a little bit, but there's a lot of business there. So either I leave the money on the table for someone else or we go after it ourselves.
Okay. Now, you've invested a lot of money in IT infrastructure, I'm told, and you probably get asked this all the time, and when we bring AI into everything. But in what areas of Flyadeal's management is AI proving to be most useful and boosting efficiency? I mean, I can think of yield management for one, but what else?
First, I would say there's a lot of noise about AI. There's a lot of vendors out there purporting to have solutions that somehow can revolutionize how you operate and so forth. Do I believe that AI is the next industrial revolution? I do. But it's still in its infancy in many areas. And don't also forget that we are regulated heavily. So as an example, we have AI solutions being pitched to us about operations and weight and balance of aircraft. Yeah, but you can't really implement that because it's actually, you have to have trained, registered people with the authorities that actually make that decision. You can't rely on AI to do that for you. So what we're looking at is a range of solutions across the company, everything from recruitment to our operations control center to fuel savings and so forth. We augment the decision making. We use AI to help us streamline our decision making, disrupt management. We'll throw in an AI model in terms of, well, okay, if the weather front comes into Jeddah, what do you think we should do? How do you think we should modify our network? And does that correlate with actually the human thinking in terms of what, which is based on decades of experience? And then we fine-tune our activities. So at the moment, what we're trying to do is cut through all the noise, number one, and find solutions that are actually meaningful. And number two is actually then use those as augmenting our own decision-making by our own people.
Okay, we're coming to the end. I mean, on this program, we've talked a lot about the rapid transformation of the aviation sector in Saudi Arabia. We've spoken to you, we've spoken to your sister airline Saudia, we've spoken to Riyadh Air. Where and how do you see Flyadeal playing a part with Vision 2030?
I think there's really three business models in the market at the moment. One is the premium, and that is Saudia at the moment, but soon to be Riyadh Air. You have a hybrid, which is FlyNAS, our biggest competitor. So they're a bit mixed. They have a business class cabin. They also have an LCC cabin down the back. And then we're a pure play. And I say it unromantically, we're a bus. We get people from A to B safely, on time, we do not cancel, and we're cheap. And as long as we stick to that proposition, I think we've got a winner. Because people know, even if they only paid 100 SAR, they know that we've got reliability. They know they're going to get from A to B on time, et cetera, et cetera. And it is a really, really valuable proposition. And don't forget, Saudi Arabia is a big country. They need air travel, and we want to be able to take Saudi Arabians to the world, and we want to bring the world to Saudi Arabia. And so we are that mass market travel option in terms of air travel option, and we'll continue to play that in the years to come.
Okay, so you play very neatly into the Vision 2030 ambitions and goals.
Absolutely, we're a key enabler. I mean, if they want the 130 million tourists a year, et cetera, we have to. We're part of that mix. We're absolutely part of that mix because we provide that mass form of travel, be it pilgrims, be it worker traffic, or be it leisure traffic, or VFR. We are the solution to that.
Okay, well, they're very close to that number now, aren't they?
They are.
Thank you very much indeed. Really nice talking to you, Stephen Greenaway, the CEO of Flyadeal. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thanks very much, Tom.
Hello and thanks for joining us on Al Arabiya English here in Riyadh at the World Defence Show. I'm Melinda Nucifora, and we have the pleasure of welcoming the CEO of the World Defence Show, Andrew Piercy, here to Al Arabiya. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Andrew, the World Defence Show has certainly grown. It's evolved over the years that it's been running. Talk us through what are the biggest changes we're seeing this year, some of the biggest challenges as the expansion continues.
Yeah, well, actually, I mean, it's only the third edition, and already it's grown exponentially. So it's now, I would argue, the #1 defence show in the world. And some of the things, areas that we've grown are unmanned systems and around the flying displays, but also the exhibitors in the halls and all of the content. So really this World Defence Show's around the future of defence integration. So that's the theme.
Yeah, I was going to talk to you about that theme, the future of defence integration. I mean, the way defence security is changing so rapidly as technology advances. What sort of future-proofing technology are we seeing at this defence show this year?
Well, really, we cover all of the domains here, so that integration part covers all of the domains. So at this show, we cover, land, air, sea, space, security, and they all work together, and they're all about operating systems now. So some of the themes that you'll see coming out of the show are obviously around AI, and that comes across a lot in everything that we do, but really it's the application of that and where that comes. And so the great thing about this show is we have live demonstrations. So you'll see a lot of that integration, not just in being talked about, but actually being applied in live demonstrations. So we've got an airfield, I've got a land display area over there, and I've got nets inside the halls as well for smaller drones. So I've got a really good platform for demonstrating how that integration works.
I was going to ask you, you said you consider it the #1 defence show. A lot of people would agree. What do you think sets it apart? Is it the ability to display what is being talked about?
I think that's one of the things that I think we can sort of say that we can do uniquely. But on top of it, I've got over 1,500 exhibitors, nearly 1,500 exhibitors exhibiting. So in terms of numbers of exhibitors, it's big. But also I've got 61 of the top 100 defence companies here at the defence show. No other defence show has that many. So there are a number of metrics that we use. We also got a really, really big delegation program. So people are coming from all over the world. Delegations from fully international delegations are coming to this show to meet exhibitors, to do business. And so there's many things that I think make us the #1.
It's always the things that happen on the sideline of these sorts of events as well, where a lot of the business is done.
It is. It's all about the conversations. So, today we transition on the first day, and you're already feeling the energy that's coming across, and people are meeting, and it's about having meaningful conversations. We've also got a content program talking about the trends and how it's going to evolve the defence landscape. So all of that brings that together. So it's not just about the assets and the displays, it's about the conversations that happen at this show, and that's what makes this show unique.
Overwhelming demand from exhibitors. I mean, it was almost sold out well in advance. What do you think that says about this particular show, but maybe also about the world we live in at the moment?
Yeah, for sure, defence is becoming very important. I think it's about prosperity and protection. So defence is a necessary thing that countries are looking at. But in terms of exhibitors, we've got, as I said, over 1,400 from 89 countries are going to be here. And so, yeah, it's a brilliant show for that.
You talk about integration, so let's turn our attention to Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia. How does the World Defence Show work into that vision? I mean, there's a lot of talk about localization of 50% of defence spending. So what kind of a platform, what sort of a unique opportunity does the World Defence Show offer exhibitors with regards to that?
Well, what's quite important is, we are an international show, but what we do is we balance sort of the local objectives and clear ambition around that 50% localisation target, but we also provide opportunity for the internationals to come and do it. So it's managing that, and we create that platform so that we attract both. And in terms of the Vision 2030, so that 50% localisation is absolutely one of our core objectives. We're a platform to deliver that. But on top of that, we're also looking how we can bring new talent in. So part of that Vision 2030 is making sure we've got the next generation, people coming into engineering, into the defence. So on the last 2 days of our show, we welcome over 4,000 students into the show from the universities and show them what the careers they can look at and all the sort of things that might interest them.
So we've sort of touched on the domestic side. You say you sort of balance the international appeal of the show as well. How do you go managing that balance, keeping it internationally focused?
Yeah, well, I mean, important part, whilst the 50% localisation target is a sort of Saudi target, it needs international partners to help deliver that, and that provides opportunity for the international. So it's not so much about a balance, it's just providing the right platform, providing the right opportunities for both international and for local, and if you do that well, you'll get a really good mix.
A lot of announcements, agreements, as we say, coming out of the show, a lot of things, a lot of conversations happening on the sidelines. What does it tell you, or what does it tell our viewers about how the World Defence Show sort of functions, maybe not just as an expo, but as a facilitator of conversation?
Yeah, so I mean, that's key. What we do here is we have a focused week of discussions. And so what it provides businesses and governments and whatever is an opportunity to close deals and accelerate the process that might have taken them a year or two. But we've got it all in 1 week. We've got all the right people in the right place, having the right conversations. And so those deals come out, and it's a perfect platform for that.
How do you think this year is going to compare to other years?
Well, I think, as I said, we've already, in terms of exhibitors, we're already way up there. We've exceeded the number of countries participating. Visitors-wise, we're hoping to get around about 130,000 visitors over the week. So I think we're on track for that. So I think it's going to be the best show yet.
What should people be looking out for? Is there something stand out for you that has set this year apart with regards to who's showing and what they're going to see?
Yeah, I mean, the obvious things are the flying displays. We've got all of the different displays. So, you know, we've got the F-35 flying, we've got the F-16 flying, we've got display teams. So those things are exciting and good to watch. And we've got the land display area. But also look for the things that aren't just the assets. Look at who's meeting who, the conversations that are being had. So much to look for. So if you come to the show, I think there's a feast for the eyes for everything to see.
I think for the senses, I'm sure there's going to be a bit of noise going on too. Just finally, before we wrap up, the way defence is approached is really changing. There's so much more of a cyber sort of element. How is that sort of integrated into the show?
Yeah, so that domain security, and we put cyber under that kind of domain, is fully integrated within this show. And actually, it's essential for this integration message of how the platforms operate together. You need a strong cyber security, and it's becoming one of the most important domains for that. So we cover that with a number of exhibitors here, and there'll be a London content programme around cybersecurity. So there's lots here around that.
Lots of speakers and panel sort of discussions happening as well. Can you talk us through why that's important?
Yeah, because the trends of the defence industry, it's all about sharing knowledge, and people come here and they want to know what's going on. So it's really important that we put a platform of conferences on and speeches and everything else that people can learn what's going on and then share that knowledge out. So we've got 3 conference areas here, and we're covering a number of topics, really around innovation and in one area. And then we've got a Saudi supply chain zone theatre, which is focused on the localization topic. So lots of different topics, something that should interest everyone. And really it's that knowledge sharing that's really important for exhibitions. If people come, we want them to gain some knowledge and take it away.
It's going to be an interesting week ahead.
It should be a great week.
Absolutely. Andrew Piercy, thank you so much for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you.
A brave new hope for Britain, or just a rebranded version of the Tories? 3 high-profile Conservative Party MPs have defected to Reform in the past 3 weeks alone. It's the latest sign of Reform UK's growing popularity, but does it also signal an identity crisis? I'm Melinda Nucifora. That debate coming up soon on Counterpoints.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal. Coming to you from the Al Arabiya English studios, this is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, we will have a summary of some of the latest statistics on the overall health of the Saudi economy as the non-oil private sector continues to expand. We'll be speaking to the regional head of Amazon Web Services, or AWS, about the company's large and growing presence in Saudi Arabia and its groundbreaking partnership with the PIF AI company Humane. We're going to be talking about the business of golf, notably Live Golf, which is backed by Saudi Arabia's public investment fund. We'll be joined by Live's regional managing director. And at the Michelin Guide's first ceremony in Riyadh, foodie officials have been praising Saudi chefs for blending global influences with local heritage and shining the spotlight on a thriving gastronomic scene. We begin with the latest indicators about the overall health of the Saudi economy in these first few weeks of 2026. Well, the General Authority of Statistics has announced that the kingdom's real GDP grew by 4.5% year-on-year in 2025. This was the result of strong growth in both oil and non-oil activities. Well, non-oil activities in Saudi Arabia saw growth of 4.9% compared to the previous year. Well, the latest Riyadh Bank Purchasing Managers Index report for January also points to steady spending consumer growth expansion, this across almost all sectors. Well, that robust purchasing activity, say analysts, is the result of rising demand and growing employment. Well, on that note, hiring growth remains strong in January, though it has eased from the 16-year record that was set in October. Well, I'm joined now by Jamil Ahmed, who is the chief analyst at GTC and a global markets commentator. Jamil, thank you very much indeed for joining us. As we were just saying in the intro there, Saudi Arabia's GDP grew 4.5% last year. Just wondering what you read into that.
Well, when you consider that the world economy was expected to grow somewhere around 3.2% for 2025, you clearly see an outperformance there from Saudi Arabia. But if you look deeper into details, you actually see that non-oil growth contributed to more than half of the GDP. So this showed that the Saudi Arabian economy is definitely experiencing some sort of evolution and kicking into a higher gear as we head into the final 5 years of the 2030 vision. And if you look at 2026, we're still expecting somewhat of the same trends. You have a world economy that's expected to grow somewhere around 3% for this year. So actually a global economy is expected to slow in 2026 compared to 2025. But Saudi Arabia's GDP is expected to range somewhere between 4.3% if you look at the World Bank estimates, and Standard Chartered come out earlier in 2026 expecting 4.5%. So we're still expecting an outperformance by Saudi Arabia, and we're also expecting an outperformance from the GCC region. But overall, the global economy is actually not looking too good. So when you see growth at these numbers for Saudi Arabia, it's very much an outlier.
Okay, and the latest figures from the Ministry of Tourism sounding very promising indeed, General. Tell us about those.
So in the headline, for the first time, Saudi Arabia did reach the top 10 global destinations for tourism. And in 2025, you saw more than 120 million visitors, certainly some for international conferences and events, but more than 30 million of them were actually for tourist purposes. And in fact, I was in Riyadh just 1 week ago, and I was very much surprised by how much transformational change we've seen in Saudi Arabia over just a couple of months, because I've actually been to Saudi Arabia 3 or 4 times since the end of 2024, but I definitely did see a lot of change from my first visit in 2026, and clearly more is expected to be the same as we head into further towards 2030.
Okay, now for you and for anyone who works with global markets, it's been a pretty busy start to the year. We've seen some pretty choppy sessions out there, haven't we?
We certainly have, and it's been a very busy 2026 overall. I think if you're looking at the markets this week, you've seen selling across the board, and it looks like some breakups ahead of Valentine's Day or something. But essentially what we're seeing take place is the S&P 500 is having its worst week of the year. And if you look at the NASDAQ, we've not had a week as bad as this since the Trump tariff week of April 2025. Also, we're seeing a lot of volatility across cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, gold, silver, and the US dollar last week fell to its lowest level in around 4 years. That might actually help the region of Saudi Arabia, because currencies pegged to the dollar essentially encourages more investment into the local economy. But overall for 2026, we're not seeing volatility slow down at all. And it looks like a lot of the policy uncertainty that comes from Washington, specifically when it comes to trade tariffs and so forth, that seems to be promoting a lot of volatility. And we do expect for 2026 to remain very busy.
Yeah, you mentioned gold there. I mean, we've been talking about it on this channel quite a bit the last few days. I mean, the price has been doing some extraordinary things, hasn't it? We've seen record highs, record losses in one day of trading. I mean, what's going on?
These are generational moves in gold. Last Friday, we saw the deepest falls in gold since 1980. And this week alone, we've seen swings from $4,400 to this interview. We've got gold nearing close to $5,000. Investors are certainly diversifying their portfolios, and we're seeing a lot of weakness towards the US dollar and a lot of withholding those holdings in the US dollar as well. So I think investors are looking more towards gold. But even though we've never seen gold at $5,000 this time in history, I do think it's overvalued, but at the same time, a lot of those themes that have attracted investors towards safe havens, such as broad economic uncertainty, what happens to the Trump administration, not being able to plan ahead when it comes to tariffs and so forth. And also you've got a lot of pressure on the US Central Bank to continue to cut interest rates. Historically, that's a very good signal for gold prices. And I actually do think that it wouldn't surprise me if gold prices do try to get their head back above $5,000 and potentially stay there.
All right, we really appreciate you sharing that with us. Thank you very much indeed, Jamil Ahmed, Chief Analyst at GTC and Global Markets Commentator. Thanks for your time. Let's take a look at some of the other stories from the week. And the Saudi Awal Bank, better known as SAB, has announced its financial results for the year 2025. Net profit after zakat and income tax was up 5% compared to the previous year, and total operating income rose by 5% year on year. Well, SAB, which is a partner of the HSBC Group, is one of the largest banks in the kingdom, and 2026 marks its centenary in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia and Turkey have agreed to deepen investment ties with a major focus on renewable energy. Well, during a joint investment forum in Riyadh, Saudi officials announced plans to invest $2 billion in solar power projects in Turkey. The first phase will deliver 2,000 megawatts of capacity, and more wind and solar projects are set to follow. And in a move that will strengthen the kingdom's logistics network, a new air cargo facility has been opened at Riyadh's King Khalid International Airport. Well, the new 10,000 square metre UPS operations centre was inaugurated by the Transport Minister Saleh Al-Jasser. Well, the hub can process more than 3,000 parcels an hour and enable faster customs clearance and delivery times. Well, the project supports economic diversification and the Vision 2030 goal of becoming a global logistics hub. Now, cloud computing, storage and related services are a part of our everyday lives. Now, Amazon Web Services, or AWS as the company is more commonly known, is among the biggest and most established players, providing companies with servers and storage to rent over the internet. Well, behind the scenes, several large companies, from food delivery services to OTT platforms, rely on their services. Well, AWS has a large and growing presence in Saudi Arabia and has forged a groundbreaking partnership with the PIF AI company Humane. Well, we're joined now by Tanuja Randari, who is the Managing Director and VP of AWS for the Europe, Middle East and Africa regions. Thank you very much indeed for talking to us. Just to kick things off, could you give us a real-world example of just who a typical client is in Saudi Arabia and what you do for them?
Thanks, Tom. It's great to be here. Absolutely talking with you about what we're doing in Saudi and the region. Look, I think if you're watching Netflix, if you're ordering a ride service, if you're getting pizza delivered to your door or any other wonderful Saudi delicacy, or you're watching sports, you're using in some form or the other the cloud, and in this case AWS in a lot of those examples. But let me give you a one that I'm super passionate about. We're sponsors of esports, the World Cup, and with Amazon and AWS, what we made happen for the esports World Cup viewers is using Amazon Ads. We were really integrating fan engagement. Our Twitch platform allows video streaming of the sport for fans. And then with Alexa, we were doing very cool quizzes and updates. So there's a wide range of services that we bring in the sports arena. And the data and AI really allows our fans to experience the sport in a completely different way. And then in a completely different area, financial services and payments, you will know Jadea, of course, in Saudi, huge payments fintech provider. They are using the AWS cloud platform to modernize the infrastructure and make sure that they're able to be both scalable, secure, more resilient, and available to their customers at all times. So two very different examples of how Saudi is using the cloud.
Okay, so when it comes to AWS and the services you provide in Saudi Arabia, are you seeing some strong demand in certain sectors? I mean, which sectors stand out, would you say?
Well, look, let me maybe step back, because I think the region itself, and you, of course, know this very well, Tom, but the vision of the region is very exciting. Whether you're in Saudi Arabia or the UAE, the desire to be a powerhouse in the space of AI and more broadly the knowledge services economy is very exciting. The other thing we see is the investment is following the vision. So you're actually seeing investment in data centers. You're seeing investment in providing energy and capacity. You're seeing investment in people and the economy across government and businesses. And then finally, what gets us most excited, of course, is the customer adoption that we're seeing. So if you see what's happening, whether you're in the energy sector or media sector or government sector, or by the way, the healthcare sector, the AI adoption we're seeing is very significant. In fact, almost 30% of businesses across Saudi are using the technology in some form or the other. And we're seeing 50% plus saying they want to use the technology, right? So if you bring that all together, the potential for cloud and AI to enable the economy in KSA, but also broadly across the Middle East, is over $700 billion of economic value by 2033, right? So just an incredible set of, I'd say, tailwinds coming together to position the Middle East region, not only for the Middle East, but for a global economy as well. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing absolute adoption across multiple sectors in the Middle East. A very good example is logistics. One that, of course, we spend a lot of time on is Amazon, but Aramex, who you might know, global logistics provider, is also modernizing their infrastructure and moving from an on-premise environment to the cloud environment to take advantage of that scale that you were talking about, the resilience you were talking about, and the security that comes from using the cloud.
Okay, we're going to talk a bit more about artificial intelligence in a minute. But before we do that, I mean, sticking with what AWS does and offers, I mean, you're not alone in this region, are you? And you've clearly got competition. But I wonder what you think gives AWS an edge.
We aren't alone. And by the way, it is good to see a competitive environment, right? Because our customers require choice. Look, what is it about AWS that differentiates us? I think there's three things that I'm going to talk to. One is the scale. We were pioneers of the cloud, Tom, and there is no compression algorithm for experience. We've been at this for about 20 years. We operate at a scale that no one else operates globally. And I think that's super important because with scale comes all of that experience in the way that you operate, the efficiency that you can drive for our customers. So that I think is one. And with that scale comes one of the broadest and deepest platforms in terms of the innovation that we bring to the table. We have over 200 services that we bring to our customer across cloud, compute, storage, data, all of which, by the way, are foundational to being able to leverage AI. And then I think the third thing that I would mention is if you look at all of the software companies around the world that all of our customers require, whether you're talking about SAP or Salesforce on the one hand, or you're talking about Temenos on the other hand, all of these ISVs, or Schlumberger for the energy sector, all of them are running on the AWS infrastructure. So this deep ISV partner ecosystem, combined with our partner ecosystems and the systems integration and consulting space, enables our customers to adopt this technology at scale. And then I guess just back to the point about Humane, we are very deeply committed to working with local partners. And the reason for that is local partners bring a depth of understanding and a nuance about the culture and the way customers use technology and adopt it that completely transforms how quickly we can actually make the magic happen, as we say. So I think those are the reasons that really separate us. We've been investing heavily and at scale in AI infrastructure. And I can easily come on to what we're doing in the Middle East, but we've been in the Middle East for a very long time, deeply committed to the region. We were in Bahrain for quite some time with our data center infrastructure, the UAE, as you know, with our data center infrastructure, and coming soon this year to Saudi, over $5 billion of investment to build our data center and AI infrastructure in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Well, so lots is happening. I mean, you've got this partnership with Humane. You've just mentioned this $5 billion investment in a data center infrastructure in Saudi Arabia. I mean, so much happening, as well as this AI zone as well. Just tell us a bit more about the partnership and why you think it's so significant.
The $5 billion I mentioned earlier was the investment we are making in the actual launch of our region. And by region, I mean our data center infrastructure that will be in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which means our customers can access the cloud locally. Important for data residency, important for low latency and performance. But in addition to that, we also have a joint investment with Humane, the national AI champion of Saudi, and that is to bring, as you said, the first of its kind, actually, AWS AI zone into the kingdom. And what is this AWS AI zone? So together, we are going to provide the most powerful AI compute infrastructure. By that, I mean, of course, the infrastructure, which is the chips that power AI services, both training and inferencing. And then in addition to that, we will bring our entire AI stack into a purpose-built humane data center. And by AI stack, what I mean by that is on top of obviously the layer of infrastructure and the chips, which are both NVIDIA and of course AWS Trainium, we will provide our services that allow our customers to access the models for training. So Amazon Bedrock is our platform that allows over 100 LLMs, by the way, large language models, available to our customers for training purposes and inferencing purposes behind the Bedrock platform. And then we also provide agentic AI platforms that allow them to deploy agents at scale and additional services that allow them to actually do much better on the software development and coding on the one hand, knowledge management on the other hand, or customer service transformation in terms of the use cases of AI. So all of that AI stack will be powered by Humane's data center locally in Riyadh. And then together, we will take our capabilities to enable our customers to be actually using this technology at scale. So it's a phenomenal partnership. And of course, NVIDIA is very much part of this partnership. You'll have seen at the US Saudi Forum that we announced that we're bringing over 150,000 chips to the region along with NVIDIA and Humane.
Now, Saudi Arabia's got some huge AI ambitions, as we all know, and the kingdom wants to be this global artificial intelligence powerhouse by the year 2030. What you make of this ambition, and where do you see Saudi Arabia on the road towards achieving those goals?
Yeah, look, I started by saying this, the reason we are investing here is because of that incredible vision and desire to innovate. And I tell you what really stands out for me, I've spent a lot of time in the region over the past couple of years. What stands out for me is this desire to leapfrog. It is not to just follow. And I think that is the differentiator here, right? So of course, they want Saudi Arabia, businesses, governments want to access all of this technology, but they're already thinking about how they can absolutely innovate beyond, right? And I think that's important. The second thing I think will give them absolute ability to be a powerhouse in this space is that whilst they understand the importance of regulation, their regulatory environment is extremely innovation friendly. Right? So we see this, and that's why we're also there, because we can see that the government of Saudi Arabia is really leaning into that vision of a thriving society, a thriving economy, a thriving, the regulatory environment and the investments in energy and data center infrastructure are available. So that combination and that incredible ambition, powered by global partnerships that they lean into, is what I think positions them to be incredibly effective in this journey.
Now, I wanted to ask you about a recent media report from the last couple of days, and it regards redundancies within Amazon and AWS. What can you tell us about that, and which geographies do you think are going to be most affected?
Thanks for raising that. Look, I think as any organization, we're always looking at ways to ensure that we can, simplify the organization, ensure that we are, resetting towards the areas of highest priorities. We are, of course, always sad to see, individuals leave, but at the same time, we are investing in areas that we know will be the powerhouses of tomorrow. And again, coming back to what we were saying here, our investments continue globally as well as in the Middle East to ensure that we can actually enable these customers of ours. We talked earlier about the energy sector. Aramco, ADNOC are incredibly important organizations, and we're investing heavily with them in their AI-powered services. If you look at banking, you've got, Judea, as I mentioned, as a fintech, but then a phenomenal banking environment in the area. In the education sector, with training, it's super important for us to work with universities. By the way, we have a great partnership with a number of universities there as well. So our focus is ensure that our customers, working backwards from what they require, have the innovation that's needed at the point of presence, which is locally as well as globally, and ensure that those are fueled by innovation services and the talent, both of Amazon and AWS, but also local talent to ensure that we can actually enable them in this incredible time. I mean, AI is incredibly transformative, Tom. And when I when I talked about this incredible, 1.14% of the GDP of MENA, which could be influenced by AI in terms of economic value creation, this is the time for us together to be very, very bold in terms of investing in people, talent, and bringing this agentic transformation into businesses and government.
Okay, so Tanuja, what you're saying is that AI has been a massive game changer for so many sectors and so many companies, including yours. And perhaps therein lies the explanation for revisiting future plans and recruitment requirements as well.
I think it's so important for us at this stage because we don't even know, Tom, what are the businesses of the future that are going to be created. What we do know and what we are very, very committed about is that the impact on society is going to be incredibly positive. We know that right now there is anxiety about this technology, but I think what's very important is to ensure that you're trusting yourselves with a partner that has the global infrastructure and the resilience and security around your data, because data is the key asset here. Really, really important. And the one thing we know what to do with is to ensure data security. Our cloud, our infrastructure is built sovereign by design. It's available locally to you. Only our customers have access to that data and can move that data. And so ensuring that your data is available to your organization so that they can innovate at scale with all of the tools and platforms we bring to the table is what's going to unleash this potential, right, in Saudi Arabia and the Middle East.
Okay, so just to wrap up, Tanuja, you've been in your role now for, I believe, 4 years. I'm just wondering what your overall vision and long-term plan is for the region, in particular for Saudi Arabia.
Well, look, as I said, I have a personal passion for the region. I've spent the last years, Tom, in and out of the region. I live in London, of course, but I'm there a lot. I think all of the work that we're doing, and whether it's Bahrain, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, this level of investment that we're putting in is fueled by our passion for the region. I have a phenomenal team, by the way, there locally. We're expanding that team actually locally as well, investing in them. And combined with our partners, Humane, STC, EAN, by the way, Deloitte, McKinsey, if you think about this incredible ecosystem that Saudi has been able to welcome, I think together, I'm very, very excited about the future. I'm excited for our customers. Our customers tell us they are waiting for our region to launch so that we can be there with them. And I personally could not be more committed to Saudi Arabia.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Tanuja Randuri, Managing Director and VP of the Europe, Middle East, Africa region for AWS. Thank you for your time, madam.
Thank you, Tom, for your time.
Now, we've talked quite a bit on this channel about Live Golf, the professional men's golf league backed by Saudi Arabia's public investment fund. And for those of you who didn't know, the name Live refers to the Roman numerals LIV for the number 54, which is the number of holes currently played at Live events. Well, the 2026 season, the most global season yet, is going to feature 14 events across 10 countries and 5 different continents. Well, Riyadh is hosting the Live season opener for a second consecutive year. Well, to talk to us more about the business of golf, I'm joined now by Faisal Al-Jadir, who is the Regional Managing Director for Saudi Arabia at Live Golf. Faisal, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Tom.
Now, it's recently been announced that Live Golf is coming back to Riyadh next year in 2027. Why Riyadh, and what does all of this say about the status of the event?
Well, we just had a very exciting week with Roshan Group Live Golf Riyadh's tournament. Of course, this is our season opener, and it's a great way to set the tone for the rest of our 14 tournaments. And so we will be coming back in 2027 for another exciting season opener here in Riyadh.
Now, Faisal, you're from Saudi Arabia and part of arguably the fastest growing global professional golf league. And I just wondered if you could tell us about Saudi Arabia's passion and interest in golf and whether you're seeing enthusiasm from locals in Riyadh who are essentially seeing a global event on their doorsteps.
Absolutely, Tom. The sport is growing here. There are a lot of initiatives by the Saudi Golf Federation and Golf Saudi in growing the game of sport. And with LIV, we see a lot of families attending, a lot of young people attending. 30% of our ticket buyers are also first-time attendees to any golf-related event. And the majority of those are under the age of 45, and a significant share being women. And you can see that reflected globally and within the Saudi market.
Now, we spoke to, on this channel, Scott O'Neill, who is, of course, the CEO of LIV Golf, and he told Al Arabiya English that Saudi Arabia, in particular Riyadh, emerging as a golf destination, a major market for golf. 6 new golf courses being built. I mean, do you see Saudi Arabia having a future as a hub for golf?
Absolutely, and you said it, Tom. All the developments of the golf courses and the golf industry here is just proof that Saudi can become a hub for global and regional golf in general. We have tourism, lifestyle, sporting ecosystem, all are things that benefit from the sport of golf.
Right, so clearly a lot of spin-off benefits to the economy from an event like this. Now, tell us about your role with LIV Golf. How did that come about, and what interests you in the LIV Golf League?
I believe that sports and the sports industry are the future of Saudi. It's where the culture, the entertainment, the international engagement all intersect with each other. My ability to bridge all of that through my background in culture and international engagement helps translate the global message and the global idea of LIV Golf into the local, so it has authenticity and it's not just another stop on the tour.
What are your goals, Faisal? What do you want to achieve with your time at LIV?
Well, hopefully, if I do things the right way, people will be talking about LIV. You'll see young people saying, oh, Bryson DeChambeau, who's one of our superstar golfers, or John Rahm, I want to be like them. I want to play golf like them. So having LIV become a part of our culture, or at least top of mind, would definitely be success for me.
Now, some big sponsorship agreements have just been announced with the likes of HSBC and Rolex, and I'm just wondering what the impact of such huge partnerships will be and who else you might see come on board.
Rolex and HSBC both have a lot of confidence in us, and this partnership shows kind of the longevity of LIV Golf. We also have a lot of local partners like the 2026 Roshan Group for the tournament. We also have global and local partners such as Aramco, Ma'adin, Riyadh Air, and a lot more interest within the local market.
Okay, so good to hear some local brands in the mix moving forwards. Now, just lastly, what are your ambitions for the tournament and for golf in Saudi Arabia, Faisal?
I'd like to see LIV Golf stay after the tournament, whether that's with any kind of initiative or entertainment aspect. I'd like it to have some year-round visibility. Again, coming back to the top of mind, I want LIV Golf to really be a part of Saudi culture.
Okay, well, we wish you all the very best with that and really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Faisal Al-Jadiyah, the Regional Managing Director for Saudi Arabia LIV Golf. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
And finally, as the kingdom continues to raise its profile on the world culinary map, the Michelin Guide has held a large celebration in Riyadh, shining the spotlight on a thriving gastronomic scene. Well, in partnership with Saudi Arabia's Culinary Arts Commission, 3 new special awards have been handed out, recognizing excellence in service, creativity, and young talent. Well, 11 restaurants across Riyadh, Jeddah, and Alula received Bib Gourmand honors. This for quality dining at good value. Well, Michelin officials have praised Saudi chefs for blending global influences with local heritage. And that is all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again next week.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Al Arabiya English, coming to you from the World Defence Show in Riyadh. I'm Melinda Nucifora. Well, one of the major exhibitors here at the Defence Show is American defence giant Lockheed Martin. And we have the pleasure of welcoming the CEO for Saudi Arabia and Africa, Joseph Rank. Thanks for being with us.
My pleasure.
So in terms of technology advancements, in terms of cutting-edge tech, what are you most excited, most surprised about by the offerings here at this year's World Defence Show from Lockheed Martin, but maybe from the other offerings as well, from what you've seen?
Sure. Well, certainly one of the most exciting things this year is this is the first time we've brought the F-35 to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So that just by itself is a pretty major step forward. We're excited about having a life-size mock-up of it and also a cockpit simulator to show people how it operates.
That is exciting. I mean, that's going to be a bit of a headline grabber.
I think so. It speaks for itself almost.
It does indeed. Talk us through Lockheed Martin's role in the kingdom and what opportunities, maybe what challenges you foresee with regard to the kingdom's Vision 2030 and the localization goal of a lot of defence spending.
Yeah, so we've embraced this, and it's actually a really exciting story. What I like to say is we used to sell things here, but now we manufacture things here and sustain things here. And it's almost more important for us to sustain things, so we've helped and are helping to develop MROs, which are maintenance, repair, and overhaul facilities, because a country can have the best defense articles in the world, but if they break and they have to send them back to the U.S. or some other country, then they're not going to be ready. So we're teaching them how to do that here with some of our advanced systems. And then as it relates to actually manufacturing, that's the next step. So we're starting to manufacture a number of key components. For example, the THAAD missile system. It's the most advanced air and integrated air and defense system in the world, which the kingdom now has 4 batteries. So we've manufactured the launcher here and also the canister. And then we're doing a number of other things as well. We've just opened a software factory, which we're really excited about, because most defense systems, just like you almost can look at them like an iPhone. They have apps. And so that's how we're integrating and tying them all together.
I wanted to ask you about that. That was just been newly announced.
Right.
So talk me through that, that command and control sort of software hub. What does that entail, and how do you see that developing as the years go on?
Sure. So, you can have really good radar, which we do. In fact, there's some radars right here. This is the TPS-77 the kingdom has. You can have really good radars and then really good missiles to intercept the enemy's missiles coming in, but then you have to tie them all together. And that's kind of what command and control does, is it uses artificial intelligence and you tie all that information together so that without even having a human in the loop, the radar automatically communicates the missile where the enemy missile is coming in. So it makes it where you can be effective in a matter of seconds.
During the Saudi-US Investment Forum, you commented that Lockheed Martin's role in the kingdom is shifting away from just traditional collaboration. Can you elaborate on that and maybe expand on how you envisage the company's future role changing in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, well, the collaboration in the past was really more just, we would sell things, they would buy things. But now, again, we manufacture things here, we repair here. We're going to actually start producing whole systems here, like a radar like this would be an example. And Yeah, and then we'll eventually get to the point where we're actually doing development, where we can develop new systems here, which we're working on one that we're not ready yet to talk about, but it's exciting.
Any hints?
No.
All right, we'll have to come back to you on that one at a later date.
That's right.
I know that Lockheed Martin is also involved with Saudi's new multi-mission surface combatant ships.
That's right.
What current and maybe emerging maritime threats do you see specific to this region?
Yeah, so I mean, it was just this past summer where the U.S. had a number of ships, in the Red Sea. The Houthis were shooting at them, and Lockheed Martin makes the Aegis defense system, which in Greek means a shield. So it's the world's most advanced system that provides a command and control capability that's almost like a force field around a ship. And so the MMSC is a ship that we're very proud to participate in the manufacturing of, and it'll be coming. In fact, it was just launched in Wisconsin a couple months ago. So we will bring our most advanced capabilities to this ship as well.
Is that a long-term project that you see progressing and changing, developing as the years go on? Is that something that can be built on as far as the interconnectedness goes?
It's a great question, yeah, because like, for example, when that ship was designed and developed over close to 10 years ago, the threats changed, right? And so our systems have to adapt to the threat. And again, we can do that. It's even exciting because we can use our interns here to also help, again, do some of the software behind that to make sure that that ship can face the threats of not just today, but tomorrow.
That's an interesting point because, like everything in technology, it is changing so quickly. The advancements are happening so rapidly. How much of a challenge does that pose for a company like Lockheed Martin? I mean, you don't just want to be keeping up with, you want to be at the forefront of that cutting-edge technology. Warfare is changing so fast.
That's right. So, in fact, it just came from our leadership meeting last week in Washington, and we talked about this where we're getting to the point where, we often wait to have the customer or the end user define the requirements for what we're going to need. But now they're starting to look to us to say, hey, what will we need in the future? And so we're getting to that point. The other thing we do is we start to partner with small defense primes, newcomers, those who are disrupting the defense market. And we actually have the world's largest venture fund. It's about $400 million worth, where we bring in some of this emerging technology integrated into our products or have it complement. So that's one way that we're addressing the rapid pace of the threat.
It's a good point because low-cost drone warfare, for example, is changing the face of warfare. So how much of a challenge does that pose to a company like Lockheed Martin, for example? When you are talking about expensive air defense missile systems like THAAD, do you foresee a reduction in demand for those expensive systems?
No, it's a great question. I mean, there's still going to be a demand for THAAD and for Patriot. We produce the PAC-3 missile, the hit-to-kill missile. But we're developing lower-cost systems that will be able to address threats, particularly drones, class 1s and 2s, so that you're not, shooting a $5 million missile at a $100,000 drone. So there are, and also some of our venture partners provide this capability as well, and we're working with them, also with Saudi, to look at different solutions.
Is that a real focus
It is a real focus, right, yeah. Yep.
Do you see a lot of competition in that market?
There are, yes, frankly, yes, there is, but we think because we have a lot of existing technology, and a lot of the drones, as you know, are commercial technology, so you can actually use commercial defense technology to also address that. So that's what we're looking at, is looking at low-cost commercial technology, pairing it with some military technology to address these threats.
You have a long professional career in this part of the world, not just with Lockheed Martin before this role, but in previous professional lives in different postings with the Pentagon, for example. How would you assess the interconnectedness of the Gulf region with broader Western allies?
Yeah, I mean, it seems to, ebb and flow, but certainly just because it's in the Middle East, it's always going to be connected to the U.S., even to the Far East. So it's, some people, I think initially were thinking because U.S., for example, had become oil resilient. We didn't need to import so much oil, but there's a realization that even if we're not importing this oil, the rest of the global economy is reliant on it. So we have to thus ensure that it's safe and secure for the global economy.
Do you think that that is something that is becoming more front and center in people's minds, you know, as global threats feel like they're closer to home?
I think it is. I think there's a recognition that you know, at times there may be an inclination to kind of have it be a secondary or tertiary concern, but with so many of the global resources, with natural gas and oil being here, we can never take our eye off the ball.
And just finally, you're a former serviceman, a retired brigadier general. What do you think your former soldier self would be most surprised about if he were walking around the World Defence Show 2026? What do you think your former soldier self would be amazed to see in modern warfare?
It's probably the interconnected nature of modern warfare and how quickly you have to be able to respond to the threats, and the fact that a lot of these threats are low cost and commercial. And so related to some of the things we talked about earlier with drones and being able to address those threats, you know, in a cost-effective manner.
Joseph Frank, Chief Executive for Saudi Arabia and Africa with Lockheed Martin, thank you so much for your time here on Al Arabiya English.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate
pleasure.
Her journey to space was always about much more than the view.
It was more than just me achieving my goal of going to space.
1, 2, 3, take us space!
Well, sadly, your father never got to see your mission into space, but at least your grandfather did.
He had a wonderful person to comfort him in Oprah. He told me that he had one of the best days of his life. Everything that I've accomplished in life was something that somebody told me that I could not do. I'm the first African-American woman to raise and own her seat.
What's the most important thing an alien should understand about humans?
Humanity is just beautiful and it should be protected.
Do joyful tears float in zero gravity?
Yes.
A brave new hope for Britain, or just a rebranded version of the Tories? 3 high-profile Conservative Party MPs have defected to Reform in the past 3 weeks alone. It's the latest sign of Reform UK's growing popularity. But does it also signal an identity crisis? I'm Melinda Nucifora. You're watching Counterpoints. Reform UK continues to gain traction on a promise to fix what it calls broken Britain. And its newest recruits agree. It's time to do things differently.
So we stand at a crossroads. We can either continue down this route of managed decline to weakness and surrender, or we can fix our country, reclaim our power, rediscover our strength.
Because the two main parties are rotten. They are no longer fit for purpose. They both broke Britain, and neither can fix it.
But in order to rebuild the country, Reform UK is welcoming politicians who were part of the system that it says broke Britain in the first place. The Tories were in power for 14 years until its election defeat in 2024, and a growing list of its former MPs are defecting to the new party on the rise. So will Reform threaten the century-old two-party system in the UK, or will it do little more than split the vote on the right? Coming up on this episode, we'll debate if reform is at risk of becoming just the Tories 2.0. Meanwhile, on the left, is a leadership challenge still looming large over PM Keir Starmer? And with turmoil on both sides of politics, is the two-party system doomed? Joining our UK politics debate is Dr. Richard Corbett, former Labor Party leader in the European Parliament. Ghislaine Tola is here with us, political strategist and Reform UK board member. And Reem Ibrahim is joining our panel, political commentator and former head of media at the Institute of Economic Affairs. Welcome to all of you to Counterpoints. Well, Reform UK's time in the sun certainly isn't dimming. Opinion polls still have it ahead of the two major parties. Nigel Farage is promising a fresh start and a program to revive a so-called broken Britain. To do that, Reform is welcoming defectors from the very party that presided over years of that decline. Tory defectors are lining up to join the party, and it seems they're being given a second political life. Ghislaine, is Reform becoming the Tories 2.0?
Not really. I mean, you've got to... if you're making bread, you need a little bit of yeast. One of the great criticisms of Reform is that we are inexperienced. So we accept some experiences. Oh, no, you can't have that. That's the wrong sort of experience. Now, look, you need 650 candidates to stand in Westminster for a general election. I think we've had 5 Tory defections of that 650. We've had a number of former MPs, about 5 or 6 who I think will probably try and stand for her. This is not a large number. This is not Tories 2.0. However, getting people like Nadhim Zahawi, who has been a former Chancellor of the Exchequer, who has forced through activity through Whitehall, a very recalcitrant Whitehall, and made things happen. This is the sort of experience you need if you want to be taken seriously as a government in waiting.
OK. Richard, with your experience in one of the two major political parties, do you think that this is candidates that are the leftovers that Tories don't want or need anymore, or are these prime picks, do you think, for Reform?
Well, it's a bit funny, isn't it? You would think that Reform has become the retirement home for some of these Conservative former ministers. A majority of Reform's MPs now are from the Conservative Party, ministers who, when they were in government, were precisely the people that Reform attacked as leading to the decline of Britain, as having got it all done, using some quite choice words about them as well, and vice versa. They said some pretty rude things about Reform. And yet now, apparently, they're all happily working together. They're going to forget all their past differences. It does seem rather opportunistic.
Reem, I'm going to bring you in here, but Ghislaine, pick up on that. I know you were interjecting there. Is it a bit of a retirement home for politicians?
Clearly not. So if you look at somebody like Robert Jenrick, he is the most cut through of Tory politicians. This is not somebody in a retirement home. This is somebody who actually wants to change the country. Now, it's possible that he sees that Reform is a better place to do so than the moribund Conservative Party. That's entirely true. But those things, when he had his he resigned from the government because he wasn't able to do what he wanted to do, which is the sort of things that we want to do, he had to resign from his position as a minister. So it's hardly, he's not going against the grain there.
The Conservatives are not in government.
He was a shadow minister. As you will know, Richard, you don't get much done as a shadow minister, do you? But the chance of winning the next general election is less a Tory thing than a Reform thing. And the reasons he resigned from his ministerial post when he was a minister was because he couldn't do the things that we are proposing.
Reem?
It's understandable, I think, that Reform would want to have people with experience in parties and people experience in government. I must say, just looking at people in the grassroots of the movement and people that are looking at the local branches at Reform, a lot of Reform members are very upset that Reform HQ continues to accept the very politicians that were in government over the last 14 years of Conservative governance. So I do think there is some disquiet about it. Perhaps not about people like Robert Jenrick, but there is absolutely disquiet about people like Nadine Dorries, who is the architect of the Online Safety Act, one of the most egregious pieces of legislation that has stifled free speech online. She was the architect of that very policy, and is one policy that Nigel Farage himself has criticised. I'm also must say, I think that there is a difficult conversation to be had about whether or not these personalities within reform will actually work well together. You know, the fact that Robert Jenrick didn't get the top job in the Conservative Party, I think is very, very clear to many people that he wasn't happy about that he almost certainly was running his own leadership election, even post the official one, because he didn't think that Kemi Badenoch was really right to lead the Conservative Party. He realised he wasn't going to go anywhere when Kemi Badenoch started to do quite well, especially when she did quite well at Prime Minister's questions. And so, lo and behold, he decides to defect somewhere where he thinks he may be able to get some more power. The trouble is, Reform UK is nothing without Nigel Farage. And I don't see people like Robert Jenrick, who, let's be honest, outside of the Westminster bubble, most people don't know who he is. They will not do particularly well in Reform. So I think it's going to be interesting to see whether or not those personalities will actually be able to work well together.
Okay, Gwen, what do you think?
Well, I mean, he's probably the only... Jenrick is probably the only person that people have heard of, unlike people like Mel Stride, the Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer, who, frankly, unless you're in the bubble, you've never heard of him. When during the Tory leadership, Lord Ashcroft did a focus group of Tory members, and they said, Mel Stride, who's she? And he's the number 2 figure in the Tory party right now. So that's, I'm sorry, Raheem, that's bunk. The fact is that there is disquiet in the membership. I would agree with that. I think the fact that we have set a May the 7th of this year cut-off for a 2029 election of any further defections, I think is something that deals with that disquiet. And there will be time. Now, we have made it absolutely clear.
Are you also going to hold by-elections for the defectors?
Sorry?
Will you also hold by-elections for the defectors, as Farage had promised initially?
We haven't done, clearly. That's how. If we were going to, we probably would have done when Danny Kruger came over. So, no, clearly not. But the point is
despite it being promised,
branches will be making decisions. We didn't promise that. What are you talking about?
Nigel Farage was a long-standing supporter of there being by-elections if somebody defected from one party to another. Now he seems to have changed its mind when it's no longer convenient.
It happened twice in 2014. You'll remember it very well, Richard. You were doing well.
Yeah, I'm just noting his change of position when it doesn't suit him anymore.
Yes, but
the other problem, I think, for Nigel Farage and for reform is that if we've seen this in the past,
does that.
when he was leader of UKIP and then the Brexit parties, that many people who come and join to work with him, he falls out with them after a few months. And it all ends in tears. We'll see if that happens again.
Well, they fall out so badly they're flocking to join. I'm sorry, that's bunk again. Yes, people do fall out, but you know what? In small parties, the vociferous nature of them is such that people do fall out. That is the nature of the beast. As reform grows, there's far more space for people to have different ideas and grow together. I haven't seen any problems of that sort. But I do take the point that Raheem made, which is in the membership there is some concern. But that is a little bit like the church mouse who's sitting there all year, existing on candle ends and incense sticks. And suddenly there's all these people that turn up, and all the field rats turn up because it's Harvest Festival. What are they doing here? We were here from the start. But that is the sort of attitude. Yes, we are pure, but we will never be in a position to legislate. It's the sort of Corbynite idea.
But,
and I'm sorry.
I mean, the trouble is,
if
Reform is an anti-establishment party, and Reform is there to represent the people that were left behind, those that were not represented by the two main political parties, those that were harmed by mass amounts of government spending, extraordinarily high taxes. Why are Reform accepting the very people that were the architects?
They're not the very people. This isn't Jeremy Hunt.
People like Nadine Dorries, who was front and centre at Reform Conference.
Of one piece of legislation, yes. I think there are reasons why, in each case, there are reasons why people have been accepted. And about 30% have been turned down.
Nadine Zahawi, who wanted vaccine passports.
And who was the
we
Chancellor?
oppose them. And if they're going to join us, they have to accept that there's a change of policy on their part.
All right. Well,
We
this
have
isn't
to grow.
only.
You're not
I'm sure
going to
your
get
grassroots
13 million
members, your
votes
traditional
from the
grassroots
right-hand side
members
of the
going will be delighted to have heard you refer to them as dormice who are too timid about the new members coming in. I'm sure that's gone down really well with them.
I said church mice, Richard. I didn't say dormice.
Church mice, yes. I'm sure they'll have loved
The metaphor is that they have been there forever and these newcomers are arriving and what are they doing there? But the fact is, I've been there forever and I welcome people. I want to win. I don't want to be sitting in a little ivory tower being pure and not changing the world. This country desperately
What
needs
do you
change.
achieve by reneging on those principles, Gwen? I mean, the problem is...
I'm not reneging on any principles, but we do need the experience of Whitehall. Everybody, the main reason that people attack us is not having experience.
Different?
We get experience and, no, you can't have that. Where do you get it
from?
from?
What will be different? What will be different when reform gets into government? Those particular people like Robert Jan Rickin, the Dean Dorries and Zahid Zahawi did not already experience. What will be different?
There's a lot. There's a lot.
Like what?
All right.
What has changed?
I'll let you quickly respond to that, Gwen, and then I want to move us on a little bit.
I refer back to the first comment I made about this. We have 5 defections from the Tory party. We need 350 odd seats to be in government. 5. This is a leavening. This is a bit of yeast in the flour. This is not the bread. The vast, vast majority will be homegrown reform people. But having a few people who've got experience of Whitehall will be desperately necessary when you know the establishment will be doing everything it can to stop reform governing.
OK, but this is not only about reform taking in the defectors, this is also about the Conservative Party losing its membership. So, Richard, let me ask you this. On that flip side of the coin, is this a moment of rejuvenation or is it a moment of collapse for the Conservative Party?
We will see, but they are certainly in a bad way after their disastrous period in government, disastrous not just on the policies they were running, but on some of the scandals and the corruption that has left a stain which is very difficult for them to overcome. But tellingly, a lot of the switch in support among voters, not all of it, but the largest proportion has been between the Conservatives and Reform on the right of the political spectrum. On the centre and the left of the political spectrum, there's movement between people who voted Labour, perhaps shifting to the Greens, the Liberal Democrats, the Scottish Nationalists, the Welsh Nationalists. But between those two blocks, there is relatively little switch between them. So that's an interesting feature of British politics at the moment. We'll see what happens over the next 3 years. But if it ends up with all the right-wing support going into one box, as it were, either the Conservatives or Reform, that will give that party a big advantage given the British electoral system. If, however, they split pretty evenly, and if Labour, on the other hand, manages to recoup some of the support it's losing to the Greens and to the Lib Dems, then Labour will be in the strong position. In both cases, thanks largely to the British non-proportional electoral system, but it is something to be watched.
Gwen, what do you think? Does this say more about reform or does it say more about the failings of the Conservative Party?
Oh, I don't believe that any government wins its first election on its own merits. It's on the failures of those that came before. You win a second term on your own merits, not the first term. And the failures of 14 years of the Tory government, plus, frankly, the current shambles that is Labour. Richard talked about the Tory scandals. Yeah, you're right. But have you seen this week? And it is a universal fact that it seems like parties of government get themselves into horrible trouble. You've had people arrested for sexual misconduct. You've had somebody found guilty in absentia for corruption. There's all sorts of stuff going on in Labour. No, look, people... One of the pollsters, the senior pollster, made a good point about this. It's not that people think that reform are perfect. They don't. But the risk factor in voting for a party that doesn't have a track record in government is reduced every time the old parties make a hash of it. The risk of voting for reform is reducing every time the Labour Party has a U-turn. So things like that, it's a case of, well, you know, they haven't done it before, they don't have the full experience, they've never been in government before, but have you seen the current lot? You know what, we may as well vote for reform and give them a shot. So there is a lot of risk for us has reduced.
People looking at reform.
I put myself in this particular. I'll put myself in this particular camp. Lots of people aren't bothered that reform do not have experience in government. Actually, I quite like the idea that it's a bunch of people that have never been in government before, that have not been poisoned by the establishment perspectives on how government should be run and how large it should be.
I mean, that's worked for President Trump's administration, second time around.
And you can say
well, indeed. I mean, this is the trouble, right? When you've got enormous amounts of public spending. I mean, what somebody like me cares about is a smaller state and lower taxes and a freer market. And unfortunately, we do not have those things in this government. But if reform do not remain with those principles and do not sort of stick to them. I mean, one difference I think is interesting in policy is reform around the 2024 election in the manifesto or the contract with the people said that they wanted to introduce, what was it, about £90 billion worth of tax cuts. And that's completely been reneged upon. That was completely U-turned on because apparently we can't afford it. We can't afford it because the reform did not promise any spending cuts. What I would like to see is a genuinely low-tax party, and I don't think that any party is offering those policies.
Well, we're talking, literally today, we're talking about significant cuts in welfare. So, yeah, we're doing it.
Gary was talking about government U-turns, but if people will also look at the U-turns done by reform in the local government areas that they control. They came to power in several local government areas 9 months ago, a bit less than 8 months ago, promising to cut council tax, local taxation in Britain substantially. They've ended up invariably increasing it.
By less than
a lot of
they've also
the majority of local
at national level on, for example, child benefits.
The majority
when
of
Labour extended child benefits beyond the first two children to the third child.
All right, I'm just going to interrupt us there and move us away from local politics because we've got to move on to our second segment because we've talked a lot about reform and the Conservative Party, but they're not alone in facing some inner turmoil, just as the Tories, aren't alone either. The Labour Party is still delivering disappointing poll numbers. And as Ghislaine has been pointing out, there's a lot of discontent among voters. Despite his landslide victory in 2024, Prime Minister Keir Starmer just can't shake this looming cloud of a leadership challenge. Richard, let's turn our attentions now to Labour. Is a challenge for the top job now a matter of when, not if?
Well, Labour doesn't have a strong tradition of challenging its leaders when they are in government. So although there's been a lot of media speculation and one or two people who may fancy themselves as Prime Minister, it's not that likely, but of course it's politics, it's possible. But at the moment, in coming months at least, I don't see a challenge emerging.
Reem, what do you think?
I don't think that there will be a challenge to the leadership at the moment, and I think that Starmer has effectively stopped that from happening by blocking Andy Burnham, the Manchester mayor, from being able to stand in the Gorton by-election. So, Starmer has basically, temporarily at least, kicked the can down the road and prevented any kind of leadership challenge internally. I do think, though, effectively what Starmer has done by doing this is made people like Wes Streeting the sort of de facto successor to Starmer. So I do think that there is question about whether or not Starmer is sort of able to consolidate power within the Labour Party as well as he might hope. When it comes to policy, it is almost abundantly clear that the backbenchers of the Labour Party are not being whipped in the right way, I suppose. I mean, what's interesting is the benefits cuts. They attempted to implement very, very minuscule benefits cuts about a year ago now, I think it was, and almost a year ago. And it wasn't, they weren't able to get it through because the backbenchers on the Labour Party sort of rebelled against the government. And unfortunately, it meant that they weren't able to introduce those cuts. And actually, what ended up happening is an increase in public spending on welfare. So I do think that Starmer is struggling to consolidate power within the Labour Party internally, but I do not think that there will be a genuine challenge to Starmer's leadership, at least over the next year or so. Only time will tell, but I think that he's effectively blocked the main challenger from even standing for Parliament. So he looks like he's sort of operating from a weak position, but at least in the short term, he's kicked the can down the road.
Ghislaine, I know that this isn't your political party here, but from Reform's point of view, what's your impression? Is this a matter of when, not if?
I think what is happening over Lord Mandelson, or the former Lord Mandelson, I think he's resigned from the House of Lords this afternoon, and the fact that Morgan McSweeney, who is Starmer's brain, is so intimately involved in the appointment of Lord Mandelson to the ambassadorship in Washington, the damage to Morgan McSweeney is great, and it's entirely feasible over the next few weeks that we will see McSweeney being the sacrificial lamb to protect his boss. The problem is without him, Starmer is completely naked to his opponents. And whilst I would have agreed with both of you up until this moment, I think if McSweeney goes, then Starmer is in real, real trouble. And though he has been able to stymie the ambitions of Andy Burnham, before Christmas, it wasn't Burnham they were talking about. Then they were talking about Angela Rayner and her raising money this weekend. So there's more than one. There's more than one opponent in the field for Mr. Starmer, and if he loses Morgan McSweeney, I feel that he may well be in real trouble.
Richard?
Prime ministers frequently change their chief advisor. That's nothing exceptional, and I don't think that in itself would damage the Prime Minister.
What about the resignation of Lord Mandelson? Is that going to tarnish his leadership, Labour as a whole?
Yeah, well, Peter Mandelson had historically been a significant figure under the Blair and Brown governments. It was unfortunate that he was asked to come back to serve as ambassador to Washington for a short period. It's right that he's gone. It's right that he's no longer a Labour Party member. It's right that he's no longer a member of the House of Lords. Everybody in the Labour Party was shocked by the recent revelations, and it's right that he's gone. But, he has gone, and that has been dealt with.
Did Starmer already know about these relationships that he had with
because if he'd known that, he would never have risked appointing him to that position.
Are we sure about that? Are we certain about that? I mean, there's a question about whether or not Starmer was aware of any of it.
Do something like that if he knew. He wouldn't. It would be wrong morally, and it would be a huge risk politically.
The question is whether or not Starmer himself saw it.
No, Starmer was not informed, was not aware of what had happened. If he was, he would never have made such an appointment, neither morally nor in terms of politics, because it would have been a stupid thing to do politically if he had known about it.
I asked a simple question. Do you believe that the appointment of our most important diplomatic post, that is our ambassador to Washington, that the Prime Minister was not briefed by MI6 or MI5?
I expect he was briefed by MI6 or MI5, but they were presumably not aware of this.
The strong likelihood is that he did know something.
No, almost certainly did not know, because he would not have taken such a risk, and he would not have done it on moral grounds.
He takes a lot of
saying that perhaps the civil servants hid it.
He would not have taken such a decision.
I'm not as sanguine as you.
So did the civil servants hide the information from him? I mean, it is undoubtedly untrue that it's just really, really quite unbelievable to think that there is absolutely no evidence or indeed no information about Mandelson's relationship with Epstein at all. So the evidence, there was information
Gordon
there.
Brown talked about it in September.
Did anybody tell? Yeah, exactly. When we have been talking about it for a
Gordon
very long
Brown
time.
reported it to
Because
number
the
10 in
information existed.
September.
Did they hide it from
a lot
Starmer?
of
Did
people have
Starmer
a
see it
vested
and choose
interest
to ignore
in
it?
playing this up, but and making insinuations and so on. But the fact is that the Prime Minister was not made aware of all the continued relationship with Epstein by Mandelson after the conviction, and some of the recent stuff that's come out in the last couple of days. Nobody was aware of that.
Frankly, even if the Prime Minister is ignorant of any of these things, we do know that Peter Mandelson, this is what, the third or fourth sacking. He's been sacked almost as many times as I have. His character. He's a brilliant man, is Peter Mandelson. As a brilliant man, I remember
that's
him
one
from
reason why the Prime Minister was
very able. He's a very able man, but he is also deeply flawed. He loves money and power, and if what it appears that he was sending essentially state secrets about the security architecture of Whitehall and number 10 out of this country, that is such a serious offence. And I can't believe that MI6 and MI5 were completely
nobody has suggested that was known before it came out in the last 48 hours. Nobody has suggested that the Prime Minister knew about that or anybody else knew about that. That is new information.
Richard, what sort of fallout do you think there is likely to be now? Would you expect some sort of investigation? Do you think that the Prime Minister is going to have to face some very tough questions about this? I mean, what would you envisage to now be the fallout from these revelations?
Well, I expect the Prime Minister will take a very tough line and ask for as much information as possible, perhaps an inquiry. I mean, the Prime Minister was very keen to get him out of the House of Lords and out of the Labour Party, so I don't think there will be any love lost between them. The Prime Minister is appalled by what has been revealed about Peter Mandelson, as we all are, not in the Labour Party, right across the Labour Party, and of course beyond. The only difference is that those beyond, those in other parties, of course, want to play this up and make all kinds of insinuations that the Prime Minister knew all about this from the very beginning, which plainly he didn't.
Well, he blatantly knew that Peter Mandelson was highly flawed, having been fired twice before for dubious activities involving money.
Yeah, well, the second time he was fired, there was an inquiry afterwards which eventually exonerated him. So don't make it sound more simple than it actually is.
It was a judgment call. It was a judgment call about, yes, we know that Peter is flawed, but he is brilliant. And it was a judgment.
Yeah, you say he was brilliant.
We don't know what the advice
those are your words,
received.
and I expect that's the aspect that led to the Prime Minister appointing him for this very delicate task of dealing with a maverick president in the USA and trying to rescue something for Britain in that relationship. So I can see why the Prime Minister thought, on advice,
it will,
maybe that's
in
the right
the
thing
public's
to do.
eye,
But had he known about this, he would never have dreamt of risking it, and he wouldn't have done it on moral grounds either.
OK. Reem, a comment from you before I move us on?
Well, I think Wayne is right in this respect, because fundamentally this is a question about whether or not Starmer exercised the right judgment when appointing Mandelson. And, it was abundantly clear that at least some of his relationship with Epstein, we didn't know the full extent of it, of course, but some of that relationship was already known. And the question is, either Starmer himself was aware of it and decided to make a different decision, or civil servants downplayed the relationship or indeed tried to hide some of that information from Starmer. Either way, it doesn't look very good for the Prime Minister.
A right of reply to you, Richard, and then I'm going to move us on to our third segment.
Well, I think I've already made it clear what I thought. The Prime Minister was not aware of all the details. Had he been aware, he would never have made such a decision. For one, on moral grounds, he's a very moral person, Keir Starmer, whatever else you think about him, nor would he have taken such a political risk. Of course not. Of course he wouldn't have done that had he known.
Well, this sort of scandal, if you like, the questions raised about Labor Party members and their links to certain figures, the continued rise of reform, it all feeds into this commentary around the future of the two-party system itself. It has been a battle between the two major parties for more than a century. And although this isn't the first time there's been a third contender, it certainly feels like the most serious challenge we've seen to the status quo in a long time. Reem, do you think that questions around Peter Mendelsohn and his links to Epstein, the defections from the Conservative Party, the rise of reform, is this all a signal that people are fed up with the two-party system? Is it going to die out in the UK?
I think people are fed up of not feeling as though they're getting better off. They are not better off now than they were 10 years ago. We know this from the economics of Great Britain. You know, when we're looking at the fact that public spending as a proportion of GDP is now at about 45%, which means that almost half of the economy is the government. And we are spending enormous amounts of money, regulating enormously. And people, as a result, are not better off. Now, of course, part of this is the fallout from Brexit. Now, only last Saturday, it was 6 years since the UK actually left the European Union. And many people voted for Brexit so that the country could take back control of power, take back control of our sovereignty, ensure that the pathway towards prosperity was a pathway we could choose to take without being held back by the shackles of Brussels. Now, what we have discovered is that our own governments in Whitehall and Westminster were almost just as protectionist and just as pro-regulation and pro-government and pro-sort of establishment thinking as Brussels. So what people voted for didn't occur. We've now been left with an enormous number of levers, and nobody has had the guts to pull a single one of them. So now people are looking at this and saying, okay, what we need is to shake up our own governance. We need to shake up our own power domestically. And I think that the rise of reform, the increasing support that reform are getting, is in part the backlash from people not feeling as though they are better off, but also this new rise in anti-establishment thinking. And it's, by the way, why I think accepting too many Tory defections will bode very, very badly for reform.
All right, Wayne, I'm going to come to you in just a moment. But Richard, being from one of the established major parties with a long history in politics, do you see this as the time that the major parties are under the most pressure in sort of modern history?
The Conservatives are for the reasons we discussed earlier. Labour is because they're in government, and governments tend, especially mid-term, to be unpopular. No more so, of course, than when they have to take very difficult decisions. Labour inherited a real difficult situation economically from the Conservatives, with the public finances in dire straits and with the economy hit by a number of things, not least Brexit. Brexit was supposed by those who supported it, including, I think, my interlocutors in this debate now, it was going to save Britain lots of money, which would all go to the NHS, by the way. We were going to have wonderful new trade deals with countries across the world to replace the trade deals we have negotiated collectively as Europe with the leverage of the world's largest market. We were going to keep all our access to the single European market. We wouldn't lose any of it, our main trading partner.
Our main trading partner is the US.
And the OB, the Office of Budgetary Responsibility, had estimated that Britain's GDP is probably around 4%, maybe 5% smaller than it would have been had we stayed in the European Union.
Richard, I'm just going to turn you back to the point. We're not going to get into a whole Brexit debate. That has come and gone, so we're not going to reanalyse Brexit. Richard, I want you to answer for me.
That would have delivered about £40 billion extra tax revenue every year.
Okay, we're not going to go back and dissect Brexit because the ship has sailed on that one, Richard. But tell me, Richard, do you think that the two-party system is under threat?
Transformed the economic situation and the situation of public finance.
All that by the by, Richard, is the two-party system under threat?
Well, in that both the traditional main party on the right is in dire straits, and Labour, being in government, is not doing, as is usually the case for parties in government in Britain, not doing very well. There is a threat. Labour, I think, has every opportunity to turn the corner. It's still got 3 years to go. It's doing what it can to turn around the economy. It's doing what it can to address people's concerns in terms of the state of public services, the NHS, and so on. So it's possible, but it's by no means certain that we're seeing the end of the two-party system, at least as regards Labour on the centre left.
If you want to be more like the Europeans, then you want multiple parties.
All right, Gwen, do we want multiple parties? Is it the end of the two-party system? Is that a good thing?
I'll go to your first question. My feeling is, though pollsters and others will tell you that British politics is fragmenting with the Greens, the Lib Dems, Reform, Tories, Labour, instead of the two-party system, my feeling is it's a little bit more a realignment. And I can see, just as Reform are an electoral threat to Labour, and look at the by-election last year in Runcorn, or maybe this election in Manchester this month, we are an existential threat to the Tories. In the same way, the Green movement, which Labour are terrified of winning in Gorton, provide an existential threat to Labour. Talking to Labour people I know, they are working their socks off. It's bad enough being beaten by Reform, but we don't threaten their heart. If they're beaten by the Greens in Gorton, then that threatens their heart. And what I think you might see is maybe we go back to a two-party system, but it's not those two parties.
All right, Reem, I'm going to come to you in a moment, but I want to hand that over to you, Richard. Is there a risk? I mean, we talk about the splitting of the vote on the right. Could we be let us split on the vote on the left?
Yes, certainly the support that Labour has lost, according to polls, has gone predominantly to the Greens and the Liberal Democrats, or in Wales and Scotland, the nationalist parties, not to the Conservatives or Reform, most of it. So if there is a threat to Labour, it's from parties on the centre and the left, not from the parties on the right. That's more a battle between the Conservatives and Reform. So Labour is aware of that. It will be, of course, arguing and conducting policies to make sure that it attenuates that risk.
Reem, you raised the idea that if, the Europeans have more of a multi-party system than the UK, is that something the UK should aspire to? Would it work in the UK? And what do you make of Gwen's comment there that there could be a two-party system, but it might not be the two parties we're used to?
Yeah, I don't think that will be the case. I think we're probably going to see a split in the vote on the right and a split in the vote on the left. I think we are going to see more multiple parties. I don't think that Reform are going to get a majority in the next election. I think that we're probably going to see a hung parliament, one in which we'll have to have a minority government in some form of coalition. And I don't mind that. I mean, I think that what's interesting is in the majority of European countries, you do have multiple parties that then form a coalition, predominantly because of the way that their electoral system works. And I think that in the UK, that's perfectly reasonable to expect. I don't think that Reform are going to win absolutely every single current Conservative seat. One example that comes to mind, by the way, is somebody like Jack Rankin, who is the Member of Parliament for Windsor. He was Robert Jenrick's PPS, his sort of private secretary in Parliament, and lots of people have said, well, he should be on defection watch. But when you actually look at his constituency, the main threat in Windsor is not reform, it is the Liberal Democrats. And so there are many, many Conservative members of Parliament who are currently in the party and currently sitting in Parliament that will not have reform in their constituencies. One example, by the way, is Danny Kruger, who did defect to reform. I can't see him keeping his seat.
I know, it rather kills the idea he did it for his career, doesn't it? Maybe he just did it because he believed in it.
Perhaps, but it also means that reform won't win that seat. So reform
Same with
probably will
Jenrick
not
in
win a
Newark,
majority.
Same with Jenrick in Newark. Yeah, and
Perhaps,
so
yeah.
the idea that they're doing it to save their careers, actually, no, they're doing it because they believe in it.
Perhaps, but perhaps that is true. But it also does mean that reform, just on this issue of the multiple party system, it does also mean that this idea that reform are going to completely engulf the Conservatives and the two-party system will be dead because reform will take over, I just don't think is true. I think what will happen is reform and the Conservatives will split the vote. You'll get moderate Conservatives still voting for the Tories, and you will have those that care more about the economy voting for the Conservatives. Those that care more about immigration will vote for reform. And on the left, you will see more people that care about the establishment, that are probably Blairite, will vote Labour. And those that want to see the UK completely go green, or indeed pro-Gaza, they will end up voting green. And that's how the electoral system will look after the next election.
It is an excellent crystal ball. We're almost out of time, so let me put that proposition very briefly to our other two panellists. Ghislaine, what do you foresee? I mean, maybe if I can narrow it down, do you think you'll have more Tory party defectors coming reform's way before the May deadline?
I wouldn't be at all surprised. I really wouldn't, but maybe not. It doesn't matter. I'm perfectly. I would say of the 120 or 115 Tory MPs that are left, I wouldn't take more than 4. That being said, I would take Jack Rankin.
Well, we'll keep our eyes out on that one. Richard, round us out. I mean, we had quite a detailed crystal ball there from Reem. Give us your impression. Election is a long way away, but what does Keir Starmer need to do to keep things on track?
Well, first, I think Reem's analysis is right to a large degree on where the support is shifting. Now, if we had proportional representation like other European countries, that would lead to coalitions being made to secure majorities in Parliament. Parties would have to compromise, and perhaps that wouldn't be a bad thing at all. But the danger is that given our electoral system, first past the post, non-proportional, there's a risk that a party could win a majority of seats on 26% of the vote if the other party splits more or less
majority
evenly.
on 34%.
That's possible. And there's a risk that could be reform, could win a majority of seats on 27% of the vote if the Tories are on 18, Labour on 19, Greens on something similar. It's possible under our system. And that's an important reason why those people who are thinking, well, we're not entirely happy with this Labour government, I'm going to perhaps as a protest vote Green or vote Liberal Democrats, etc. They should think very carefully, because that is exactly what could let reform in. It won't be a Green government, it will be a reform government. So sticking to the devil you know, Labour, which isn't doing as badly as some people pretend, given the circumstances in which it came to power and the dire state of the economy, that, I think, will enable Labour to nonetheless get back for a second term.
I feel like I need to give you, as Reformer, a quick right of reply there, Ghislaine, before I wrap us up.
Oh, look.
I thought that was my right.
It was, Richard, but I just need to make sure I'm keeping us balanced here. Very briefly, Ghislaine, before we run out.
With 2 on the centre right against me on the centre left.
I feel like there's been a bit of a gang up on Ghislaine as well.
The big fight the Tories have got is against the Lib Dems, and I think some of the points we've made were absolutely correct. I suspect that many of the problems of this Labour government are not those they've inherited, that they've been self-inflicted wounds, like the winter fuel allowance, like things of that sort. These are self-inflicted. The thing that really has annoyed the Labour base is what Labour has done itself, not what it has inherited. I still think that the realignment idea is stronger than this sort of this fracturing. But I think the Tory fight is going to be with the Lib Dems. If you look at where the recent opinion polls have gone, the MRP polls, the switching, for the first time we've seen that when the Tories rose a little bit in the MRP polls over the winter period, they started to take Lib Dem seats rather than those seats that are more reform-minded. And I think that's going to be an extremely interesting fight. With Labour, I think this by-election in Manchester is going to be hugely important. It's going to be a real... if the Greens can pick up the Muslim vote, if the Greens can pick up disaffected youth, which they are doing in the opinion polls, then that fight is a fight for the soul of the left of this country.
Okay, well, maybe after that by-election, we might get you all back to dissect the results of it. We're out of time, so unfortunately I have to leave us there. It's been such an interesting and such a wide-ranging discussion. I appreciate your expertise across the panel on all of the topics we've touched on. Dr. Richard Corbett, former Labour Party leader in the European Parliament, Ghislaine Tola, political strategist and Reform UK board member, and Reem Ibrahim, political commentator. Thank you all for your time on Counterpoints. And thank you for joining us for this episode. Of course, you can catch us on YouTube at Arabiya English to see all of our debates and interviews, and follow us across social media platforms, X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. The Prince and Princess of Wales break their silence on the latest revelations from the Epstein files. Tech giants attend a landmark social media trial over addiction claims. And the Seattle Seahawks win this year's Super Bowl as Puerto Rican star Bad Bunny performs a historic halftime show entirely in Spanish. The Prince and Princess of Wales have said they are deeply concerned by the continuing revelations regarding Andrew Mountbatten Windsor in the Epstein files, but say their thoughts remain focused on the victims. The update was made by a Kensington Palace spokesman ahead of the Prince of Wales' trip to Saudi Arabia this week. It comes as Ghislaine Maxwell refused to answer questions about Epstein at a hearing at the US Capitol today. Here's some of what the chairman chairman of the House of Representatives Oversight Committee said to reporters following the closed session.
As expected, Ghislaine Maxwell took the fifth and refused to answer any questions. This obviously is very disappointing. We had many questions to ask about the crimes she and Epstein committed, as well as questions about potential co-conspirators. We sincerely want to get to the truth for the American people and justice for the survivors. That's what this investigation is about. What her attorney said, Maxwell didn't say, her attorney said that she would answer questions if she were granted clemency by the president,
Trump,
and that she went on to say about Clinton and.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Rawia Alami, senior presenter at Al Arabiya, and broadcaster Jono Hayes. Rawia and Jono, great to be back in the studio with both of you.
Great to have you back.
Thank you so much. Let's start there. So we heard from James Comer, the chairman of the House of Representatives Oversight Committee, speaking after that. Was this what we expected from Ghislaine Maxwell's testimony today, Rawia?
It is absolutely what we expected, actually. That's what he said in the clip, that as expected, she took the Fifth Amendment, which is she invoked her right under the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. And that's why she refused to answer all the questions that have been put forward to her during this hearing. Now, everything happened as was expected. It happened behind closed doors via video link from prison. She was in prison. She was asked questions, even though, Democratic lawmakers said that they will continue to ask those questions, even though they were expecting that she would not answer them because she would take the Fifth Amendment. But we expect that some of the questions were about co-conspirators, probably more details and names about people who were involved in abusing minors. Also, they said that they plan to ask her about figures, why figures, some of the figures were never indicted, and also Epstein's ties to powerful political and business elites. Now, also, according to the expectations, we were not expecting any prosecutions today. Even Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyers, they said that this was all more political theater, more theatrics rather than anything substantial that should come out of this. And the reason why, exactly, as we heard in the clip, she asked for clemency. In return for cooperation, she was not granted clemency. That's why she refused to answer the questions.
And in some ways, Jono, many people are saying that she pleaded the Fifth. We do know that she's been calling for clemency. She does want this, and she says she'll give all the details under oath if she is granted clemency, and she's given an easier ride in many senses. She's in prison. She's been convicted, but she's still wanting to get out, and this is the leverage that she's using at the moment.
And to be fair, that is the only leverage that she currently has. As an incarcerated woman and as somebody who's in a state penitentiary, she doesn't have a lot of cards to play right now, so she's thinking, this is probably one that I could cling on to. What I do think, and I don't think for a second Ghislaine Maxwell should be out of prison. Do I think she should have a reduced sentence? I think it depends on what she can provide in order. If we can think about it from the point of view of the quantity of people who are in the Epstein files, if we could convict 10 more of them of some of the heinous crimes that have been purported in those documents, then surely clemency, down from the 20 years. I mean, she's not saying what exactly she wants. I don't think she should be free. This woman shouldn't be on the street. But certainly something that we can bargain with to say, right, your evidence could lead to 10, 20, 100 convictions. There has to be some sort of an argument there where you think, okay, maybe this is something we can achieve. But that depends on what she has to offer. Maybe she can coax or slightly give us some information, but I mean, I think it's exactly what we expected from her at this stage. But I don't think the DOJ are going to stop at this. I think they're going to go back again. I think we're going to have more of this. We're going to continue to hear about this because people need to be held accountable. There are hundreds of names that need to be held accountable for these crimes.
I think deals usually happen in such cases, that she would cooperate, but she would ask for clemency, she would fully cooperate, probably give names that would lead to convictions. But probably in this case, because it has become such a public case, perhaps it's hard to cut such a deal.
No, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's almost impossible. And I'm trying to think, how do you work a deal with somebody who we know so much about, and the allegations are so severe and so serious? But I guess it would have to be a situation whereby exactly like a reward that the FBI would offer. There's $5 million. However, it's only if they go to court and are convicted of the crime that you can prove, then we'll release the cash. Exactly the same. If they can prove and bring someone to court and they can get a conviction, then yes, you can have a clemency, whatever it may be. But I certainly don't think that out in the street is where Ghislaine Maxwell needs to be.
Another part of her argument, Ghislaine Maxwell's argument, is that she hasn't been able to read or see all the Epstein files. She wants knowledge before she goes in case she incriminates herself in questions, which can happen. And as her lawyer says, she's the woman with all the secrets. She knows it all. We see so many of these files come out. It would be interesting to hear from her. But something that I've always found fascinating, we're speaking about hundreds of people incriminated in these files. We'll get into the details. There's Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. There's Peter Mandelson. The names are endless when it comes to people who have visited Epstein Island or had comms with Jeffrey Epstein, because let's be honest, he was involved in so many big corporations, the elite. He was part of that. But Ghislaine Maxwell is the only person who's gone down, and she's a woman. And sometimes I wonder what that looks like optically to the rest of the world.
From our eyes, I think as women, it doesn't look good in the sense that how come she is the only one exactly that is coming down with this, even though the files are actually pointing to names, specific figures that are extremely powerful with possibly proof of wrongdoing. And nothing is happening, like with Peter Mandelson, like with possibly Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. I agree with you. The optics don't look good. But I suspect that we are going to witness more investigation, possibly more convictions, or at least clearer accountability when it comes to...
For sure. If Jeffrey had been alive, he would also be in prison for these crimes. So I'm guessing the fact that she survived is the reason why she's the one who got the jail sentence. It did feel like she got the jail sentence that would have been going to him as well, but I certainly don't think 20 years even cuts it even remotely close, considering the seriousness and the heinous nature of the crimes. Absolutely not.
And we've obviously heard from the royal family today, which has been quite interesting. We've heard from the Prince and Princess of Wales.
Yep.
They've been speaking out. And it must be so difficult for them because, regardless, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor is part of the family. But also, the difficult thing is they're learning about the Jeffrey Epstein files and the allegations in them against Andrew in real time like we are. So they've got to try to keep ahead of the story, the royal family, right now.
Well, they've done it in the way that the firm always does. The family are a firm, and the way they've done it is without naming names. They have expressed their deepest condolences to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. They've deliberately kept the focus on those who were harmed rather than Andrew himself. He is the blot on the copybook for the royal family right now. So they've clearly attempted to do something, which is to distance the working royal family, which William and Kate are both part of, and King Charles and Camilla, away from the scandal. But they've also reinforced accountability. We're hearing this evening that the King has said he's fully willing to cooperate with the police investigation into Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, who is no longer a member of the working royal household in terms of the allegations that are against him. But they don't want to reopen this controversial family issue directly, because that's effectively what this is. And again, it's not just that's the Peter Mandelson story which is in there as well. So what they've done is they've focused solely on the victims and said our hearts are with the victims and their families right now. The strategy is one that the firm do very well. It's containment. They're acknowledging how serious this is, which I think you have to do. And I think the King, having not made a statement about it at this stage, was probably a flaw. But I think there's a chance to rectify that now with the heir to the throne and his wife. They're avoiding this reignition of an internal fallout within the family, but at the same time saying, we understand, we hear it. And I think from a public point of view, they needed to say something. You cannot sit in silence and ignore this completely, which is what, to be fair, the royal family of the United Kingdom have done historically.
Well, never complain, never explain has always been the motto of the royal family. But one thing we didn't get on to, because we've run out of time, but I just want to give a nod to it, is, of course, the UK Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, right now, clearly on the ropes in many respects in his position as leader of the UK and the Labour Party, and that's because he, of course, appointed Peter Mandelson as the US ambassador. It's since come out that he had deep links to Jeffrey Epstein, and there's big questions on why Mandelson wasn't vetted properly. So as we say, you know, the Epstein tentacles keep on going.
They spread.
Absolutely. So thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And the arguments in a landmark social media trial have started today, where some of the world's biggest companies are being accused of making products intentionally addictive and harmful to young people. Meta co-founder and chief executive Mark Zuckerberg, along with bosses of Instagram and YouTube, are expected to be called as witnesses during the trial. So this is something that we're just seeing kicking off. It's happening today in the US. They're going to trial over social media addiction claims. How did it all start? What was the beginning of this?
Well, it'll be landmark, this case, for sure. We've seen Mark Zuckerberg on the stand before, but when he's been asked and called to give evidence, not in this respect, though. This is different. This is a case that first kicked off with families and a school district specifically that said, we want to file lawsuits against social media platforms. Why? Because we think they're designing these algorithms that are encouraging addictive behavior with our kids. Now, that is a tricky thing to try and prove in a court of law. Over time, the individual lawsuits, there was many of them, were consolidated into one large legal action, which is what we're seeing now being brought to the court. So the plaintiff have argued that what companies have done is prioritise engagement and prioritise profits over child safety, which is very important for any parent. That's something you want to have prioritised on a site that your kids are on. So now it's become this big accountability test for big tech that they could really do without, but it's now in court. And there is a concern because there's and it depends on which survey you look at, between 10 and 25% of all teenagers, all adolescents, have shown signs of problematic or addictive social media behaviour. This is not somebody who just scrolls on social media and checks videos on Instagram and TikTok and YouTube. This is somebody who, as a result of that social media addiction, have suffered in other ways in their life. They could be suffering from depression. Their studies have started to slip. They have got several different of these, which is classic addiction signs in adults as well, exactly the same thing. Much like you would have an alcoholic, they're showing the signs and symptoms of addiction. And this is where the lawsuit comes from. If it's won, it would be landmark, it would be phenomenal. And I think, you know, hats off to the families who are taking this to court.
It's really interesting because I do think if this case is won and the big tech companies do lose, it might change our life on social media as we know it right now. Because you talk about scrolling, and right now, if we go and scroll on our phones on Instagram or TikTok, Rawia, there's no end to it.
Absolutely.
It just continues and continues and continues. And this is what they're saying. There needs to be some sort of stop-off so people just don't constantly go down that doom scrolling avenue that we see so much. So what could the repercussions for these big tech firms be? And it's interesting speaking to Jono, because we had this conversation before. This is a double-edged sword.
Absolutely.
Because when I think about this, I think about free speech. I think about how much information gets to the world via these social media platforms.
This is the exact point, and that's why the repercussions are going to be far-reaching. And yes, it's going to open a big can of worms. Now, the point is, if the plaintiffs win, and by the way, the first plaintiff is a 19-year-old who's saying that because of the social media and the algorithm and the addiction that they had, it caused them depression, anxiety. So there are plaintiffs with specific conditions who are basically suing or going to court in this case. But in case the plaintiffs win, then the legal immunity of the social media platforms is gone, which means that they are going to be held accountable and they're going to be liable for the content that they put out through their platform, even though it is a third party or the user content. So they're going to be liable. There's going to be a surge in lawsuits against, obviously, social media platforms. That's what happens. Usually people capitalize and they want a piece of the cake. This is going to push all the social media platforms to have more control over the content, and therefore more tightens the control, less freedom of speech, They're probably going to use AI to filter through the content because operationally it's literally impossible to filter through all of this, the volume of content that's put online and published. And therefore we are looking, yes, at definitely a very different online experience when it comes to social media platforms in the future, because this is not going to stop in the US. If they win this case, these plaintiffs in the US, and they cause a change in the law there, we should expect it to go to Europe, to Australia, to the Middle East, or anywhere else.
And I find it fascinating, right, because you remember that Australia banning under 16-year-olds. That's sort of filtered through to the UK, hasn't it? And we're seeing other countries actually debate that right now. But you're talking about third parties uploading things to social media, and the companies could be liable for that. How on earth are you going to police something like that?
Well, I guess, that comes down to the algorithm itself. It does a very good job in picking up when something is not suitable for younger eyes and when it's sensitive content. It does it itself. It's not somebody who sits there and checks that. It's just by automation. AI has developed quite a lot. And I think it'll become a situation whereby you will open your Instagram, you'll be given a warning that says, just FYI, this could be addictive. So you're aware, because there has to be a start somewhere. This lawsuit may not be won. And if it's not one, there'll be more lawsuits afterwards that may be won. Somebody has to be the first. And if you look back at tobacco companies being sued in the US, and in 1998, when 42 states took the tobacco companies, big pharma, so to speak, in terms of tobacco, to court. And initially, they were faced with so much backlash. They ended up getting, I think it was Camel Joe, he was the mascot at the time, he got banned, and they ordered to pay $250 million over the course of 25 years towards healthcare. Somebody had to be the first, and somebody has to say, right, there's a reason for this. If it is addictive, that may be one thing, and it comes with those ramifications. Why are parents not taking some of the onus at least on thinking?
I think that's very, very important because, yes, I mean, you can put regulations, the social media platforms can really censor the content, yet without parents' supervision at home. And even with that, still parents cannot actually monitor 100% what their kids are
and
seeing.
I don't think they can, no.
But the problem is not just to do with kids and addiction. I mean, we're talking about adults who are on a scrolling spree every night before going to bed, obviously affecting their sleep.
I'm completely guilty of it, you know.
All of us. Yeah. All of us are. But the thing is, I mean, they can do other things to limit that kind of addiction, like put a timing on scrolling.
It
defeats their purpose, but maybe it can be let's say, halfway solution.
Well, I mean, there has to be something, but they've said they've put safeguards in place. Meta have got these safeguards in place to stop this down. If you, as a parent, would like to put something on your phone, on your child's phone, which limits the amount of screen time they can get, that is an option. That is a separate app. That's a third-party app that you can install on there again. Meta are simply providing the platform. And what they're saying is that how you use that platform is entirely up to you. Is that a correct argument? I'm not entirely sure. I'm seeing it from an adult's perspective. I want to scroll for as long as I want. I don't want to be judged on that. If it's addictive behaviour, I can understand how that's a concern. But for kids with their tiny minds, like a sponge taking everything in, I can't decipher what's real and what's fake on social media. How is a 6 or 13-year-old supposed to do that? I just find that baffling.
And as we were saying, for young kids, it does actually rewire their brain. But then again, as an adult myself, I think of social media, and I think that it gave us the opportunity to know what's happening elsewhere in the world where mainstream media doesn't reach or is not interested in telling us, you know. But it is a double-edged sword, censoring and having such control over content on social media platforms is a double-edged sword.
And I would agree with you completely. I do think social media has a place in society where it's given people access to news, people who wouldn't often be interested. Coming from my job as a journalist, people will be exposed to a lot more of what's happening around the world geopolitically in various different countries. So I think there is definitely a place for it. But it'll be so interesting to see how this trial plays out and see if Meta, all the other big tech companies will come up with solutions to stop, like you say, the addictive algorithms that people just use, and are rewiring children's brains. It's going to be a fascinating time. Hot topic, I feel like, when it comes to the internet and social media. But thank you so much for your thoughts there. Let's move on to another story now. And in Japan, messages of congratulations from around the world have been pouring in for Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi and a governing coalition following a big win in the country's general elections. The landslide victory paves the way for her proactive fiscal policy, an overhaul of Japan's defence capabilities amid countering China's military assertiveness. Chris Gilbert has this report.
It was a stunning result for Japan's governing coalition, riding on the back of Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi's sky-high popularity ratings. The win caps a remarkable turnaround for Takaichi's Liberal Democratic Party, following consecutive drubbings in national elections over the past 2 years. US President Donald Trump took to the platform X to congratulate Japan's leader, wishing her a success in passing her conservative, peace-through-strength agenda. US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent also hailed the win.
Boy, has she had a big victory today. She's going to have 2/3 majority in the upper house. President Trump endorsed her last week. She is a great ally, great relationship with the president. And when Japan is strong, the U.S. is strong in Asia.
Japanese stocks rose at the start of the week following Takaichi's win. Her proactive fiscal policy, emphasizing large-scale strategic investment, lifted investors' moods. The margin of victory gives the governing coalition a strong mandate to push through its policies.
The opposition parties have lost a large number of seats, so in that sense, it may make it easier for things to move forward. But at the same time, if an atmosphere emerges in which people feel they can't voice opposing opinions, then I think carelessness and arrogance will start to crop up. I sincerely hope the administration avoids this kind of situation.
Takaichi also plans to accelerate defense spending and expand Japan's missile and drone programs. She's taking a tough line against China as well as North Korea in what she sees as the threat they pose to stability in the Asia-Pacific. Observers are watching closely to see whether Japan's leader revises the country's pacifist constitution that's been in place since the end of World War II. Doing so will likely raise tensions with Beijing, and how Takaichi manages her relationship with China may define her foreign policy and Japan's defense posture for years to come. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
So, Ralia, we just heard there from Chris Gilbert. He was speaking to us. But what's the latest from Japan's snap election that happened over the weekend?
Yes, well, as you heard, the Prime Minister, Sanai Takaichi, managed to score a landslide victory in these elections. She gave her party, the Liberal Democratic Party, a supermajority in the lower house. They actually managed to win 316 votes out of 465, which is way more than the minimum, which was 233 seats that they needed to secure the majority, which means that Takaichi now holds a very strong control over the parliament. This means that she will be able to push her agenda, to push some of the legislation she's been talking about on budgets, on defense spending as well, economic policy, which is very, very important. She spoke about, or she promised that she would suspend the 8% food sales tax, which is supposed to help households, yet it spooked the markets a little bit. But in general, overall, the reactions were quite positive, whether it be from the markets to her win. Even internationally, we know that President Donald Trump had endorsed her. We know that they have a good relationship. It'll be really interesting to see how she is going to carry out her fiscal policies and her promises to increase the military and defense budget, which is the reason why there was, this endorsement and this close relationship with President Trump.
absolutely fascinating what she's managed to achieve, Sanai Takaichi, because her party was not doing very well just 4 months ago. She took over. She's had this election. It was a gamble. It's massively paid off.
The turnout was absolutely amazing. It's very, very high.
Yeah, absolutely. And for extraordinary cold temperatures like it is in Japan right now. But I think a lot of the question happening now is Takaichi. She's had this landslide win in Japan. But what does this mean for Japanese and Chinese relations? Because they haven't been on the best footing since she did assume power.
No, and we knew going into these elections, the priorities for the voters, specifically the younger voters, they wanted economic stability and they wanted an increase in defence spending and certainly in defence tactics that were going to be ramped up. So we knew that that was a priority. Whereas your older voter population, they were more keen on stability in the long term, because we know pensions have been suffering in Japan as well. She's been called Japan's Maggie Thatcher, and she's come in with this very strong mandate, which is an assertive stance towards China, which is exactly what the young voters kind of requested before she went in with this mandate. So it looks like it's paid off dividends for her, particularly on things like territorial waters and the defence policy, as Rawi mentioned as well. A higher spending on that is good news, and clearly it's won her the favour of the voters as well. So she's got to reassure the parts of the Japanese electorate and the financial markets as well that there will be no... She has to make sure that they are safe against China, but they can't risk a diplomatic friction with Beijing at all, which is a very, very tricky tightrope to try to walk. But it seems like she may be the one to do it, and she certainly offered the best solution for the younger voters, which, as Rawi has said, showed out in their droves. Traditionally, Japan has got one of the lowest voter turnouts globally, normally around 40%. We saw 56% of people almost show up for this, of eligible voters show up for this, which is way up on the 53% that showed up in the 2024 election. So I think she's done something different. She's been visible to the public. I mean, come on, how many times do people talk about Japanese politics in real life? Whereas this lady has done it. She's managed to get into the public psyche, and she's done a really good job on that. And I think that's why we've seen young voters come out who had prioritised economic, because we know the cost of living crisis is affecting Japan as well, economic issues, and secondarily defence issues. Now let's see her put her money where her mouth is and see if she can do that.
I find it fascinating because Shinzo Abe was really the one Japanese Prime Minister that many people knew around the world. Sanai Takaichi sees herself as his successor. He was assassinated. But like you do say, she just has appealed to so many people, and so many people turned out for the elections. And the question is because she was big on social media. We've just been talking about it. We saw her playing the drums. She was in a heavy metal band. And she rode a motorbike.
This is the double-edged sword that we're talking about then.
But I think about Donald Trump, and he won the younger voter through social media too. So it's actually becoming a trend if you look worldwide when it comes to politics.
Yes, absolutely.
Ma'am Danny?
It is the way to reach young voters nowadays, definitely, because I mean they don't watch TV anymore. They don't watch the news. Not necessarily. There will be, you know, at rallies, and but it's social media is guaranteed. You're going to get to these every single. At least young person out there, as you were talking about your nephew who became interested in politics because of social media, and therefore these young voters are going to formulate their opinion and participate.
And it's clearly working.
It's working so far. Let's just hope that she keeps true to her word and her mandate rings through, because that's what people wanted.
Well, you know.
Wait and see.
Wait and see. Now, stay right there as we move on to another story. And the Seattle Seahawks beat the New England Patriots to win this year's Super Bowl. Jason Myers kicked 5 field goals for the Seahawks, which was a Super Bowl score. And Puerto Rican superstar Bad Bunny gave a historic halftime show by performing the entire set in Spanish. President Trump described it as one of the worst ever. Okay. Donald Trump wasn't keen. First of all, said wasn't going to watch it, was going to watch the Turning Points USA Super Bowl All-American Kid Rock.
Kid Rock,
Well, seemed to not watch that. Tweet about Bad Bunny, or True Social about the Bad Bunny, or X about the Bad Bunny, whatever you want to call it. But Jono, what do you make of Bad Bunny's Super Bowl performance?
So it's weird because not many people are mentioning the actual football that was on yesterday. That's the first time I've heard somebody say what team won, because nobody's talking about that.
We don't care about that.
I don't think... I don't think I'd heard my mum ever mention an artist on this level before, but she's talking about Bad Bunny today.
Your mum?
My mum.
Wow.
Never exposed him before. And what he's done is, it's different. It's unique. Look, we're at the 60th Super Bowl. That's what this was. And we've never seen this before. He performed it all in Spanish. It was 13 minutes long. And I got to be honest with you, I think he's done something very special here. And I want to take away any of the political protest part which is going on here, because there's a lot of that built into it. But what we saw was a spectacle. It was a live show. I love live entertainment. And I think that this was probably one of the best pieces of live entertainment I've seen. Hats off to the director of this particular performance. It is very impressive. Didn't understand not even a syllable. I think I got some of the countries he mentioned at the end. Aside from that,
You're
nothing.
not the only one.
Good. So I felt lonely, but I did feel moved, and I thought that is a really good performance. He had Lady Gaga, he had Pedro Pascal, he had a Kardashian, Ricky Martin performed. He had all these people who were just popping up. Cardi B was in there. All these people just randomly popping up in the middle of and doing cameos in this. As a performance in terms of Super Bowl halftime shows, this slapped, and this is going to go down as one of the best Super Bowl halftime shows of all time.
I must admit, I watched it. I preferred J-Lo and Shakira. Let's put it politically that way. I'm a bit like Donald Trump.
Because of the political message? Or
Yeah, it
of the
kind of irritated
value?
me. The political message irritated me. And I do get that America's very divided at the moment, and I do think it's always good to have a political message and to make sure unity is important, which I truly believe in. But I also sometimes wonder, is this what America needed right now, because it's so divisive, the country? I just wish that Donald Trump would lay low for a little bit and, you know, possibly all of it just sort of calm down a little bit. I don't know, Ralia.
I suppose it depends how you look at it.
Yeah.
Is this a reaction, or is this an action that is prompting
a reaction? I know,
right?
and that's
It depends on your perspective.
Yeah, right? It's a difficult thing to say. I do agree with that, but I must admit, I watched it, didn't understand a word with Donald Trump on that. But good for Bad Bunny. He's had a glow up. He's looking slick.
Yeah, I think he's trying to do something, even with the kid, which you just saw in the clip there, who he gave his Grammy to. Now, that kid is just maybe supposed to be a younger version of himself. There's a lot of speculation that it looked a lot like Liam Ramos, who was the 5-year-old who'd been captured detained by ICE in the last couple of weeks.
Another political message.
Again, we didn't need these political messages. If you take all that away from it and the massive billboard on behind him, it's worked. It's everywhere now. We didn't need that, but if you look at it as a performance, I think it was really good as a performance. I haven't a clue what was going on, but it's really visually spectacular.
Actually, you said something before we were on, that even these sugar canes are actually people.
That
we're
we'll
going to
get
talk
to.
about that. We're going to get to that next. But Ralia, what did you make of the performance? Was it a protest? Did you enjoy it? Do you like seeing those big halftime spectacles?
I really enjoyed it from an artistic point of view and also from a political message, in the sense that I think art is supposed to put a message out there. Okay, it is entertainment, but it should talk to, it should talk about issues that touch us, touch our life. Love is not the only thing that touches us and drives our lives. There are other things as well, and sometimes a political message is not that bad. Having said that, when it comes to Donald Trump, I agree with you. He agrees with you that he did not understand anything. I wasn't surprised at all, actually, by his reaction. He said, nobody understands a word this guy says, and he went on saying how the dancing is disgusting. And anyways, that was not surprising at all, to be honest, for me. But at the same time, I mean, in a way, it's a bit distasteful, because he's talking about a language, Spanish, that is spoken by 13% of Americans. 50 million Americans, at least, watch this, speaking Spanish. Also Spanish speakers around the world. So it came off as if Trump is saying that speaking Spanish in such a public event is kind of not very American.
He could have done one song in English. I mean, Lady Gaga
He could have done one song in English, absolutely. I agree with that. And then he rolled out Gaga. She's not my favourite, but anyway, moving on from that. I just think that one thing that's absolutely fascinating, Donald Trump obviously took to Truth Social about this, and this has actually done Bad Bunny some good, because he's had so much news about it because Donald Trump made this tweet.
Well, he started a week ago in the Grammys.
Yeah, so in some weird way, like Donald Trump's making Bad Bunny famous because I've even heard of him. So that's kind of crazy. Which, you know, with your mum.
He's the most streamed artist, or one of the most globally.
Yeah,
apparently.
he's sung as the biggest in the world.
I didn't know about him, to be honest, before the Grammys.
No, I didn't know about him either. Quick one, a wedding happened live at the Super Bowl. It was completely loved. Actually, I really loved that part of the performance.
Is it legit? Is the wedding real?
Apparently it's legit, and it was two of his really good friends, and I think that's such a lovely touch.
Oh.
I mean, that's an expensive wedding, isn't it?
Well,
good audience, though.
Yeah, look how lovely it is. It's absolutely beautiful. And we're going to move on now, and it's that time of the show where Jono and Raria have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And let's move on from the Super Bowl to something that you spotted at the Super Bowl, how much you loved that performance. What did you spot?
So it's from the Super Bowl to the Super Bowl, but there was a lot of grass, and you might have noticed...
You watch sport, Jono?
I don't. I watched it for the halftime performance. Because we saw all of the grass come onto the pitch and everything, we saw the stage and everything. Can you just spare a moment and think, that was people in the sugarcane. They are people dressed up as sugarcane. Because it had to move at such a rapid speed. The way to do that is, the quickest way to do it, is to dress hundreds of people up as sugarcane and get them onto the pitch at the same time. These people were paid good dollar money for this, $17 an hour, and they were working on this for 9 days beforehand to get ready for the Super Bowl. But all of these people lined up onto the field, and I'm like, wow, new career goal unlocked. You could have been the sugarcane at the Super Bowl halftime show. Imagine telling everyone, yeah, I'm in Bad Bunny's Super Bowl halftime show for Super Bowl 60. What are you? I'm the sugarcane.
I'm the sugarcane.
I honestly thought they were props, and the closer you look, I can't tell the difference. It just looked like props that were wheeled on. They're people.
It was fascinating.
It was quite a spectacle.
And, you know, when you talk about the performance and the director and the theatrics, it's incredible when you look at it from that sort of point of view. As long as I saw someone harvesting the sugarcane, as long as no one was harmed during that performance.
I think that was a staged piece.
It was a stage piece.
Well, some really good videos on social of them running around the pitch.
But I do think it's lovely, is actually, that's a really good part of it, is once again, so many people have to come together to put on a show like this. Sometimes we underestimate the volume of people behind it all. But absolutely fascinating. Raria, and yours is a quirky story about an island that is worth 30 million
US dollars. But who owns it?
Shakira.
Exactly. She owns it. Well, she used to own it. Now she still is, but she enlisted it. She wants to sell it for 30 million US dollars, even though she bought it for half that amount for, I think, $16 million in 2006. So she's had it for 20 years.
Wow.
And she wants to sell it. It's a beautiful island, actually. Look at the pictures. It's gorgeous. And it's called Bonds Cay, and it is described as being 650 acres slice of paradise.
Wow.
I think I agree from the pictures. And it is located in the northern Bahamas, around 125 miles away from Miami, Florida. So, if you're interested, Leigh Ann, you can put in an offer.
I must say something. I am just one of Shakira's biggest fans. I do love Shakira.
I love her too, yes.
I do look at that island and I think, Shakira, I would be bored if I lived all the way out there on my own. I think living on an island might be a little bit isolating for me. So I'm not going to put my $30 million out.
And I think, but I didn't realise...
It's just a holiday island.
Yeah, that's true.
Invite your friends, go have some... That's
true.
It's expensive for what it is, but I will say that I think she's, by the way, worth like $500 million, which I find crazy because she's got so many eggs in different baskets, so she's done really well. I just think right now, if someone has got a couple of million around to spare and they're at the level of super mega wealthy, I think the last thing you want to be investing money in is a private island at the moment.
We'll link it back to a first story that we did today, but we won't mention it.
It's not a good idea.
I must say something. We're talking about Spanish, and she just brought out an album in Spanish, Shakira. It was absolutely brilliant. I really enjoyed that album.
She's so good and evergreen.
She do the Super Bowl halftime again.
I would love her to do the Super Bowl halftime again. I'm actually sad Bad Bunny didn't bring her on.
Would have been perfect. Better than Ricky Martin.
Yes, I agree.
Anyway, No one cares what I think. But thank you so much to the guests today, Rawia Alami, senior presenter at Al Arabiya, and of course, the broadcaster John O'Hays. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X. G&T will be coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, a gamble by the Japanese Prime Minister pays off. Sanae Takaichi is handed a conclusive win following Sunday's snap election. We examine how her victory is viewed domestically, across the region and in Washington. And is obtaining Greenland still on President Trump's agenda? Well, an overnight posting on social media suggests it is. We'll be asking Greenland's Minister of Industry, Raw Materials, Mining, Energy and Law Enforcement why she thinks President Trump wants her country to be part of the United States. And who killed Saif al-Islam Gaddafi? Why and why now? Well, last week's assassination of the son of Libya's longtime ruler raises more questions than it offers answers. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin in Japan, where the Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi has been handed a strong mandate following on from her landslide win in Sunday's election. Well, in what was seen as a gamble, Takaichi called the snap election last month. But the gamble has paid off, and the election has delivered her Liberal Democratic Party its most conclusive win in Japan's post-war history. Well, speaking today, Takaichi cited the need for urgent reforms, and she has pledged to boost the country's defences, boost the economy, and get tough on immigration. Well, President Donald Trump, who will host Takaichi in Washington next month, was one of the first people to congratulate her, praising her conservative peace through strength agenda. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Jonathan Berkshire-Miller, who is a senior fellow with the Japan Institute of International Affairs and joins us now from the Canadian capital, Ottawa. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Jonathan. I mean, it looks like that gamble has really paid off. Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi has won a landslide in that election. How powerful a figure do you think she now cuts in the Japanese political landscape?
Well, I think it's a really signature election for Takaichi, as you mentioned. So she now has over 300 seats in the lower house, a supermajority in the lower house, along with her ruling coalition. She has a majority in the upper house, so she doesn't have complete supermajority in both houses. But it's an absolute stunning victory for her to show somebody who is not a political elite in the Liberal Democratic Party in Japan. To have this sort of election absolutely is authoritative and will help her on passing legislation and moving policy forward in the coming months.
Some people calling her an iron lady. She might have even used that expression herself. Do you think the parallels with Margaret Thatcher are both justified and accurate, Jonathan?
Well, look, I mean, I think she's idolized Margaret Thatcher, and she's mentioned that before in previous interviews. That being said, I think times have shifted quite a bit since Margaret Thatcher's days. So I think there's a number of challenges she faces. First and foremost, while a lot of the attention is on the foreign policy issues and how she deals with Donald Trump and the U.S. alliance and also China, there's a lot of economic challenges that Japan faces. Inflation is now rising in Japan, a weakened yen. Japanese Japanese bond issues. So, I mean, there's a number of factors that she does face as well. So I think that she will idolize a lot that Thatcher did, but she has new challenges as well to conquer.
Yeah, I mean, she's due, isn't she, to meet President Trump next month. And President Trump was very quick to congratulate her and praise her. He even endorsed her on the campaign trail. How much closer do you think her re-election in this strengthened capacity brings Tokyo to Washington?
I think it's a real boon for her before her meeting with President Trump. So I think one of the worries would have been if she was not successful or if she had a underwhelming result in the election, that going into that meeting with the United States, Donald Trump respects strength. And I think he quickly tweeted out or Truth Socialed out his support for Takaichi after the election win. So I think this helps her. And also the timing of that meeting is very strategic because shortly after that meeting in Washington, which will be later in March, will be a meeting in April, Donald Trump going to China. So I think Takaichi is very focused not only on that meeting with Donald Trump in Washington, but also being one of the last voices in his ear before he goes to China for that very consequential meeting with Xi Jinping.
Right. I mean, she has already captured the attention of quite a lot of people in Beijing, hasn't she, Prime Minister Takaichi, saying she's going to boost the country's defences. She wants to increase defence spending to 2% of GDP, something that Washington would obviously be very pleased about, but people in Beijing would be rather concerned about, I'd have thought.
Yeah, I mean, the relationship is a little bit strained, but I mean, I wouldn't put this on the altar of Takaichi. I mean, I think the Chinese have used a lot of economic coercion against Japan, in many sense overreacting to what are relatively simplistic remarks that she made in the Diet about, Taiwan a scenario for Taiwan being a critical situation for Japan's security. And the defense spending issue, I mean, look, you look at a lot of U.S. allies across the board, whether they're those in Europe and members of NATO, other members, East Asian allies such as South Korea. I think everyone is realizing they just need to spend more on defense. And I think Takaichi is just the latest in a line of Japanese prime ministers who's realizing that Japan needs to do a little bit more to keep up its share of the burden and also to protect itself and its citizens.
Right. I mean, she wants to spend more on defence, but at the same time, she wants tax cuts. She's talked about fiscal stimulus packages. And let's not forget, Japan has enormous debts, 230% of GDP. I mean, can she deliver on all of these fronts? Because some might ask, where's the money going to come from?
That's the fundamental challenge. So I think there's a lot of needs and a lot of drivers. So it's easy to point out to the areas of need. And I think we just talked about national defense being one of them. But as you mentioned, you have education, you have healthcare, and then you put that alongside an economy that has been sort of dragging for several decades. Growth is not extremely high. Growth is almost non-existent in some sectors. We have a weakened yen, which helps a lot of Japanese exporters, but pinches a lot of the Japanese domestic consumers. So there's a lot of challenges for sure. I know she's thinking about different ways to sort of reinvent or retool what was famous Abenomics in many ways, and she's sort of put her own sort of spin on this. But there are no easy answers, as you're right. And I think Japan needs to be really inventive in the way that it's thinking about retooling its economy.
Right, and I gather that living costs were front and center on the campaign, something that, Japanese voters will have had at the forefront of their minds as they cast their ballots on Sunday. What were the other issues, do you think, that really voters were thinking about that made them gravitate towards Prime Minister Takaichi?
Well, I think there were living issues. There were issues of the consumption tax, which he had pledged to put a pause on, which I think was helpful for a lot of Japanese consumers. I think it's also important to note that the opposition, which did dreadfully in this election, really didn't propose much that was acceptable to the Japanese electorate as well. So part of this is the story of Takaichi, promising some things that the Japanese electorate obviously was happy about. But there was also the fact that there was very little optimism about what the opposition had to offer. And finally, I would say that there has been some discussions, of course, on immigration. This has been and continues to be a tricky issue in Japan as well. And I think that this also played a bit of a factor in this election.
Right. So these are issues, boosting the economy, getting tough on immigration, boosting defense. I mean, it's no wonder, is it, that President Trump was so quick to endorse her. I mean, these are, campaign pledges that could have very well come from him.
Sure, there are some commonalities there. I mean, of course, Takaichi is a very different leader, and I think in many ways very much more like a pragmatist, a traditional Japanese conservative. But I'm sure that, this is the type of party that Trump would prefer, of course, rather than the alternative of some of the more, center-left coalitions that have been the oppositions in Japan. So I think this is clearly more in his interest. But I would note that Takaichi is a very different leader, of course, than Donald Trump. But she needs to go along to get along in a sense, because the U.S. is such an important ally for Japan.
Right, she's a very different leader from Donald Trump, but she's also a very different leader from most Japanese leaders. I mean, not obviously the obvious difference being that she's the first woman prime minister. Well, she's now on her second mandate. But she seems to have been a real hit with younger voters who consider her cool. She likes, apparently, heavy metal. I don't know if the reports are all true, but she really isn't your typical Japanese politician in any way, is she? What was the appeal?
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I think there's kind of like a Sanai mania going on right now in Japan, as many of the young Japanese in particular. And I think one of the interesting stories, we'll still have to pour through some of the details of the election results, but is actually in that younger demographic to see those who are in the late teens, in the 20s, and how much that they voted for Takaichi, for the LDP, but also for center-right parties generally. So I think this is a very interesting dynamic that we've seen in this election, that Takaichi and those that are on the more conservative side did gain an appeal more broadly in the younger part of the electorate. So there's all sorts of reasons for that, and I think we'll be trying to suss that out in the coming months.
Right, she was jamming with the South Korean Prime Minister, playing some K-pop tunes on the campaign trail. So she's obviously tapped into that youth trend and that current that swept Japan. Do you see her being able to patch up what have been historically quite tricky ties between Seoul and Tokyo?
It's always a complicated one, but I think, even things such as the drum session, I think these are things that would have been unheard of in previous iterations of leadership. So I think, it's a good sort of positive sign. It doesn't structurally change some of the issues. But yeah, I think that she's committed in many ways similar to, her predecessor, Abe Shinzo, to a pragmatic way of engaging with Seoul. Obviously, there were tensions at the time when he was prime minister, but he was very focused on a pragmatic approach on dealing with South Korea on security issues, trying to improve diplomatic relations. And I think that's going to be the case. You're always going to get spoilers in this relationship, sometimes out of the control of prime ministers. But I do think that she's focused on a forward-looking relationship with South Korea.
Okay, and just to wrap up, Jonathan, looking at what the Nikkei did today, it shot up. Obviously, investors like the news of a strong prime minister, this particular individual, Prime Minister Takaichi. And as we've been saying in this conversation, Japan's had a tough time the last 30 years. The years of the bubble are very much in the distant past now, 30 plus years ago. Do you see Japan somehow managing to turn the page on some of these historic, particularly economic problems? And do you see Prime Minister Takaichi as being the person who's going to lead Japan out of the doldrums?
I think it's a process, and I think she's furthering part of this process. So a lot of it, even if you think about Japan's dependence on China, which continues to be its number one trading partner, you're seeing year by year that dependence erode a little bit, even on issues such as rare earth minerals and critical minerals. So I think Takaichi will continue to look for Japan being a little bit more sovereign economically, at least in its relationship with China. There's going to be all sorts of bumps and bruises along the line, but you will see Japan diversifying itself economically, hedging its bets more, deepening engagement with countries in Europe, deepening engagement, of course, with its ally in the United States, but finding more and more partners to trade with. So I think it's a process, but one that Takaichi will continue to move forward.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Jonathan Bergsham-Miller, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, we need Greenland for national security purposes. I've been told that for a long time, long before I even ran. People have been talking about it for a long time. You have approximately 45,000 people there. People really don't even know if Denmark has any legal right to it. But if they do, they should give it up because we need it for national security. That's for the free world. I'm talking about protecting the free world.
And that was President Trump speaking last month there about why the United States needs Greenland. Well, the president has said on several occasions that the large Danish island must become part of the United States for security reasons. However, a long-standing treaty with Denmark already allows the US full military access to Greenland. Well, after fears earlier in the year that the US might try to take the island by force, news on Greenland went quiet. But overnight, the story was reignited after President Trump posted on an AI-generated map that featured Canada, Venezuela, and Greenland cloaked in the US flag. We can cross now to Greenland's Minister of Industry, Raw Materials, Mining, Energy, Law Enforcement and Equality. That minister is Naya Nathanielson. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us here on Arabiya English.
Thank you for having me.
I just want to ask you, when you hear about reports like this, when you read the headlines like this, President Trump, it would appear trolling Greenland and other countries as well, putting the US flag on your country in that map. How does it go down with you and your ministerial colleagues there in Greenland?
We don't appreciate it one bit. As we mentioned many times before, we do not have an interest in becoming Americans. And we are really happy that the dialogue is going on in terms of figuring out how we can accommodate each other's wants and needs. But this sort of rhetoric is still very much unwanted. And I think it draws the attention away from the real issues. How can we heighten security in this area without taking Greenland by force, by the way?
Do you take these sort of, I think they're intended with humor, but you never know. Do you take them seriously?
For us, it's not funny. We are a culture, we are a people in our own right. This is our land. We have developed it over many, many decades. And we do not appreciate this sort of rhetoric. We don't find it funny. We find it offensive and hurtful, and we want to move away from that sort of rhetoric. I think social media is probably not the best place to do diplomacy and build partnerships.
I mean, just seeing that this is back on President Trump's radar overnight, I mean, does it look to you like that ambition to take Greenland by force, which went away last month at Davos, do you think that's now perhaps back on the agenda?
We don't have any indications of that. We do know that the working group between a trilateral working group with Denmark, Greenland, and the US is progressing. They're talking about different issues, and we will let them do the dialogue. And as far as I know, we still have scaled back the rhetoric a bit, and we have taken some steps down the conflict ladder. So I think we are right now in an okay place. Problems are not solved. I don't know when they will be, but I don't think we're at the same level that we were in the beginning of January.
Okay, I mean, the White House quite often cites security reasons as being the reason for their wish to control Greenland. Do you think it's security, or do you think it's more about minerals?
Well, I think there's more than one narrative at play, and I don't think you really can look at the world's problem and just find one singular reason or solution for the problems we face globally. So, of course, there's also more than one thing at play in Greenland. Absolutely, national security is an issue we're discussing, and then we understand that we are part of the American national security interest sphere. We do get that, and we do want to work with the Americans trying to figure out how can we maybe safeguard for the future, how can we ramp up monitoring of the Arctic. We want to do this in collaboration with the US and NATO and other interested parties. So for us, that is really an open door you're kicking in. Of course, there's also mineral interest, and we can deal with that in on another level, because we are an open economy. It is already possible to invest into Greenland in our mineral sector. We want to welcome it. We want to work with other countries. That's why we have partnerships with other countries on this side as well.
So when people in Washington say to you, we must own Greenland, we must obtain it, because if we don't, China or Russia will, how do you shoot that argument down?
Well, first of all, there are no current threats from Russia or China, and this has been, I think, confirmed by many different countries and also NATO. We don't see a Russian or Chinese presence in the Arctic on a serious level. Of course, you want to make sure that we also take care of the future, and I think that is doable within the existing frameworks for collaboration. We might need to add some new things to the existing agreement, but I think it's already possible to address this future worry in a, I think, fair manner that respects Canada, that respects Greenland, and respects the US.
Okay, when it comes to minerals, the United States wants preferential access to Greenland's mineral resources. Is that something Greenland is open to?
Well, we don't know what the U.S. wants. We haven't talked anything specific about the minerals. We have had some interest, but right now, actually, small Canadian and UK-based companies that are investing into Greenland, also European. And we do have a memorandum of understanding with the European Union. We have an old one with the U.S. as well that we were looking to renew. So we don't know what the U.S. wants yet. We are probably not going to go down a path where we reserve certain minerals, but we are welcoming investments into different projects that can be developed to mutual benefit.
Right. So when the United States says it wants access to your minerals, would you say there is nothing that stands in the way of them going about that in the way that they would go about getting minerals from any other country with a treaty or a deal?
Absolutely. Yes. Exactly right. It is possible already. And you can say the difficulty about the mineral sector is not as much how to get them. It's very lengthy. It takes a long time to develop a mining site. It costs a lot of money. It's high risk, long-term, capital intensive, and very technical demanding. So I think the sooner you get going on some projects, the better if you want to develop the minerals of Greenland. But do it with us and through the lines that are already open.
Right, and getting Greenland to a stage where it's producing and refining and extracting the minerals and the rare earths and the quantities that are needed, it's going to take time, isn't it? And you know, if President Trump wants them overnight, I mean, would they even be ready in the volumes he wants by the end of his term at the White House?
Absolutely not, but we could move forward with many projects. On average, globally, it takes about 16 years to develop a mine site. Many of the most advanced projects we have, they are maybe 5, 6, 7 years into this cycle before they can actually open the mine. So regardless of who owns it, it's still going to take many years to develop these sites into active mines that can export minerals. So it's going to take a long time. And of course, the security of investments would make things quicker, but still you cannot cut many years off this process because it has to do with much more than just money. It's also because of technical issues, technological issues, making sure that the deposit, how big it is and how you want to design the entire mineral structure, mining structure. So it takes a long time for other reasons than just ownership and money.
Okay, let's talk about those minerals and rare earths for a moment, because I had to do my research on this. I'm no expert, but critical minerals, we're talking cobalt, nickel, graphite, and lithium, amongst others. Rare earths, this collection of 17 elements that are needed for modern tech like smartphones, electric vehicles, even fighter jets, I'm told. What is it that Greenland has that everyone wants?
Well, we do have a lot of those minerals that other countries deem critical. The list of critical minerals is not just one list. It can differ from country to country or union to union, depending on the local industries, what they need and what they want to develop. So we do have a lot of those minerals that other countries deem critical, but it's not the same as we know exactly how big these deposits are. And still, it's going to take a long time to develop them, as I mentioned, on average 16 years. So we have the materials in Greenland. We still need to know a lot more about them, and that requires that companies are willing to move in and they can find investors who are willing to help them. And the thing about minerals is we have for a long time, I think, left the development to the first part of the value chain, but they stand with all the risk, and that is a lot to put on the first part of the value chain, especially when it's the countries that want to import them. So we've been trying for some years to say to mineral importing countries, please help the companies in the first part of the value chain to make this project get off the ground, because it takes a long time to do so when you're on your own. And it's a daunting task once you just find the mineral. There's a lot of work to be done that costs a lot of money, takes a lot of time. So it can only be done in collaboration, I think, with mineral importing countries and then investors that are willing to put money into this.
Right, and you're making it sound like it's not yet clear what sorts of quantities and what numbers, what sort of level of deposits are down there in the earths of Greenland, in the ground of Greenland. But do you think it would be an exaggeration to say that Greenland is sitting on top of a metaphorical gold mine?
Well, we do have gold, so not only metaphorical, but of course, it all depends. It all depends on what the world requires. And a lot of Greenland is unmapped still. And because it takes 16 years on average to develop a minerals mine, you need to have activity in all phases of mining, from the very beginning to the mines itself. And that's why we really need also investments into the mapping of Greenland, figuring out what do we have, what quantities do we have, who could it be interesting for? And in that development, we want outside investors, also countries to collaborate with. So there are already ample opportunities for other countries to move in and do investments in Greenland. But they should note that it does take a long time, and it's not a quick fix to any problems. And the industry knows this, and many politicians knows this. So it's right now you see a lot of countries trying to make deals with a number of countries that export minerals, to try to make sure they have what they need in the future as well, because the green transition is so mineral demanding and because the world is getting more insecure also.
Right, and obviously in terms of reaching full capacity when it comes to extracting and mining these valuable commodities, I mean, what sort of percentage, if 100% is full capacity, where is Greenland now when it comes to extracting those minerals?
Well, not only the first percent. We are so much of Greenland is still unmapped, and we have one active mine. By the end of this year, we hope to have 2 active mines. One is anorthosite, which is a product you use in industry for paint and so on, and the other is gold. And I hope that within the next 5 to 10 years, you will see at least 3 other mines open. But that is how slow it works. And then we still have some projects in pipeline that might evolve within the next 10 to 15 years. And that is not just that's also just scratching the surface of what we've got here. So it's not a quick fix to anything, and it will take a long time to develop. We are what you call a greenfield country when it comes to mining. We are still in a very learning curve.
Right, and when people say you have to choose the US or China, I mean, you can have both, can't you?
Well, China is really not interested in Greenland when it comes to investments into the mineral sector. They are active, as I understand, 2 minority shares in some companies that are both in active and in courts, battling actually the government of Greenland. So there's not a lot of success for Chinese investments at the moment. We also have an FDI underway, Foreign Direct Investment Act, that will screen possible investments into Greenland for if there's anything that should be worrisome or we should take note of. So that is coming as well. So we have chosen quite clearly that we want to develop Greenland with like-minded partners, and we have especially throughout the years focused on the US, on Canada, on UK and Europe, Australia, and so on, countries that already have a lot of experience with mining. And so that is, I think, who we're looking to, and that's implemented in all of our strategies. So I think we have been quite clear where we stand.
Madam Minister, the narrative from Washington sometimes can be sort of deciphered as such that Greenland's mineral wealth is at risk from China. You're making it sound like that really is not the case.
That's not what I see. I don't see it anywhere. I don't see it in the ownership. profiles. I don't see it in an investor profile. I don't see it when I look out the window and meet our business sector. We don't have any Chinese investments here. I do appreciate the the export we have in the fishing industry to China. That is makes up a lot of our economy. But I don't see any Chinese investments into Greenland on any serious level. As I mentioned, there are 2 companies that are both inactive and fighting the government of Greenland in court. That is the only known Chinese investments that I'm aware of.
Now, minerals and mining it falls under your it's your mandate as minister. You cover those areas. There is a school, isn't there, in Greenland, the Greenland School of Minerals and Petroleum. I'm just wondering whether President Trump has inadvertently helped trigger a whole new, fresh level of interest in mining and minerals there in Greenland.
No, not really. I mean, the industry we have that is booming is actually tourism, and that's where a lot of people are interested in working. We do have local involvement in the mineral sector as well, of course, but not on a very booming level right now. As I mentioned, we have 1 mine in action and another one upcoming. We do encourage companies to employ Greenlanders in their work and use Greenlandic companies, and they do so also. But it's not, you can say, a sector that provides a lot of activity into Greenland right now. We don't really detect a big effect on mineral sectors from the mineral sector in a national treasury yet. We see it in the local communities where it actually provides a lot of income, but not on a national level yet. And therefore, we don't see a lot of Greenlanders seeking employment in those sectors yet. They're focused on the fisheries and tourism, especially.
They could stand to become extremely rich as a result of these minerals, couldn't they?
At some point, it's, as I mentioned, it's very far down the line, and it's going to take a long time. If you look at quick gains, you are looking into the fisheries and tourism sectors as the most likely to develop quickly within the next couple of years in a positive direction. We also have energy sector that we are trying to develop with new commercial projects with hydropower potential. So we do have different things on the table. The mineral sector definitely being one of them, but as I mentioned, it's a very slow moving sector, so there are no quick gains in that sector. It is a long-term strategy.
Let's move away from mining and minerals as we bring this conversation to a conclusion. Lots of countries have announced that they're opening consulates in the capital, Nuuk, and I'm wondering how people in Greenland feel about the level of solidarity that has been shown towards Greenland by Europe and by others.
We are very, very pleased by the great show of solidarity we have witnessed since the beginning of January. A lot of countries came forward, not only European, but other countries as well around the world. It is very heartwarming, and I think we get that this is not just about showing support for Greenland. It's also, you can say Greenland is a showcase of what is really at stake here, that a lot of, the old world order is changing, and how do you want to position yourself in the future?
Minister, last month at the height of I think we can call it the crisis, you said this, let me quote you: "To all of a sudden find ourselves in the midst of a storm that's about acquiring us like a product or a property, it's really difficult for us," you said. Mm-hmm. How did it feel at the height of the tensions last month?
It was awful. There was a lot of scare in the communities. People were afraid. People were quite worried about not only their own livelihoods, but also their kin and the future and what would happen to our country. As I mentioned, we've been building this community over many decades to a good place to live, a great democracy, and the thought of somebody moving in and taking that away and removing our culture was really devastating for all of us. So it was some really difficult times, I would say. Of course, after Davos, I think the tension fell a bit, but still people are worried, and I think a lot of the concern has transcended into some anger also about the whole situation for causing all this anxiety and uncertainty.
So you're saying the anxiety lives on, even though perhaps it's not where it was a couple of weeks ago. I mean, did it feel a few weeks ago like there could be an invasion of your country? Is that what scenario people were psychologically preparing themselves for?
Well, absolutely, because that was also what was being said from the U.S. administration, that was not off the table. And we had to prepare for all eventualities in the government. So, of course, this was one of the scenarios. As we said to the people, we need to be prepared for all kinds of scenarios. So it was scary, and it was something that was not off the table. Do I believe that will happen? No, I don't, and I hope not. But still, the essentials are not fixed yet. We are still in disagreement with the U.S. administration about the future, as I understand it. When I listened to my own premier, Jens Frederik Nielsen, he also said it last week. We are not where we want to be in the ongoing discussions. We still have fundamental differences. And so we're still in this dialogue. So, of course, tensions are not exactly low yet. We are still on edge and trying to figure out what the future will bring. And hopefully this dialogue will bring us somewhere better. But there is still a lot of tension.
Do you blame President Trump for bringing about that sense of anxiety and for creating these tensions?
I don't think it can be down to one person. I think this approach to Greenland is not just one person, it's a movement. And as I mentioned, there are many interests in Greenland. It is not a new interest that the U.S. have in Greenland. They had it for many, many decades. We dealt with this many times before, of course. So for us, this is just a renewal of history, really. We always known it was there. And as you mentioned, some is about national security. There's interest in our resources. This is not new to us either. We are an old colony, so of course we know about the outside world's interest in Greenland and our resources. And then finally, there's this element of expansionism or imperialism that we haven't seen for many decades. And I think that especially makes people worried that if that is to be realized, it will mean taking up other countries' homesteads.
Right, but if we've concluded that it's not about U.S. access to Greenlandic territory for building bases, because they have, you have an open door policy to the U.S. military if they want to set up bases. And if we've agreed that U.S. mining firms will have plenty of access to Greenland's mineral resources, just as they do elsewhere in the world, it does seem, doesn't it, like the only thing left to answer the question why, what motivated this desire to do a land grab or whatever we want to call it, is this sort of imperialistic set of goals. I mean, is that your conclusion?
I believe it's one of the reasoning behind it. I don't think it's the only one. I also think there is an interest in our military importance. I also think it has to do with minerals. And I think there is not just one narrative at play. I think it would be easy for us if there was just one reason and one person and you could deal with that. But the world is complex, and I think there are more interests at play here and more groupings working with different agendas. And that's what makes analysis difficult. So right now I place my faith in the dialogue that is taking place in the high-level working group and hope they can shed some clarity over what is really wanted and how can we work with that. That is what we've been aiming at the entire time, clarity. What is it that we can do differently that is not already possible? And we are open to amendments, but we cannot reduce this, I think, to just one single reason and one single person. It has to do with much more. It's much more complex than that.
Just to wrap up, this is my last question to you. I mean, opinion polls suggest that Greenlanders are overwhelmingly opposed to US control. I'm wondering if the needle has moved at all during these last few weeks. And just lastly, perhaps, do you have a message to the Trump administration?
Well, the needle hasn't moved. I think people are quite firm in their stance. We don't want to be Americans, and our message to the U.S. administration and the president is the same. We welcome the dialogue. We do not want to be forced to become Americans, and we don't appreciate that sort of rhetoric. It's very scary for us, and it's unnecessary because we are allies of the U.S. We are old partners in many respects, and this really takes away trust. So we need to rebuild trust, and we need to get back to a path of dialogue. And I think that is the only way forward. And that is speaking from a country that is small and not a superpower, because many countries in the world, I think, can identify with our situation. That is, if it's just about power politics, then this world is definitely changed forever.
Naja Nathanielsen, Greenland's Minister for Industry, Raw Materials, Mining, Energy, Law Enforcement and Equality. Thank you very much indeed for your time today.
Thank you for having me.
And finally, for today's programme, last week, the son of Libya's longtime ruler, Muammar Gaddafi, was killed. Well, Saif al-Islam Gaddafi is reported to have been killed by an unidentified team of 4 commandos who stormed his house in the western Libyan city of Zintan. Well, Gaddafi died from gunshot wounds. He was 53 years old. Well, Mohammed al-Salak is the former spokesperson for the Libyan Presidential Council and joins us now from Cairo. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. This version of events that Saif al-Islam Gaddafi was killed by a team of commandos, it's being reported, at his home in Zintan. Do you believe and do you think this version of events is credible?
Hello, Tom. Thank you for having me. Well, up until now, what we heard from Zintan appeared that a professional head squad entered the Zintan, infiltrated, opened fire, and disappeared. So we're talking about an operation which is clear, fast, and silent. It's rare in a city like Zintan, which is a tight-knit city. Well, I don't think we have a unified narrative regarding the assassination of Saif al-Islam Gaddafi. Up until now, we are just hearing rumors, statements from here and there, and there is lack of clarity.
Okay, I mean, the assailants remain at large. That's pretty much all we know. Has any new information emerged as to who might have been behind this?
Well, there is a possibility, as you mentioned before, that we had a professional team from outside, and maybe an insider leaked key information for them, because the way they told us, it's not used in Libya. We don't get used to such assassinations like this. Well, it was very professional. They disappeared without being noticed, very quick. Up until now, no statements, and either Colonel Al-Ajami Al-Ateri and his son Mohammed, who protected Saif for years, have yet to speak. And they likely to know what happened exactly. They noticed something, but they remain silent, and we don't know why up until now.
Just listening to what you're saying, Mohammed, I mean, you're saying this was highly professional. These sort of things don't often happen in Libya. I mean, it seems to me that you're erring towards the side that perhaps somehow there was some foreign involvement in this. Do correct me if you think I've misunderstood you. If that is the case, who would have been involved and why?
Well, it's a high possibility, actually, based on the story we've heard, as I told you before, but I cannot point fingers now. I cannot say who exactly, because Saif al-Islam were controversial. He also used to be a significant figure. So he has competitors, he has enemies inside and outside Libya, also reported by ICC, International Criminal Court. So the guy were really, I can say, dangerous, or very dangerous. So he's wanted by several parties.
But he had kept.
Why we said foreign forces? Why we said this? Because of the way that the operation carried out.
Right, but he'd been keeping a low profile, hadn't he? I mean, Saif al-Islam Gaddafi was, since 2021, when he said he might one day run for president. I mean, he hadn't been doing and saying very much in the public eye, had he?
That's true, but he has supporters, and not only from his tribe, but also from the areas that used to that they're still loyal to his father's regime. They also, they also have supporters from people who are frustrated because of what happened after 2011, because of the revolution and the political division, the economic, the institutional division, the security, the economy, and all what happened after 17th February revolution. I mean, the guy were really a significant figure. So if you watch the news before 4 years when he ran for the elections, he has huge supporters from everywhere. So maybe that's one of the issues that led to the assassination.
Sure, and I mean, we saw the pictures of his funeral. I mean, thousands of people seemed to attend his funeral last week. I mean, what's your understanding of what the reaction inside Libya has been? I mean, it's been nearly a week, hasn't it, since he was killed?
You've mentioned the funeral. It was not just a message from his family or the tribe. It was also a political message that the previous or the former regime were still a part of the process, and they shouldn't be ignored. They should be considered as a part of the process. They have supporters all over the country. I'm not one of them, but I'm just trying to describe what's going on. So the funeral were a big message to all the political parties that we will carry on. We used to support Saif al-Islam al-Gaddafi, and we will carry on. I don't know how, but if they have a plan B or something, they are now in a big trouble, because it was not just a symbolic, but he was the leader of their political project. I mean, they now trying to find a replacement. Are they thinking of a replacement? One of his brothers? I don't know. Either one of the family or a different person, but they still exist. They have supporters all over the country.
Yeah, I mean, the Gaddafi family was large. I mean, but as you say, not clear who would be the next anointed successor, if you like, of Muammar Gaddafi, who was killed 15 years ago. And I'm just wondering, Mohammed, do you think there is much nostalgia in Libya for the Gaddafi days?
Yes, of course. Well, because of the impacts of the revolution, the institutional, what we have seen about the institutional division, political division, the lack of legitimacy, and the chaos all over the country. You can see the international community helped us to get rid of a despotic regime, left us in a complete mess with dozens of militias, with dozens of dictators. So the Libyan people used to have to deal with all of this mess. So of course they have some sort of nostalgia for the former regime, not because it was perfect, but because the past were better than the present. So that's why, and they are worried about the future. So that's why they have this nostalgia. If we have a new government, with the lasting prosperity and lasting dealing with the problems, and if we have a new government that could deal with the problems now, and bringing stability to the country, and fixing or addressing all the problems of the files, the complicated files that we are dealing with, of course, they will go with it. But up until now, as you see, we have only mess in the east and the west and all over the country.
Sure. I mean, the country remains divided, as you say. I mean, one of the interesting reactions to Saif al-Islam's Gaddafi's death came from Russia. Moscow calling for a thorough investigation. Do you think there will be an investigation?
Well, come again, please.
Russia has called for an investigation into Saif al-Islam Gaddafi's death. Do you think there will be a thorough investigation?
Well, I don't think so, because considering the fact that the family called for independent international investigations, but on the other hand, they said they trust our Attorney General, Russia, maybe. They just trying to issue a statement to clear their position regarding the former regime and Saif al-Islam Gaddafi especially, just because they want to always be against the States and Britain and other countries. They just want to play games maybe against the countries that they made it very clear they refused Saif al-Islam. They refused former regime. They had statements about this. So I think this kind of political games maybe.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, what does the death of Saif al-Islam Gaddafi change as far as Libya is concerned?
Well, it's a turning point actually, because it wasn't just a normal operation. It was an extraordinary one. They targeted a significant figure, has supporters. It's a whole project. They were working on it for years to get back through elections. But now someone destroyed this by what happened last week. So that will affect the reconciliation, national reconciliation, will affect the political process. They will affect the comprehensive settlement, the whole political process, as I mentioned before. It won't be something that we can come over.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak.
Or come over easily.
Sure. Okay, Mohammed Al-Salak, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. We really appreciate it. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
Dr. Mohammed, it's so good to have you with us. My first question to you is, what does Kevin Warsh becoming the next Fed governor mean for you, for the markets, and for the independence of the Federal Reserve?
Thank you for having me. I think it is very good news across the board, because Kevin is someone with a tremendous amount of experience. He was a governor of the Fed at a very important time. He has significant expertise in economics and in markets. He communicates extremely well, and he understands that you need to modernize the functioning of the Federal Reserve. So he is very good news in terms of putting this institution that's so critical, not just to the US well-being, but to the global well-being, in the hands of someone with experience, expertise, and an understanding of what needs to be done. For the market in the short term, in the very short term, he will be viewed as less dovish than the alternatives that were mentioned. So as the rumors started going that he was the front runner and he's likely to be nominated, you saw the dollar strengthen, you saw interest rates go up a little bit. And that is a relative statement, because people also thought it could be some of the others who are seen to be much more dovish. Finally, what does it mean for the independence of the central bank? It means an ability to reinforce the independence. Independence requires accountability. And accountability for your mistakes, accountability for being able to take a view of the future and not being just data dependent. And Kevin Warsh fundamentally understands that. So I think that as he reforms the Fed, there will be less of an inclination to try to reform it from outside, which is what has happened in the last year.
The strength of the dollar that we have seen, is this a trend? Because we all know that the dollar weakness was the main theme that we saw last year. Since President Trump became president in his second term, we have seen a 10% drop in the dollar. So are you worried about the weakness that we are seeing in the dollar?
I think that there's a good chance that over time the dollar will be range bound. But if it breaks the range, it's more likely to go weaker than stronger. And there's two main reasons for that. One is that this U.S. administration doesn't mind a weaker dollar. You heard President Trump. He sees that as increasing competitiveness of U.S. industry, and you see it as also attracting more inflows into the U.S. And the second reason is that some parts of the rest of the world, particularly in Asia, feel they are overweight the U.S., overweight the dollar. So you've seen them buying gold, seeking to diversify. So if we break the range, it's more likely to be to the weaker dollar than the stronger dollar.
And the weakness in the dollar, it's mainly one of the reasons is because, as you have mentioned, investors are selling the dollar and buying gold. And we are talking here about institutional investors in addition to central banks. We have seen volatility in gold prices, unprecedented volatility, and we have seen unprecedented gains in gold prices. Where are you seeing gold prices heading?
So, a year ago, I remember being asked, where do you see gold prices heading in 2025? And I said 5,000. And people thought that was silly. And as it turned out, we didn't get to 5,000 until January of 2026. So why? Because of what you mentioned. First, central bankers in Asia in particular have become regular buyers of dollar, month after month after month. Secondly, institutional investors have much more interest now in gold, which is viewed as a safe haven, a better safe haven than bonds. And then finally, speculators, when they see institutional buyers, be them investors or central bank, they will buy gold. So this is what got us to these levels. From here, it will be a much more volatile journey. We will see gold prices swing quite a bit, but it would not surprise me if we get to 6,000 in 2026.
But do you think central banks will continue to buy dollars at these to buy gold, at these record levels?
Yes, I do. These are what are called non-commercial purchases. They are being bought not to make money, but to meet another objective. And in this case, it is to reduce the holdings of dollar and to introduce a new risk mitigator. So yes, they will continue buying. They may buy a slightly slower pace and then a faster pace, but there will be net buyers going forward.
How about silver? Silver has been. Is it actually a safe haven for the dollar? How do you explain this rise in silver? Because we know silver was also. We have seen funds going to silver, but at the same time, there's an industrial use for the silver. So should we be worried about a deep correction in silver prices?
So a deep correction is possible in both gold and silver, but my sense is that it will be reversed if it happens. Silver is a derivative trade of gold right now. People look at silver, they think it's cheaper because of the way people think, $100 versus $5,000. That's just a behavioral thing. And they think of it as being the turbocharge bet on gold. And that's why it has had an even more extraordinary increase. So yeah, it will trade with gold, but with a much higher volatility than gold.
Deep correction of gold, even if central banks you're predicting central banks to keep on buying?
It is possible because there's so many speculators in the trade right now. When you get asked, there's this famous thing that when your taxi driver starts asking about an asset, be it Bitcoin, be it something else, the .coms, it becomes it's become too popular, and you have to be careful on that.
Doctor, one thing also we're watching is what's happening in the bonds market, especially Japan. Yields are at all-time high. There's a bit of worry about that, especially that we have trillions of dollars of Japanese capital invested abroad. So are you worried that this capital will come back to Japan and that will affect asset prices outside of Japan?
That is certainly a concern, and at some point earlier in January, the sell-off in bonds seemed disorderly. And that's when you start worrying on that, because when you cannot sell what you want to sell, you sell what you can sell. So suddenly you start selling other assets. So the concern is, as you absolutely correct in saying, is that Japanese are very large holders of foreign assets. And they may need to sell their assets because of what's happening in the Japanese bond market. I think the bigger point, and I keep on mentioning this, is that in the old days, the bond market would attack emerging economies. Argentina, Brazil, Thailand. In the last 3 years, we've seen the bond market get impatient with the UK, with France, and with Japan. That's 3 of the 7 G7 countries. And I think that that's the reality, that now no country is immune to the bond market feeling impatient.
Are you worried of any crisis that we might see because of that? Is there a risk of any crisis, a debt crisis in 2026?
Crisis is a strong word. Is there a risk that the bond market loses patience with all that is being asked to fund? Is being asked to fund hyperscalers, tremendous demand for capital to build data centers, is being asked to fund very large government deficits in most advanced economy. Corporate, household, is there a chance that it will lose patience? Yes. Do I think we get anything like 2008? No. So we will get market volatility, we'll get more fragmentation, but I do not believe we'll get a 2008 crisis.
Doctor, today, when equities are at all-time high, in different geographies, in different markets, when metals are at all-time high, where should someone invest right now?
So I get asked that question all the time. I get people who stop me in airports, literally stop me in airports, and say, should I do this? And I say, first, I don't know what your objective is. Is it a short-term objective? Is it a long-term objective? I don't know. Secondly, I don't know what your risk tolerance is, because the worst thing that happens to investors is that they panic. When prices go down, even of good assets, they sell them on that. So I don't know what your risk, and I don't know what else you own. So I tell them a few principles. First, do not rely on stock markets for your next 6 months. Okay, because they are volatile, and we are, like you said, all-time highs, and we may get a correction, and you don't want to be forced to sell. Second, ask yourself the question, which is very difficult to ask. Not what could be my mistake, what could be my unrecoverable mistake, non-recoverable mistake. I think if people ask that question, they would probably reduce at the margin their holding of equities. And they would probably go more in cash, wait to see how all these uncertainties play out. Because right now, as you say, we are at very high valuations.
But even there's a question about the fiat currencies, and there's less confidence in fiat currencies, and holding cash can make you actually lose money. So why would they hold cash right now?
So cash is a risk mitigator. Is it a perfect risk mitigator? No. And that's why a lot of people have been buying gold. They see that as a bet. But relative to equities, it is a risk mitigator. And what one realizes is that one is forced to live in a relative world, not an absolute. So let's take the dollar. The dollar is a reserve currency. Are people as comfortable with the dollar as they were before? No. But where else are you going to go? Are you going to go to the euro? No. The European economy is not where the US economy is. The US economy is stronger. Will you go to the Chinese currency? No, it's not fully convertible. So when it solves in this world of relative space, people either slowly diversify away or say, you know what, it may not be perfect, but it's good. I take the example, suppose you're on a business trip, and suppose your trip gets extended for one day, and you cannot go to the laundry. You will wear your cleanest dirty blouse. I will wear my cleanest dirty shirt. And cash, and particularly dollar cash, is your cleanest dirty shirt. It's not pristine, but it's cleaner than anything else in the closet when it comes to currencies.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad. Thank you.
Thank you.
One, two, three, taking up space!
Millions of people around the world watched a crew of 6 women fly to space and back on board Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket. Much of the attention before and after the flight focused on superstar celebrities, the musician Katy Perry and TV host Gayle King. But alongside them was a rocket scientist whose lifelong journey to the stars was even more incredible. On this episode of the show, we'll tell the extraordinary story of the astronaut, entrepreneur, and educator Aisha Bowe.
If you would have told me that one day I would be sitting here with a flight crew jacket on, talking to you about going to space, I would have thought that that story was a lofty one too.
It was all a dream.
The dream that I never thought would come true is coming true right now. That dream was space. I want you to live your wildest, biggest dream because I am.
I'm Riz Khan. With family roots in the Bahamas and little interest in maths or science, my guest this week was an unlikely candidate to become a NASA rocket scientist. She was advised to pursue a career in beauty products, cosmetology, but chose a route to the cosmos instead. On the way, she became an engineer, entrepreneur, mentor, philanthropist, and fashion icon. Blue Origin's female-only flight to the stars featured several famous faces, attracting widespread interest, followed by a social media backlash from those who questioned its value and purpose. But for Aisha Bowe, her journey to space was always about much more than the view. Aisha, thank you for joining the show. Now, take us back to launch day. What was going through your mind that morning, and how did it feel knowing that you were finally about to realize your dream of going into space?
Riz, I have waited my entire life for this moment, and oh, was it worth it? To have the opportunity to travel at about 2,200 miles an hour and to fly up to the international boundary of space, which is the Kármán line, and see the Earth. I was just overcome with emotion because as someone who spent their career working at NASA, who's traveled around the world working with kids, who's been really excited about space and science, to see Earth from that view, I knew that everything I had gone through to be in that moment was worth it.
How significant was it that you were part of an all-female crew? What did that add to the experience?
Well, I think that there are headlines and things that are designed to create a lot of engagement. And then there's what I was focused on, which was the science. And as someone who's traveled around the world speaking in order to inspire women and non-traditional people to enter the field, my big takeaway was that I got to conduct science with HBCU, which in the United States is a historically Black college and university. We had a predominantly female-led research team, which was amazing. We flight qualified hardware, which could be used for research in the future. And we were able to demonstrate that we could genetically sequence plants in space during a suborbital flight. And all of these things combined are why not only do I think the flight was meaningful, but it did represent some firsts for science.
We'll talk more about that, but describe what the atmosphere was like inside the capsule as the countdown began.
As the countdown began, it was electric.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, command engine start, 2,
1, ignition. New Shepard has cleared the tower.
I think anybody going into space, there's this moment of just awe and wonder as you really think about all the engineering and all the progress that had to go into the moment. When I started working at NASA, it was not possible to go to space on a commercial flight with Blue Origin. And I can remember thinking to myself that one day I'll apply to be a NASA astronaut in the astronaut corps, but that I wanted to find ways to get involved and contribute before I felt ready to do that. And so during the countdown, I was sitting in the seat, and as we started to go down from 10, I realized that I was getting ready to achieve one of my lifelong goals of not only going to space, but taking that next step in my journey of becoming an astronaut and hopefully getting to one day fly for NASA.
Well, the key thing is that it's a remarkable experience that very few people get. What was the first thing that went through your mind as the rocket took off?
As the rocket took off, I was actually thinking about a colleague of mine who I'm lucky enough to call a mentee. When I was working at NASA, I had the privilege of meeting a 13-year-old girl named Claire. And Claire approached me at an aviation museum day. So we used to go out and speak in the community with astronaut ice cream, and we take what we were doing at work and share it with kids. And she comes up to me and she says, I want to be an aerospace engineer. And I said, okay, well, let me give you my card. Well, this 13-year-old girl, she emailed me. She literally sent me an email. I give my card to adults all the time and they don't even email me, right? And so I decided to invite her in to follow me at work. And so 13 became 16. She's now one of my mentees. And from that relationship, she ended up deciding that she was going to pursue aerospace engineering. She studied at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. And you'll never believe this, she worked on the very same rocket engine I was flying on. And so when I sat down that day, it was more than just me achieving my goal of going to space. I actually had the opportunity to fly on a rocket engine that I watched someone who I've mentored since she was 13 help create.
And I'll get onto your remarkable path to NASA a bit later. But let me ask you what it feels like to reach 2,300 miles per hour, basically 3 times the speed of sound.
It was an incredible feeling. I mean, I had trained for this moment over the course of the last 2 years. And if anybody has the opportunity outside of this conversation to pop into my Instagram or my social media, they'll see me jumping out of planes and, training in a FAA human-rated centrifuge. And so by the time we hit Mach 3, I was smiling from ear to ear. I looked at the GoPro footage and it was just pure joy because I was ready, I was prepared, and I was excited to be able to capture the moment.
So we have some footage of you in that centrifuge.
She's having too much fun.
That's 68. How you doing?
I feel good.
I love that comment from the training guy saying that you are having too much fun. Now, I have to ask you, in terms of training for the mission, apart from experiencing things like the centrifuge, how did you prepare for this kind of special mission, both personally and professionally?
As someone who's always been excited by spaceflight, the first thing I did was go to the FAA regulations on commercial spaceflight. There are actually guidelines that are best practices to prepare for space missions. And so I looked at the guidelines and I said, I want to do all of these things. And really the criteria boils down to you must train in a manner that demonstrates that your body is prepared to go to space. And so I found the centrifuge.
I'm here at the NASTAR facility starting training for my flight. Are you ready? Let's go.
This is going to be your office this afternoon.
Yes.
Hey, you're ready for space.
You heard the space shuttle bump? Looks like.
Oh,
in circle.
Congratulations, you just completed all the required training flights to qualify for your flight to space.
I literally cannot imagine training for space and not going through this. I'm really happy that I had an opportunity to not only experience this. I found a L-39 Albatross flight, which is a fighter jet, and that was a lot of fun. Half of the time I couldn't determine if I was training or having like a lot of fun, but I went through what the FAA kind of lays out as much as I could as a private citizen, and I'm really hoping to expand upon my training in the future and do more.
I'm sure that there's no way, no matter how much training you do, that you could actually compare any of that with the actual liftoff experience.
Oh, there are some things that are really close. I'll tell you that the FAA human-rated centrifuge that I flew at the NASA facility, they've trained over 500 astronauts, and they had the flight profiles from multiple vehicles. And so I had the opportunity to experience what they would simulate as a SpaceX launch. I also experienced the Virgin Galactic launch, and I had a rocket-assisted launch, which was really, really, really fast. So we hit 6 Gs in the simulation. On the way up, we experienced 3. But when we fell back to Earth, we hit about 5. And that's when, let's just say, things got really real, because 5 times your body weight sitting on your chest is no joke. I know there's been some conversation about our suits in the media, but one of the things I really appreciated about the suit was that it was compressive and it helped prevent against G-force induced loss of consciousness, which can occur when you're, pulling a lot of G's.
I can assure you that no kind of suit, no matter how advanced, could actually make me feel comfortable with 5 times my weight sitting on me. Now, of course, you actually get to see something that so few people get to do. So describe the view from the capsule, what you saw, and of course, how it made you feel.
It's impossible to go through this experience and come back unchanged. I hope that in the future, not only do more people have the opportunity to go, but that going to space on these sorts of suborbital flights will be as routine as flying. Seeing the Earth, it was a awe-inspiring moment that took me days to process. When I came home, I walked around my neighborhood just trying to find the words to describe what it's like to look at a moving, breathing Earth. And since that moment, I have felt a commitment that some, have detailed in the overview effect, where I feel more of a responsibility to not only protect Earth, but to talk about the experience of seeing Earth from space and to champion more people going on these commercial flights, because there's nothing more beautiful than having the opportunity to see humanity from up high.
Aisha, I'm sure that you're more than familiar with the famous blue marble picture, the picture of the planet Earth taken back in 1972. That was actually the first time it was seen that way. 1972 is not that long ago, and it was taken by a person, not a satellite. Now, you got to see Earth from that remarkable perspective. You also got to experience weightlessness. How did that feel, and were there any funny moments in zero gravity while you were up there?
Yes! I thought, okay, you're going to pull off your seatbelt and you're going to float up lightly. Well, right before we hit the launch pad, I had the privilege of talking to 2 individuals. And so NASA astronauts, Jeanette Epps and Joan Higginbotham, were there as part of my cohort. And I asked them, I was like, hey, ladies, what do I need to know about microgravity? And they were like, Aisha, whatever you do, don't do too much. You are so buoyant. Wow. I mean, the moment you take off your seatbelt, you just float right up. And so for me, I was really nervous that I was going to hit the top of the capsule. So the seatbelt comes off, and then I immediately lift up, and there's a moment of like shock where I'm like, oh my gosh, I felt like I was floating away like a balloon. And so I grab onto the handholds, and I realized that sit-ups actually help for something. And I was like, okay, I've got my hands here, and I'll be able to get my feet into the toe hold and orient myself. But it takes just a small touch to move around in microgravity. It's really the most elegant sort of feeling of being able to just turn your body entirely upside down, like I did in the capsule, with just a mere turn of my wrist.
That's remarkable. My knees would thank me forever if I could get to weightlessness. Sadly, it's not going to happen. Now, I know the support of your family has been very important to you, and your late father had a space dream of his own. Tell me about that and what he said to you when you were chosen for your space mission.
You know, I struggle to find the words because my dad came to the United States in the 80s from the Bahamas to study science in Michigan. And it was his goal to work at NASA. And while he didn't achieve that, he instilled in me that I had the ability to do more. And when I found myself in high school, I didn't think that math or science was for me. And it was my dad that said, you can do this. And so I went from community college to studying aerospace at the University of Michigan and working at NASA. And when we lost him earlier this year, I didn't know that I was actually going to be able to do this. I wasn't sure how I was going to find the energy or the strength because I never thought that I would get to achieve one of the greatest goals in my life without my dad. And so when you look at the footage of me in the capsule, some people see me floating a patch that says Bahamas. And while that is a nod to my heritage and my father, it's also a nod towards history. The New Shepard vehicle follows the trajectory of Alan Shepard in 1961. And most people know that New Shepard took off in the United States, but they don't know where it landed. It landed in Grand Bahama in the Bahamas. And so for me to have the ability to complete his dream, to have my 92-year-old grandfather, who was born at a time where there were not aircraft on his island, fly to see me take a rocket to space, was just a beautiful full circle moment that I will forever be grateful for.
Well, God bless your late father, Aisha. I'm sure you must have felt his presence with you during that profound experience.
I did. And, you know, he said via text to me, when I told him that Blue Origin was going to fly and I was going to be part of the crew, he said, Aisha, all the people who have come before me who are no longer here, and all the people who will come after you that you have not met will forever be proud of the courage that you've displayed in this moment. And so during the mission, my call sign was Exuma, which is a nod to the island my grandfather was born almost 100 years ago.
Thanks for explaining that. I wanted to ask you about the meaning of your call sign, but since you mentioned your 92-year-old grandfather, I want to refer to a comment you've made in the past about his experience with getting around during much of his early life was on a horse.
Yes. Not only was he on horses, he was somebody who was really instrumental in moving the nation forward. And so from Exuma to going to NASA, my grandfather was always somebody that said, if you don't see it, create it. He was never somebody that was okay with the status quo. And I think you see a lot of that spirit in me today.
Well, Aisha, apart from the Bahamas flag patch you took, what other special mementos did you take up there with you?
Well, let me start with the fun one. One of the things that brought me comfort as a kid is a dish called conch chowder. And so I actually had dehydrated conch chowder, which is a Bahamian, it's just a cultural phenomenon. We love conch chowder. I had it dehydrated and I flew it in my pocket, which I think that's the first conch that has made it to space. An artifact that I'm really proud to have on loan from the Museum of Flight in Seattle. And that's the American flag that Pete Conrad, who was the third person to walk on the moon, had in his personal flight bag. And the reason I had that was because Nancy Conrad, his wife, lent it to me She's a mentor, and she really wanted me to carry something that was a powerful symbol of the past, the present, and the future of space. That flag will be returned to the Museum of Flight in Seattle, and it will now have 2 flown in space certificates, one from the Apollo mission and one from mine. And so students and people are going to be able to go in and learn not only about the past flight, but the flight that we just completed now and into the future. And the last, which I'm really excited about, was I spent the last couple of years traveling around the world trying to bring space down to Earth. And I did this by collecting the hopes and the dreams of people who didn't see space as a career for them. Through the US State Department, I've been to India, I've been to Kenya, I've been to the Bahamas, I've been to Mongolia, I've been to Kyrgyzstan. And on these postcards, I had students write their dreams. And so I flew Dreams to Space, which will be returned to them, thanks to Jeff and Lauren. And the postage will return these postcards back to the dreamers. And I can't wait to get those responses. Like, they're going to go into their mailbox and they're going to see your dream flew to space and return it back to you. Now, what are you going to do with that, right? You got to make the dream come true.
Fantastic. So many wonderful mementos. Well, sadly, your father never got to see your mission into space, but at least your grandfather did. How did he react once he was there at the launch site?
Well, my grandfather was overcome with emotion, and he had a wonderful person to comfort him in Oprah. I was really surprised for him because I was not, being in the capsule and being part of the flight, I couldn't really see what was going on. And I start getting all these messages from my family members, and it's just my grandpa and Oprah, my grandpa and Oprah. And they were like, wait a second, you told us you were going to space. Oh my goodness, like you actually did it. And wow. So I think that not only did he have a good day, in his words, he told me that he had one of the best days of his life.
Yes, I saw Oprah giving your grandfather a hug as they watched it all happen.
Amazing.
But tell me about the nickname you and your all-female team came up with for the mission, the Six Taking Up Space.
Well, we really wanted to find a way to kind of share what we thought this mission meant. And for us, we felt like we were taking up space. We were making it available. We are more than likely one of the most watched space missions in modern time.
1, 2, 3, taking up space!
I actually will tell you a funny story. I was walking around my neighborhood and there's a middle school. And there was a lot of parents getting their kids, off to school, and they're like holding their hand, like, come on, come on, come on. And the kids are like looking at me and they're like, oh my gosh, and like waving at me and they're saying hi. And I think that was one of the successful things that this mission accomplished. We've inspired the youth. And so there's this wonderful part of me that's excited about what the students are going to do with it because they're writing me, they're sending me messages. They're really excited to have had the opportunity to see themselves in space.
And you said you loved the flight suit. Was it because of the way it protected you from the multiple G-forces you experienced during takeoff and landing? Or was it the fashion? Because I noticed you had flares on the legs.
Well, on a practical kind of note, I've worn flight suits before. And what I'll tell you is that they were not necessarily designed for my physiology. One of the experiments that I conducted gathered my biometric data, and I wore it on my chest, and I was actually able to secure it and make sure that it was snug because the suit was designed specifically for me. All the suits were in custom. They were done in detail. And in addition to the benefits of the G's and the compression, which was very much so needed on the way down, let me tell you, I finally had something that was custom designed for my needs and that was able to not only accommodate my experiments, but I was able to operate in a way where I could conduct multiple experiments, I was comfortable, and I could move efficiently around in the cabin.
Earlier on, you had mentioned some of the experiments you had conducted. Were there any experiments you'd have liked to have conducted that you didn't get a chance to?
Yes, I would have liked to have done a brain scan. After the flight, I felt so different than before. And I think, you hear, oh, this will change you, but I really wanted to better understand how my brain changed after the flight, because I've been writing and I've been dreaming and I've been thinking with renewed clarity. And a feeling and a passion that I have not had, I think, ever in my life. In addition to that, I'm interested in continuing to monitor my vitals because I gathered data prior to the flight, during, and immediately after. But after taking off that bio button, I'd like to continue to gather data on myself that could inform future research.
Makes a lot of sense. Now, after the flight, you shared some powerful reflections on the trip. Can you recall what you said and what you meant by those phrases?
After the flight, I'll tell you, it was a bit of a blur. But from what I recall, I was in awe of having the opportunity to fly. I was excited about all the people that had the opportunity to witness and, celebrate the moment with us. And I was really looking forward to being able to share what it was that I learned with not only the people here in the United States, but on tour around the world.
And you said, dream it, plan it, go and do it. Sometimes reality is wrong.
Yes, and that's actually one of my slogans. Look, everything that I've accomplished in life was something that somebody told me that I could not do. I'm beginning to think that if you tell me that I can't, it actually means can. And so I've adopted a mindset of failure is success and progress. And I think that so many people are holding on to something that someone told them that they could not do, thinking that that person knew something about them that they didn't and they don't. And so when I decided to go to Michigan Aerospace, it wasn't because someone told me I could do it. When I decided to found my first company, it wasn't because someone told me that I could do it. And when I decided that I wanted to go to space, it was all the same, right? Aisha, there's no way you can do it. And so to be in that moment where every single one of my dreams had come true, I just wanted to use it as an opportunity to inspire other people to go do the same.
Well, naturally, everyone who manages this rare kind of mission into space says they come back changed. In what way do you feel it changed you, personally and professionally, especially after the long path from your early years that you took to get there?
It's given me a renewed perspective on what I can accomplish. One of the things that I want to share with you beyond the headline is that I'm the first African-American woman to raise and own her seat. I spent years working with organizations deciding to say, how can we make this more equitable? If I can raise the money, if I can do the research, I can put forward a model that other people can emulate. My entire life and career has been about creating a pathway for other people to follow. And that's one of the stories I'm excited to share as I travel around the world. It's not only about entrepreneurship and inspiration and science, it's about creating sustainable pathways for other people to have the same experiences that I've had.
I want to touch on your remarkable achievements in the world of entrepreneurship as well in just a moment. But let me ask you, in the same way people say that they see planet Earth differently after seeing it from space, how did it change your view of the Earth?
I feel so much appreciation for the little things. I can remember the number of sunsets that I caught last year, and it was less than 10. Today, I got up and I'm looking at everything, right? The plants, the animals. I just feel a sense of joy. I feel a sense of privilege, and I feel honored because there's no mistakes here on Earth. We are truly a blessing, and everybody has a purpose. And Earth, when you see it suspended against the darkness of space, it is impossible to not believe that we are all here for a reason. And we have to protect this planet. We have to share this. We have to go out and make it possible for other people to see it because it's such a beautiful thing. It's overwhelming when you get to see it from space.
Well, as you know, Aisha, we live in a world of social media and global interaction that is not always very nice or fair. And as you know, there's been some talk since the mission questioning the use of the term astronaut in connection with these short flights into space. How do you regard that debate, and what does the word astronaut mean to you?
Well, I think that in aerospace, there's always been a delineation between a NASA astronaut, per se, and a citizen astronaut. I think that the word citizen astronaut here is maybe more appropriate, but I think we're kind of getting into trying to classify an experience. And the reality of it is that it doesn't necessarily matter what people call me. What I feel we all are explorers. And when you think about what's happening in commercial space, it's really similar to the early days of air travel, where people were literally getting in these kind of makeshift airplanes and they're like trying to figure out how to fly around, and they're explorers. And that's exactly what we are. We're explorers, we're pushing the boundary. And I really welcome individuals to try to find a way to create, naming that maybe is a little bit more reflective of the accomplishment, as opposed to trying to be divisive.
Well, considering that valid point, were you surprised? I mean, how did you regard the fact that there was a backlash in social media? And did it diminish your experience in any way?
It's impossible for me to have the experience of seeing my lifelong goal be achieved. I'm grateful, I'm honored. I feel a sense of responsibility to go and share what I saw with the world and to build new bridges and to build new pathways. I think the conversation is healthy. I was excited because, look, as a science person, I have been involved in some very, very cool projects, but they've never been spoken about this much. Regardless of whether or not you were for it or you were against it, you were talking about it. And I think that's powerful because as we move into the next generation of space, we need involvement of all people. We need people to understand why it's powerful. And outside of the public discourse, we literally had middle schools, high schools, people around the world saw this mission. And so for me, I think we achieved a lot of what I would hope to get out of the mission was I brought visibility to the science that I was looking to conduct. And I had the opportunity to inspire people who may not have previously known about me or the work that was being done.
And no doubt you've become a role model for many young women. People like Claire, the intern whom you mentioned, who ended up working on the rocket used for your Blue Origin mission. But do you think that gender played a role in that negative reaction among some people?
No, I think we're at a period of time where we're making a lot of progress. And what's important is that we need all people. This commercial flight was the first, but it certainly won't be the last. When you look at what Blue Origin has done, they flew a 90-year-old, Ed Dwight. He was the first African-American astronaut selected by NASA. And in doing so, they righted a historic wrong. They also flew Wally Funk, who is a female pilot who has more hours in a plane than I think most people on the planet of Earth. I think the conversations about who can fly and how they fly are valid. And I think that opening up the door and talking about what we want the future of space and the future of aviation to look like, I don't necessarily think it's about the outcome.
Well, listen, the Prime Minister of the Bahamas personally sent you a congratulations message, and a lot of young people are now very inspired by what you've accomplished. What sort of messages have those youngsters shared with you?
Well, we had a 6-year-old at the launch. Her name is Zofia. And Zofia was tagging along with her family that day. And there's a beautiful picture of her looking up at me as we're parading to the launch pad. And all I can remember is her gaze. She was locked on. And I could tell that she was engaged. I could tell that she was inspired, but I really wouldn't know how inspired until after. It was a week after the launch, and I got a message from her dad, and it was an illustration. And it was the capsule coming down with the parachutes popping out. And he said to me, "I think I've got a problem." I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Zofia said that she wants to go to space, but she's going to wait until she's a little bit older, maybe about 9. That, to me, I mean, it really sums up what's happening in my inbox and on my phone. There are so many people telling me that not only were they proud and they're excited, but that it renewed their dreams. I've had that as well with adults who grew up seeing space shuttle launches and were really motivated, inspired by them, and who were really excited to see that this launch was getting such wide coverage and sort of asked the question of, do you think that there are going to be more launches with this wide coverage in the future? And I hope so. I hope so for NASA missions. I hope so for Blue Origin missions. I hope so for Virgin Galactic missions. I hope so for all missions.
And your trip into space was also celebrated with a viewing party by staff and students at Washtenaw Community College, where your academic journey began. Looking back at that time, how far away did the dream of space feel then?
I mean, it felt like just that. It felt like a dream. Washtenaw Community College was where my life began because I met a lot of individuals who they didn't care about what I demonstrated on paper before. They were focused on pouring into me, and I started to drown out the noise and only focus on the things that I wanted to achieve. And so one of the other stories about this launch that I'm really excited to share in the coming days is a student named Nathan Perry, who was a Washtenaw Community College student who was actually working on the launch site. And he's a Blue Origin employee, and we just have this connection because we both started from humble beginnings, from community college to NASA and to space. And the last thing, which completely and totally, like, I cried when I saw this, I'll tell you, Riz. My community college sent cardboard cutouts of me to the middle school, to the high school, and they had one available for their launch party, and they invited people to come in and actually take pictures of it and share it because it was literally making dreams real, right? This person went to community college, she's now on this rocket, and we have community college graduates who are working to make sure that she's safe alongside people that she's mentored.
Well, you carved the path. It's really inspiring. So I wonder, what sparked your shift from originally being uninterested in STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, to actually becoming a NASA engineer?
You know, I struggled with self-doubt. I had low self-esteem, and I spent so many days looking at myself in the mirror and not liking my reflection. And after a while, as a young person, it's really painful. And I started to say, Aisha, what would it be like if you felt good? What would it be like if you liked what you saw in the mirror? And what I realized was that I had committed to all of the negative things I thought about myself, replaying day after day after day. And so I took control of the mental narrative. And I deliberately started to say, you know what? I'm not going to allow you to put yourself down in your mind. I'm going to tell you that you can do it. I'm going to tell you that you are brave. I'm going to tell you that you should have courage. And once I started replaying that in my mind over and over again, I started to realize that I actually felt differently. I felt lighter. And I started to achieve and I started to accomplish things. I think that young persons around the world are in many circumstances under a lot of pressure. It can be so hard for them. And so once I separated the pressure I felt from trying to figure out how I, at 17, was going to study something that would allow me to pay for my life for the rest of my years on the planet and just focus on my goals and my dreams, I really started to flourish.
Well, it's good that happened because there's the incredible story of how you almost missed out on your opportunity to join NASA. That was a close call that almost ruined your dream.
Yeah, because as I was working on the self-esteem, I mean, it's not an overnight job. It was something that I had to practice. And even to this day, and on launch day, I got up and in my mind, I affirmed myself. I said, Aisha, you have spent your entire life planning and preparing to be here. Today, you're going to get up, you're going to be present, you're going to do good science, you're going to be focused, and you're going to get everything out of this experience. It took me years to get there because as a college student, I didn't realize the power of being kind to myself. I didn't realize the power of finding a community that could pour into me. And so I had to build those things over the years. And as I've traveled around the world with the State Department or invited talks, I think that a lot of individuals have potential that is just untapped because they have not been taught how to harness the noise that can be in your mind and how to affirm yourself and how to make sure that you give yourself the best possible foundation for success, which is optimism and self-love.
And Aisha, I want to discuss how your story progressed, because when you left NASA, you founded your own company, STEM Board, that advises the US government. What drove that decision, and what kind of impact has it had?
Well, it started with people like Claire. I was meeting students and I was realizing that I had more to give. I loved working for NASA. It is a dream job, and I highly recommend it to anybody who's thinking about it. But in my job, my focus was engineering. I didn't have the opportunity to travel around and talk to students and share my journey as much as I would have liked to. And what I realized was that people thought that I was in my job because I was a genius, because everything was perfect, and because I had the best upbringing. And the reality of that was it wasn't quite true. I had a lot of challenges, I had a lot of failures, I had a lot of setbacks, but it was how I chose to look at them that made the difference in the long run. And once I started doing this, I said, what if I created a company? And once again, people laughed in my face, but I was dog sitting this dog who was amazing, and the dog told me I could do it, right? So I was like, animals, they're your friends, like, go do it. And so I said, well, wouldn't it be really cool if I actually built a company from scratch and it worked? Wouldn't other people maybe feel inspired and do the same? Well, 12 years ago, I built STEM Board. We're an engineering firm. We've twice been recognized by Inc. 5000 as one of the fastest growing companies in America. We have been also recognized for hiring and retainment of veterans in the United States and the good works that we've done around the world. And it was all because I just decided that I would make it up, right? I made up the logo, I made up the company. And today I have engineers who work for me full time in multiple states. And that's what we do. We make dreams reality. And we really stand as a model for what other people could do with their potential in the future.
And if that wasn't enough, as a young woman starting and running such a successful company, you had to go and start another one called Lingo. What are you hoping to solve with that business?
Well, I'll tell you, Lingo was a mistake, but it was a wonderful mistake. Running one company is enough. It's definitely a lot of responsibility on a day-to-day basis. But Lingo came as an act of love. We as STEM Board engineers were donating our time to help nonprofits in the community. And what we realized was that these nonprofits were going out and they were teaching kids, they were doing STEM workshops, but they may not have had the time or the expertise to develop the content and the curricula in-house. And so we decided to do that for one of our nonprofit partners, and the pandemic happened. And we said, we have to help these nonprofits. We have to help the parents and the teachers at home. And so in the course of 1 year, we delivered, and we helped instruct over 5,000 kids. And we said, whoa, this is going to need to be its own thing because there's such a need for it. Today, we supported over 10,000 students. My mom actually is Employee of the Month every month in Lingo. That's right. She went from being my mom to working in one of my startups, which is like very fun. And I've had the opportunity to see what students in other countries get out of our kits because I've taught them in Kenya. I actually taught them in India. I had a 5-city tour through India where I taught Lingo, and the kids just loved it. From Calcutta to to Delhi. And I actually brought some Lingo kits to Dubai too. So I just have had them all over the place. And it's been wonderful to see the response that the students have had.
And Aisha, I should point out that you're a big supporter of Club for the Future, the Blue Origin nonprofit division. Tell me about that.
Club for the Future helps students send postcards to space. Postcards to space. I love the concept because it brings space down to earth. And it also allows for students to have the opportunity to, write their dreams, share them, and send them. And so Club for the Future not only travels around and provides these postcards, but they talk about the rocket. They talk about commercial space travel. And it's a really great way for people to get engaged no matter where they are.
So that was your role for Club Future on this mission?
Yes. So from 2022, I gathered up all my postcards and I delivered them to Club for the Future for processing. After the mission, they're going to take them off of the rocket and they're going to return them to the dreamers.
Understood. Well, one thing that people who know you are aware of is that you're not just an entrepreneur, not just obviously smart and academically accomplished as a person who's now been to space, an astronaut, but you're also quite an activist and advocate.
I would love to see more people go into space. It is a wonderful deal.
So at a time when spending on DEI, diversity, equity and inclusion programs, are being cut back, what gives you optimism about the future of science in the US?
What gives me optimism is the power of the person. And what I mean by that is I'm literally having a conversation with you about my STEM career, about the science that I was able to do on the mission, about the funds that I was able to raise with organizations to inhabit the seat, and about a moment that was seen by millions of people around the world, and one which I'm going to spend the rest of my life sharing. And I'm just one person. Imagine the power that comes from this conversation and other people deciding that they have the power to shape the future the way that they want it to be. And that's really what I want to leave people with, right? I dreamed it, I planned it, I did it, and so can you. I understand that there are a lot of things happening, not only in the United States, but around the world that will be discussed for years to come. But I think the question is, what can you do in order to shape the future that you want?
And of course, times have changed. And from a time when you couldn't imagine the opportunity to travel to space that has been developed through projects such as Blue Origin, it's now become a possible dream for many more people, something for which you advocate. But given the huge cost, is such an ambition even practical?
You know, I wonder if when Henry Ford designed vehicles, he thought that they would be as popular as they are today, right? I mean, I wonder the same things about the Wright brothers. I think with all great inventions, whether it's ships or aircraft, submarines, I mean, they all kind of started being initially fairly expensive and somewhat out of reach. And you had the individuals who became the early adopters, many of whom were more affluent in society, and then these things became more common. I mean, I still remember getting my first cell phone. I had only seen cell phones on other people. And I know you're probably laughing because you know exactly what that was like, right? When you get your first phone, I'm from the generation where we had one phone, it was in the kitchen and it had a long cord, and you better hope that your mom cared to give you the message. But now there's more computing power in cell phones than we're on the space shuttle. And so when we talk about innovation, we talk about space flight, what we just witnessed is what is going to eventually drive down the cost so that this will be affordable to all people. And it follows the natural cycle that happens with innovation and early adoption.
Aisha, let's put this into context. I was excited when I saw my first electric typewriter. Looking ahead, what's next for you on Earth or in space? And what's your newest dream?
1 million students with hands-on STEM learning through our Lingo STEM coding kits. In honor of this mission, I actually spent the last year working with my team to develop lessons that bring some of the same space concepts home. We're piloting them here where I live in Virginia, and we just actually partnered with a local school district to roll them out into the schools, which I'm so excited by. And I can't wait to be able to share the joy of space and the skills that are needed to be employable in the future with millions.
Aisha, fantastic. Now, I'm going to end this wonderful interview with something that we like to do with cool people on this show, and that is to ask you around 10 quick-fire questions where you can just answer in 1 or 2 words. You just have to think on your feet. Are you up for that?
I'm up for it.
Cool. Okay. The first one. What's the biggest discovery you'd like to see in space exploration?
Another habitable planet.
Number 2. What's the most important thing an alien should understand about humans?
Humanity is just beautiful. It's compassionate, it's wondrous, and it should be protected.
Number 3, is there anything you would do differently on a second trip to the stars?
I would spend much more time.
Number 4, would you rather return to space yourself or inspire a future astronaut to travel to Mars?
Can I do both? Both.
Why not? Okay, there you go. Number 5, will women close the gender gap in the space workforce within the next 10 years?
I certainly hope so.
Question 6, who's your favorite astronaut and why?
It's hard to pick just one. I absolutely love Jeanette Epps, Joan Higginbotham, Mae Jemison, Katie Coleman, Suni Williams. They're all my favorites. Can I say they're all my favorites?
Of course you can. Well, 7, what's your favorite Katy Perry song?
My favorite Katy Perry song would be Firework.
Nice choice. Question 8. Considering you were told to go into cosmetology and fashion, and considering you've actually become something of a fashion icon, what's the choice? Cosmology or cosmetology?
Cosmology.
Number 9. Spacesuits. Fashionable or functional?
Both.
I knew you were going to say that.
Prada's designing the newest spacesuits. I mean, it's both.
Fair enough. So then, question 10. Do joyful tears float in zero gravity?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to squeeze out one final question. How would you sum up your experience in space in a single sentence?
The most meaningful thing that has happened to me ever.
Aisha Bo, congratulations and thank you so much for taking the time to have such a great conversation.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Riz.
The remarkable astronaut, Aisha Bo. That's it for now. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments and thoughts. I'm Riz Khan. From me and the team, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
I am Catalina Marchand-Abreu, and you're watching Arabiya English. As fighting continues in eastern Ukraine, peace talks and ceasefire proposals keep stalling over one key issue: the control of the Dombas. Here's why it matters. The Dombas, made up of Donetsk and Luhansk, was once Ukraine's industrial heartland, rich in coal, factories, and key transport networks. But its importance goes far beyond economics. Since 2014, parts of the Dombas have been controlled by Russian-backed forces, turning it into a frontline even before Russia's 2022 full-scale invasion. For Russia, the Dombas is politically, militarily, and symbolically central, a core part of Putin's goals and a justification for the war. Holding it also strengthens Russia's grip on occupied territory. For Ukraine, Dombas is vital to national identity, defense, and future recovery, a region that carries deep personal significance for millions of Ukrainians. As Ukrainian leaders say, surrendering it would reward Russian aggression and leave the country more vulnerable to future attacks. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky argues that it is domestically impossible, as surrendering the region would be unconstitutional and opposed by roughly 75% of Ukrainians. As long as both sides see the Dombas as non-negotiable, it remains not just a battlefield, but the biggest obstacle to peace.
Hello and welcome to America Unfiltered with me, Ellie Cohanim, where we'll be discussing the stories shaping America and reshaping the world. From national debates to global affairs, we'll be looking at the stories making the headlines right now. And joining me today is former Chief of Staff of the White House National Security Council, Alex Gray. Alex, thank you for joining us. Alex, we've been hearing a lot of confusing public signaling on what action President Trump is planning to take on Iran. As a former National Security Council official under President Trump, You have been in those rooms as he was making those decisions. Can you give us some insight on the process? How does President Trump make these history-altering decisions, and what is his management style?
Well, I think the thing that we're noticing here that's being so effective at the current moment with Iran particularly is he does value ambiguity. He does value the fact that the adversary doesn't know what he's going to do. And I think he's done two things which are really, really helping on Iran. One is reestablishing deterrence. So we saw after Ukraine, after the Afghanistan withdrawal that was so disastrous under the Biden administration, the United States was just not taken seriously globally as a great power. And between what he did in Caracas with Maduro, what he's done with Midnight Hammer in Iran, he's restored American deterrence. And then the fact that, as I've heard the president say many times, he believes in the Richard Nixon madman theory of diplomacy. The fact that the adversary doesn't ever know what he's capable of doing gives him tremendous leverage. And so I think he's taking those two things, deterrence and ambiguity, and he's using it to his advantage.
Yeah, that's very interesting insight. And at this point, Trump's repeated warnings have raised expectations among protesters risking their lives. Does the U.S. now have a moral obligation or even a, quote, credibility issue, as some reports indicate Secretary Rubio has stated, to take action against the Iranian government?
Well, I think that the credibility issue I'm not so worried about, because we're already seeing the president leveraging the momentum and the gains that he's made in terms of restoration of deterrence and the strategic ambiguity to have real world impacts on Iranian regime behavior. So we saw today the announcement that the Iranian regime has basically said they're not going to execute 800 protesters. When has the Iranian regime ever shown mercy to anybody? They did that because they're in fear that President Trump is going to live up to exactly what he said. So that's deterrence in action. And the second thing is, when the protests first started, the regime did something very different than they did in 2009 or just a couple of years ago. They tried to buy off the protesters by offering them a very insulting $7 a month to leave the streets. Again, when has the regime ever shown that type of leniency to protesters? And I think that's directly attributable to the credibility President Trump has with the regime, that he's not going to go and give them pallets of cash for a promise to denuclearize. He's going to actually potentially do something with American power to change their calculus.
Alex, you're also an expert on weapons of mass destruction. As the Trump administration considers its option, can you tell us what role the Iranian nuclear material and missile stocks play in the decision-making for the Trump administration? What might they perceive as a potential threat or risk in carrying out a strike of sorts on Iranian targets?
Well, I think we know that the Midnight Hammer operation with the Israelis definitely degraded their capabilities, but those capabilities, they have for 35 years been making a concerted effort to keep both the missile program and the nuclear program continuously moving forward. There's no reason to think that they're going to stop that. And further, there's no reason to think that failed negotiations that had been done under presidents going back to Bill Clinton would have any impact on their behavior without the threat of credible use of force, which the president established in Midnight Hammer. So I think where we are, the president took off, he took negotiations off the table, and he was smart to do that, because the Iranian regime, again, they always think that they can use the nuclear program to hoodwink the Americans into making concessions or looking the other way when they repress protesters. The president's made very clear, we're not talking about nuclear denuclearization. We're not talking about concessions. We are focused on using our actual credibility and our deterrence, our use of force, the potential to use force, to keep the regime from doing things that destabilize the region and oppress their own people.
Alex, but at the same time, we've been hearing reporting that President Trump heard from his current NSC and Pentagon officials about potential Iranian targets. And so I'm curious, from your perspective as a WMD expert, do you think that there are potential risks that the administration is considering might unfold if they were to take some sort of strikes or actions against Iranian sites?
Well, there always are risks when you're targeting potential WMD sites, and those are factored in. And I think, particularly working with the Israelis have shown that they have penetrated the Iranian regime from an intelligence perspective to an extraordinary extent. And I think between some of the very exquisite capabilities we have on the intelligence side and what the Israelis have done on the human intelligence side, which is extraordinary, I think we have a very good understanding of where the current state of the program is. And when you combine that real-time intelligence with some of the extraordinarily precise military capabilities we have, I think there are certainly ways to continue to degrade the program, if necessary, that we can bring to bear on the intelligence and on the kinetic side. The question really for me, Ellie, is just how much deterrence can we bring to bear to prevent a potential need for that type of strike? And I think right now, the president's doing a very good job of being able to change the regime's calculus just by the threat of force. And we're going to have to watch it evolve. But I think the fact that they know he's willing to use force is right now our greatest weapon.
And the media is also reporting that America's Gulf allies, Qatar, Oman, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, have made the case against U.S. intervention. How impactful do you believe that is?
Well, some of our Gulf allies, obviously, they're in a difficult geopolitical position. Some of them have the Iranians actively trying to destabilize the Shiite populations in their own countries. Some of these places like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, they live under the threat of Iranian influence every single day and Iranian proxy terror every single day. So they have vested interests and understandable interests in many cases in wanting the United States to take a particular line with Iran. And that's not necessarily the American interest. The American interest here is preventing the regime from suppressing its own people again, the way they did in 2009, and regenerating the nuclear program, the missile program, and regenerating the proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas that are targeting both American interests, Israeli interests, but also, as I said, our Gulf Arab allies' interests.
Would it not be the case also that a Middle East freed of an Iranian government accused of being a destabilizing influence would make Israel safer and promote President Trump's vision of a wealthy, peaceful, and integrated region, which he laid out last year in Saudi Arabia?
There's no question that the Iranian regime, as it's currently constituted, the Ayatollah theocracy, is the most destabilizing, the most dangerous, it is the poison that has infected the Middle East since 1979. And so much of the death and destruction that's occurred in the Middle East, whether you think about who was it that was funding the explosively formed penetrators in Iraq that were killing American soldiers and maiming American soldiers. It was Qasem Soleimani and the Iranian Revolutionary Guards. Of course, President Trump took out Qasem Soleimani in early 2020. So you think about Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis in Yemen. You go down the list of horrible terrorist proxies in the region. You can trace all of them back to the Iranians. And so that regime has been spreading terror, spreading malign influence for 40 years. No one's going to shed a tear if that regime goes away. I think what we have to be thinking about is what's the balance between the need for the United States to keep stability, current temporary short-term stability, with what if we were to push the regime over the top, have a change in government there, and then of course there's always the uncertainty of what do you get after regime change, and the president's going to have to balance long-term uncertainty versus short-term uncertainty.
Within Iran, we've been hearing chanting for the return of Reza Pahlavi, the son of the late Shah of Iran, who was ousted in 1979 Islamic Revolution. Do you think that Reza Pahlavi could help lead transition in Iran?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. When I was in government, there was always a great deal of question about whether he had the legitimacy to even serve as a transitional figure in Iran after the Ayatollahs. He's shown himself over the last couple of weeks to have more legitimacy and more popular support than maybe a lot of American analysts thought. I think the key here is that, as he has said himself, he is at most a transitional figure to a longer term Iranian post-Ayatollah regime. And so I think figuring out, they're definitely, based on his ability to mobilize popular support in the last week, there's definitely, I think, a role for him. The question is, what is that role? How long-term is it? And again, like with Venezuela, what does a transitional period look like to a more popular, elected, democratic form of government over the long term look like?
You mentioned Venezuela. The Trump administration has said it plans to control Venezuela's oil resources indefinitely as it seeks to rebuild the country's dilapidated oil industry. What reaction can we expect of allies of Venezuela like Russia and China, which is dependent on that oil?
Well, this is all part of the president's broader strategy that he laid out in his national security strategy, the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, that outside powers like Russia, China, Iran will no longer be permitted to operate in our hemisphere. And so I think to your question, absolutely, the Iranians, the Russians, the Chinese are petrified that the president is following through on what the commitment he made in that document, that they're no longer going to be able to exert proxies and spheres of influence in our hemisphere. The Cuban regime has been propped up by the Russians, the Iranians. There's a Chinese listening post 90 miles from Key West on Cuba and Cuban shores. Nicaragua, the Ortega regime that's been a thorn in our side for 45 years. It's propped up by the Russians and the Chinese. We know Caracas was crawling with Hezbollah operatives. I mean, we are finally getting to something that I think people like you and I have watched for a long time, which is that these dictatorships in our hemisphere have been proxies of our global adversaries. And the president is finally saying enough is enough. Rather than us focusing on these wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, let's get our house in order in our hemisphere first. And then once we've done that, we can look more expansively. But that has to come first.
And Alex, given what a threat that that new Trump approach, the Monroe Doctrine, as you referred to it, presents to U.S. adversary China, do you think that there can be some sort of a potential response from the Chinese, perhaps asymmetrical warfare?
Well, it's a real concern. And we saw the week before the Venezuela operation, the Chinese were publicly broadcasting that they were conducting combat simulations of warfare in our hemisphere, in the Gulf of America. This is something they think about. Look, they're buying, as you know well, they're buying farmland all over the United States, not just next to key military installations, but they're buying farmland with the purpose of controlling American agricultural production of key crops in specific geographies. You don't do that if you're not planning asymmetric activity, if you're not planning to do something on the homeland. I have no doubt that they are looking at their options. I tend to think, the Chinese have always viewed our homeland. They've literally said this in their strategy documents. They view our homeland as the soft underbelly of the United States. And they view, they do not view themselves. There was a book called Unrestricted Warfare from the late 90s, where the Chinese military said publicly, you can buy this on Amazon. They said publicly, we look at the United States homeland as a potential target in the event of a war over Taiwan. So the Chinese are thinking very expansively about this sort of thing. I think what's more likely to happen is they're going to take the president's decisive action in the hemisphere as a clear signal that the president's not going to tolerate meddling in the Western Hemisphere any longer. And they're going to go project their tendency for malign influence closer to their shores. But as I said, they're going to keep every option open in the event of an actual conflict to try and bring pressure to bear on Americans where we live.
And turning to Americans and where Americans live right here in the United States, I'd like to discuss the ICE activity in Minnesota amidst an ongoing Somali fraud scandal there. The Trump administration's version of the shooting has been rejected by the Democrat Party state and local officials who say a bystander video showed Miss Good steering away from the officer. What do you think the safety implications for ICE and Border Control is as they're trying to carry out their work?
Well, it's a very real threat. And I think what we're seeing that really concerns me is you're starting to see Democratic politicians in places like Minnesota. So think Jacob Fry, the mayor of Minneapolis, think Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, using rhetoric that is truly insurrectionary. I mean, they're using rhetoric that is almost justifying violence against federal immigration officers, federal law enforcement in general. It's really shocking that you have elected public officials in the United States at the state or local level who are setting up this contrast between the citizenry and federal law enforcement officers conducting lawful operations. That is really that's something we haven't seen in a very long time in this country. And so I think you really have to start, either these politicians are going to step back and they're going to recalibrate their language, or we need to start holding them accountable for things like this shooting, because they directly, through painting ICE as a predatory, illegitimate force, they are contributing directly to a climate that is promoting violence. And that's just unacceptable.
The officers deployed to Minneapolis are being ordered not just to focus on finding immigration law breaches, but also on tackling people protesting against ICE. Do you think ICE has enough resources to manage what seems to be an escalating situation? And how do you see all of this ending?
I think ultimately, I think it's unfortunate, but I do think that the president at some point may have to consider using the Insurrection Act and bringing in additional federal resources, because look, I think ICE and DHS could handle this if you did not have local Democratic officials and state Democratic officials openly encouraging the illegal defiance of the federal government. The problem is Tim Walz has actually said he would use the National Guard of the state of Minnesota to help oppose federal immigration enforcement. That is an insurrectionary statement. And so if we continue to have this type of destabilizing and just extra constitutional behavior by elected officials, the president may have no choice but to put federal resources, to include federal military resources in. And I think that's very unfortunate. That's something that no American should want. But if it's a question of keeping the legitimacy of federal law enforcement operations and protecting our ICE agents versus doing that, I would have to err on the side of invoking the Insurrection Act if that's what it takes.
And Alex, for our last segment, I'd love to turn our attention to Greenland. Do you think that President Trump is putting U.S. relations with Europe at stake with the Trump policy towards what seems to be wanting to perhaps have some sort of territorial takeover of Greenland?
Look, I don't think that there's any issue here with Europe. I think Europe is creating an issue out of nothing. This is something that American presidents going back to the 1860s have all said, which is that Greenland's essential to America's national security. The president has a number of options. There's a short-term option here, which is to make sure that under our existing arrangement with Denmark, we put more U.S. military assets in Greenland. I hope we do that. We should do that. There are Chinese submarines that are going up and down the coast of Greenland on a regular basis. That's a direct threat to U.S. national security. Longer term, Greenland should be part of the United States. They're going to get independence from Denmark. They've been on that path for 50 years. The question is, when they're independent, who greets them on the other end? Is it Beijing and Moscow, or is it Washington? And so what I think the president is simply saying here, set aside the rhetoric, set aside the European posturing. What the president's simply saying here is, we cannot, from a national security perspective, allow a Greenland that falls under the influence of our adversaries. Now, does that mean they become a territory like Guam or American Samoa? I think that would be the best solution. If that's not the case, then we have to have a very clear relationship with an independent Greenland that gives the U.S. extraordinary access to their airspace, to their land, to their territory. So this is not a President Trump idea. He's pushed this farther than any American president in recent years. But presidents from FDR to Harry Truman to Dwight Eisenhower have all had similar inclinations on Greenland. This is very deeply rooted in American strategy.
And just so our audience understands, beyond what you just explained, what about, we're hearing about natural resources in Greenland that the United States might be interested in. Could you break that down for us a bit?
Well, there is potential there. We know that there are considerable mineral resources in Greenland and potentially energy resources as well. One of the problems is that Denmark has not done anything to develop those resources, to the point that there really hasn't been a geological survey done, the type of survey that American companies do regularly before mining activities. That's never been done in Greenland. We really are guesstimating just the extent of those resources. One of the things that America can offer our Greenlandic friends is if we come into Greenland, we can actually develop those resources in a way that benefit the people of Greenland, something that Denmark has not done in the hundreds of years that they have had control of that island.
All right, Alex, great. Thanks so much for joining me on America Unfiltered.
Thanks for having me.
And that's all we've got time for. You've been watching America Unfiltered with me, Ellie Cohanim.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.